This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed our oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Welcome back inside the lights as we are in Fargo for some more outdoor hockey as Marshall take it on Century. And hey, we got 4 more games, Austin. I guess me and you have 2, but then Brad Anderson will be doing the last 2. But 4 exciting matchups. We had a great day of action yesterday. I think we're going to have 4 more good ones. Before we get to that, let's rewind it back into yesterday's scores.
Alrighty, so yesterday we started off the day with the girls playing Marshall, and we had West Fargo United. That game was 5-0, and the start of the game was Brooklyn Mock. She had a hat trick and was our PSP player of the game. After that, we followed that up with Alexandria versus West Fargo Cheyenne, and that resulted in a 6-4 win for Alexandria. And then after that, we had Legacy versus Marshall, and that was a 12-0 game in favor of Legacy. Legacy really showed up that game. A lot of superstars on that Legacy team. They're young, and they're going to be a problem when it comes to the WDA tournament. Then to conclude the day, we had West Fargo, which was 3-2, and they beat River Lakes, Minnesota. That game was... It was an exciting game, I'll say. The whole place here at the Lights was, all the fans were up on their feet cheering the entire time. Quite a way to end the day, and that brings us into today. Starting off the day, we got Century versus Marshall, as my counterpart Brock said. Then next, we have Fargo North versus Rochester Mayo. That should be another really good one to watch. I'm excited to see how those two teams match up. Then following that, we have Marshall versus Fargo North South, another really good girls matchup out here in the beautiful Lights Stadium. And then to conclude today, we got West Fargo versus Minot, the WDA versus the EDC.
Well, Austin, we had 4 great games yesterday. My favorite game out of the bunch, Alexandria versus West Fargo Cheyenne yesterday. That game was electric. What was your favorite out of the 4?
I would say the Alexandria game for sure. It was back and forth so much, and the score doesn't represent how close that game was and how those two teams competed out on the ice. Alexandria sealed the deal with a open net goal, and it was a lot of fun to watch those two teams. Very physical game, I'd say, as well. Both teams moved the puck really well, and great way to kind of end our day calling games yesterday.
It for sure was, and again, we have a great slate of action coming your way here today, and that's going to be it for the first part of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. When we come back, we'll start diving in. Tigers, Patriots coming your way first.
We started with small beginnings, and just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Our initial reaction when we realized he had 2 broken bones was fear. Then once we realized and got a plan with Trinity and our doctor, a lot of comfort.
He told me that he can fix my arm, and he showed me a lot of stuff that he could do to help me.
Trinity Health Orthopedics is as good as you can find anywhere in the country. A lot of us take pride in that, and that's why we stay here and we keep doing what we do.
Trinity Health, making more possible.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Welcome back into the beautiful Lights facility here in West Fargo. I'm Brock Widener, joined alongside me, Austin Rotz, as we welcome you back into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. We're getting closer and closer to puck drop. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, local head stop headquarters. And hey, Austin, you can get a local oil change 15 minutes or less. That's 15 minutes or less puck drop we're going to have right here at the Lights.
Hey, and it's stay in your car.
Yeah, hey.
It's a great oil change. I've been there myself. Highly recommend to our listeners to go check it out. Lundine's family.
Well, let's head on over and start diving into these two teams. We'll start it off with the visitors. On the scoreboard, the Marshall Tigers with a record of 2 wins and 8 losses on the campaign. Yesterday, though, they had a little bit of a toughie against Legacy here at the Lights, where they were outshot 35-8 in a 12-0 defeat. But this is a team that, again, they've got some young players. This is a team that is still trying to kind of find their groove. And, hey, it's an exhibition game. Doesn't matter in the section standings or anything of that nature.
Yeah, for sure. I was talking to the Tigers coach before we came up here, Brock, and he said the line to watch is they got 1 senior and 2 juniors. They got Carson Kapitsky, Jacob Allen, and Easton Jaskut. Both of them, I think the whole team is that whole line's got a total of 12 points on the season so far. So definitely a line to watch. I think they're still trying to find their groove on the ice, and hopefully today maybe we can see them start to come to life. Got some good rest last night, and hopefully they came to play.
Yeah, on your screen you see the Marshall point leaders. Nate Drown, 4 goals, leading them in the points. And he's a defenseman, a senior defenseman, as you mentioned. 3 assists, 7 points. The game before the tournament, he had a 2-goal night, a 3-point day against Wyndham in a 4-0 victory. Carson Kapinski, he's kind of their assist getter, 5 points on the year. And then there you see there of Jacob Allen, 2 goals and 4 assists. So this Marshall team, they have 11 players that have recorded a point. 6 have 3 or more points. 8 have different players have scored a goal. So again, they've got some capable players. We'll see if they can bounce back against Century here today. Now, speaking of Century, here's another team that kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. They had Keaton Schulte that was their only kind of first liner that started the season, and then they had to kind of wait. Heath Frickman missed a game. When he came back, that offense started shifting in the right direction, and then they ended up getting Alex Schlaffen back after a 3 games absence, and you just see the difference, when you put Schulte out there, kind of not by himself, but you put Schulte out there, then you add in Frickman, you see the dynamic, how they play off each other, and then you even add in Schlaffen, and those 3 have been dynamic at that first line. They'll be at kind of the second line on your sheet if you got a stat sheet today, but they are the first line. And you got some stats on there, Austin. Tell us a little bit about those 3 players.
Yeah, starting with Keaton Schulte, he's got 8 games played this year, 3 goals, 7 assists, total of 10 points on the season. As Brock said, he's a senior. Heath Frickman, he's got 7 games played. So, yeah, as Brock said, he's missed a game. 9 goals, 8 assists. That totals 17 points on the season. And then last but not least, we got Alex Schlaffen. He is also a senior, I believe, and he's got 5 games played, so missed a couple at the beginning of the year. 5 goals, 3 assists, total of 8 points. So hopefully we're seeing a little bit more production out of that line today. They moved the puck really well as a unit. Great to see them moving up and down the ice. They're also pretty physical a line, I'll say, too. Century likes to hound pucks. They're one of those teams that you can't get them off your back as a defenseman once you get stuck in your own end zone. So definitely got to move the puck out of the zone fast if you're Marshall and keep your head up.
Yeah, for sure. And big thing with that line is they've produced yesterday, too. This is a Central team coming off of a 6-1 win against a Rochester Mayo team that we'll see later on today. So they're 3-5 on the season. And some of those stats on your screen that you're going to see are outdated because of that game. Keaton Schulte had 1 goal, and then it was Heath Frickman that had quite the day at the office just across the way here in West Fargo. A hat trick and 2 assists. He had 5 points in that 6-1 effort in the win. So an impressive day there for Reese Frickman. That first line continue doing first line things. But this is a Central team that likes to set the tone a little bit. They're going to bring out, looks like, Emerson Astel's line first. And Emerson Astel's a player that I really like watching. He is one of those guys that's not going to get a lot of points probably. He got his first point on the season just yesterday, but he's a big body, willing to be physical, and just grind out. And I think that allows Carson Hagerut and Oliver Sparks to kind of produce that offense on that line. But I think it will be interesting to see how that line does today with the physicality of Astel, with the speed of Sparks and Hagerut.
Yeah, this Central team is definitely different than what we saw last year at the WDA tournament. But one thing that I take away from that game against Minot for the WDA championship was if I had $1 for every time Century laid a hit on Minot, I would be a pretty rich man today. They're a very physical team. I played them in high school a couple times, and man, it was scary as a defenseman seeing those tall seniors come down at you. And definitely keep your head up today. And I think Marshall's got to come out and set the tone early if they want to have a chance at this in this game.
Yeah, this is going to be something for Marshall. It's going to be a bounce-back game. Legacy, yes, they're physical, but I think Legacy is one of those teams where they have 2-3 lines that are just have that scoring ability.
For sure.
Century's a little bit different. They've got that one big punching line that's going to put the points on the board. The other 3-4 lines, they are going to grind you out. And that's what those 3 lines set the tone for that top line to score the goals. And that's how the Century team's built this year. They've been built like that for a while, of physicality like you mentioned. But they can score, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Marshall needs to set the tone, and that's going to be kind of Marshall's key to the game here in this one. But before we kind of continue on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show, let's hear a word from one of our sponsors.
Alrighty, tonight's game is brought to you in part by Minot State. The best way to predict your future is to create it. With over 100 areas of study at Minot State, you'll earn a degree for the career you desire. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you.
Big thanks out to Minot State, a great campus here in the state of North Dakota. Have definitely been there a time or two covering sporting events, so big shout out to all of them at Beaver Country down there in the Magic City.
Yeah, Brock, one thing that I wanted to note before we get the match going, today's a lot warmer than it was yesterday, so I think that'll definitely help the players. You're not fighting the elements as much as you are yesterday. Right now the clock says it's about 27 degrees. Yesterday I think the high we got up to 3 degrees. I was talking to Dave Wilson. He was one of our callers yesterday, and he said that the ice conditions are better than they ever have been this year so far. So expect good ice for these players and fast-moving pucks, good hockey. Nothing beats it out here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot nicer here today than it was yesterday. It was kind of blizzardy conditions on Sunday as we made the trip all the way from Dickinson here to Fargo. But yesterday and today, even you can see the differences between the 2 days just on the morning ice condition as well. A lot less snow maybe that you can see on the ice from the ice standard there.
Yeah, the standard today is there's no better place to play right now. I mean, indoor ice, you probably would have a little bit better conditions, but as far as outdoor ice goes in the state, this is as good as it gets. This is a beautiful venue, great spot for the players, great opportunity, and great spot to, have those memories as a seniors and for the underclassmen as well. Couldn't ask for anything better.
As both teams introducing the starting lineups, getting ready for today's action. Did want to give a player spotlight and I guess maybe your key player or keys to the game, if you will. But for Marshall, it's all about shutting down the Century first line, and they need a big day from McCoy Gunther. He's set a school record with a 71 save contest already this season. So he's going to have one of those big days of trying to shut down that first line. And for them, like you mentioned, need to set the tone if you're Marshall. For Century, this is one of those things where you just got to take this team seriously. You just got to act like you didn't see the score yesterday, because every day is a different day, and that's one of those things that you can't compare what Legacy did to what your game is going to be too. But we're going to head on over to tonight's national anthem. That was this morning's national anthem, rather, but we are ready to go. Puck drop coming your way on the PSP Network in KVLY when we return.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
It's time for some more pond hockey. Outdoor hockey here at the Lights. I'm Brock Widener, joined up along Austin Rotz. And Austin, it's time for puck drop, but day 2 of the Winter Classic. Face-off won by Century in their anniversary jerseys. As Carson Agret leaves it on to Sparks, the youngster plays it around for Astle. Astle, he's a big-bodied, physical power forward, tries to get there, but here comes Marshall out and running. Trying to dance around a check is Brendan Price, but he'll lose a tire, and the puck goes into the corner. Back to the smooth skating, Kason Haggard. He's going to purposely chip one off the boards. A nice chance for the freshman, Reese Frickman. But that one denied by Gunther. Again, McCoy Gunther, he had a 71 save game earlier this season in a loss that was 3-0 against a team that went to state in Laverne last season.
A goalie like that, you want to get pucks on net early and often. Make him work for it, get him moving across the crease, see where his weaknesses are, and then as a team you can kind of, on the bench say, hey, blocker side's a little weak, or glove side, we need to shoot high or low. Definitely a way for a team to kind of have some early production, if you will.
Drown works it out to Jacob Allen. Allen getting pushed around by Ty Backus. Now he'll center a feed. Nice save by Hammer. Puck still in the kitchen, and it's Bo Miller that decides, let's calm it down a little bit. He'll get behind and try to work this puck out of the neutral zone. Good start here for the Tigers of getting a nice opportunity early. Saw that first shift from the top line of Century, and Marshall did a good job of making sure they didn't get any good looks.
Yeah, they kept him to the outside. I saw him block a couple shots. It was a good shift early and often, but I got a feeling Century's got more in the tank, and we'll see plenty of them down here.
Marshall trying to get out the puck, but no, it's Kyle Livesay trying to play a pass into the circle. Now Livesay going to work with it again. It's poked loose, gets onto the stick of Horvath. He'll send it down the ice, and that's going to go down. Not for an icing, it's going to be tipped, so that's going to be waved off. Reese Frickman wants to push the tempo. This one, though, will be an icing as Nick Koster was on the left side of the red line.
Now you get your icing in there.
A little premature just a couple seconds before.
Hey, I like the way this third line's been moving the puck. They've been playing the body a little bit, but they've been smart with it, I'll say, Brock.
Face-off one for Marshall. They'll play it underneath the Greenwood. Greenwood will absorb a check. Here comes a slapper from the blue line, and Hammer denies it again. Here's a big-time check, and this is what you're used to when you watch Century hockey. They like to lay the hammer a time or two. Here comes Astle as the power forward takes a tumble, but he gets the puck to the designated area. Now he's trying to sneak one home, and Emerson Astle, 2 goals in 2 days. A big-time holiday stretch for Astle.
That's a great way to set the tone early. I think that play completely originated from that hit. You saw that the Marshall team was trying to retaliate a little bit, get some of their own hits on their own. And it just opened up the ice for Astle to take that puck, make a move on the defenseman there, and then send it home behind the goalie.
Astle, he is so fun to watch, and it's great to see him start getting into that scoring stretch here. Again, his first 6 games did not record a point, but he's one of those hard-working players that it's bound to happen. And now on the other end, the top liner of Frickman, their leading point producer, just goes high on the backhand.
This is another Century classic. They like to work it down low and then get it to the point, and another opportunity out front there.
Gunther denies Reese Frickman, the younger Frickman, as that one sent down. Kason Hagerut will be getting the assist. So that's Astle from Hagerut with just about 14 minutes to go in period number 1. Put Century on the board, and now coming down is Alex Schlafman. He's been red hot since he has jumped into the lineup after missing the first 3 contests. And that's one of those players that you're going to probably see here a lot of today. Gunther with another glove save, but could not quite hold on to it in the mitt. Looks like Backus went behind, carried the puck on the opposite side of the blue line. That will be an offsides.
As a coach, I'll take that offsides. You get it set up right outside the zone, fresh legs out on the ice, win the draw, send it back in the zone, keep the pressure on the Tigers.
Face-off won by Marshall. As Wee tries to push it up to Fanschmidt. Some early checking here in this one. Both teams trying to set the tone to start. As we'll get the score changed again. Sorry about that, but on the board first, Century Patriots. They lead 1-0, 12-41 on the board. Face-off won by Century as Bo Miller tries to jam it along the boards. We'll lay it back to Backus. He also plays it forward to Sparks, but not going to make its way there as Xander Wee. Nice little quick touch passing here for Marshall. The visitors pushing into the Century zone. Coda Peterson. Coda Peterson really working down there as he's the one to jar the puck loose, but he will not be the one to come away with it. It's Bo Miller when things are said and done, scurrying out of the pack with it, and now he'll send it along the boards. And Century trying to everything they can do to try to catch a break as they send back in the Astle line. Marshall doing a good job here the last about minute or so of trying to tilt the ice in their favor. Nate Drown, though, he has his shot blocked, and here comes Schlafman. He'll rep one. No, it's Astle, excuse me, as the lefty sends that one just wide. Frickman lays it on to Schulte. Reese Frickman now dumps it in the corner. Over to Heath. Little kick play there, little soccer action for Greenwood as he kicks it into the direction of Nate Drown, who gets thrown down by Schulte. A little one-touch denied. It was Frickman. Another nice save from McCoy Gunther. Just scoot. He will scoot on by with the puck as now he'll get into the corner. Marshall doing a really good job, though, of just denying these passes for the Patriots.
Yeah, as a team, you want to establish that zone presence, get the puck down low, and then start to work. You get those defensemen a little tired, and an opportunity will pop up. You just have to capitalize it on after that. We got a delayed penalty here on, looks like the Tigers.
One thing you don't want to do is give this power play an opportunity if you're Marshall. Century's just one of those teams. I mean, they are 28% on the power play, but this is a team, again, when you put that first line out there and you got one less guy to defend them, it's very tough.
For sure. I didn't see the penalty there, Brock. What Century get called on?
I missed it as well. So they're going to throw in the line that started today, but kind of that second line first. And then you'll expect to see the Schlafman, Schulte, and Frickman line probably for sure the next stoppage, if not before then. Picked up by Astle. Backus works along the blue line. He fires a shot, deflected wide up in front by Hagrid. Another whack at it. Backus keeps it in the zone once more. Good work by Backus. Bo Miller fires a shot. It's gloved down by Gunther, looking in the direction of the first line. Are they coming out? And yes, they are.
Yeah, if you saw in that penalty kill there, the Tigers, they playing a little bit of that box-style penalty kill, and they just got a little too extended. Century was able to move the puck around them and then open that shot up on the backside.
Tie up, give it to Century coming out of the pile. That one whistles high from Schulte. Frickman tried to dump it into Schlafman, and Marshall will clear it. A big-time clear for the Tigers. It will buy them enough time to get some fresh legs on the ice. 2 Tigers come off, 2 more on. Backus, he'll wheel around. Backus, examining the zone. Nice pass. Schulte strikes the iron. A good look for Schulte. That's denied. As Century continues to ramp up the pressure. As that one going to go into the penalty box. 44 seconds left on the man advantage for the Patriots.
Looks like the captain, Nate Drown, for Marshall's getting off the ice. He's been was playing a pretty critical role in the penalty kill there for the Tigers. I don't think he came off the ice once the entire time.
Excuse me, correction on the goaltender here. I looked down and no, it's actually Colby Allen in net making his first start. First start on the season. He's looked pretty sharp as Allen. Quick shot, Allen right into the gut, and he will swallow that one up. Hey, not a bad way to make your first start underneath the lights.
No. Great venue, outdoor hockey. Looks like he's even got a matching toque for the uniform on.
Gotta use the beanie.
Gotta.
Frickman seals the zone, allows him to quickly pass it around. Reese Frickman lays it down to Bo Miller. Great passing for the Patriots. Miller had to use his backhand as he'll feed it back around into Sparks, who gets checked down, and they're going to whistle in a tripping. I guess I didn't see that too much there. I don't know what you saw from your vantage point over there. But
no, I didn't see that either. Looks like he may have just been not moving his feet quite right and reached a little bit with his stick there. But those are tough penalties to get. I had an old coach from Slovakia tell me that if you don't score on a 5-on-3, you're not winning the hockey game. And out of all the hockey I've watched, I've yet to see that it's always true. So wise words from an Eastern European hockey coach.
Well, they only had 5 seconds on the 5-on-3, so maybe the exception at that point. As 5-on-4, as the first Tiger in the sin bin is out of the cage and back on 5-on-4 action, but still on the man advantage of Century. They've had a productive power play, just have not rung the horn yet. The shot saved by Allen, jammed home, almost home there, but just wide. Frickman tried to go after the puck there, but it's going to be whistled. Not sure if the net came ajar, and I believe that is the case.
That's what it looked like from my point of view here, Brock. I really like Century's power play here. They got a guy down low, and they keep trying to suck one of the defenders down beneath the goal line, and then working that puck back out front, hoping that an opportunity opens up and getting the man advantage and crashing the net.
Face-off won by Frickman. Reese Frickman will lay it around, play it around the board. Sparks fishes it out to Reese. Frickman going on the attack. The freshman centers the feed by Astle, and that one just wide. Backus deflected up front. Astle feeds it back to Backus. Another shot. That one just left of the net and sent down the ice again. Hammer will slow it down as both teams get a fresh new crew out there. Here comes a shorthand opportunity for the Tigers. A backhand shorthanded goal for Jacob Allen, and we've got a tie game. A 1-1 hockey game. In big thanks to Jacob Allen on his 3rd on the season. 7:15 on the shorthanded opportunity. Well, if you're a Marshall fan, that is exactly what the doctor ordered, the first goal for them this weekend. And what a beauty that was.
Yeah, right place, right time for sure. Just able to pick up on that missed drop pass and then capitalize on the opportunity, making the goalie move and then just putting it home. Beautiful shot up top, too.
That might be one of the goals of the Jamboree this far. Obviously, I think it's probably safe to say this is probably the goal of day 2 of the Jamboree.
I'm with you there.
As a high shot from Jacob Allen. Again, he has got the tying goal. Here comes Reese Frickman, though, trying to get it right back as he dangles through. In a spin cycle, he'll lose his stick in the process. Century trying to jam it home. I think the net went ajar again as we got some pushing and shoving.
And it looks like we got a penalty coming up as well. Coincidentals possibly, or maybe they're just taking...
Well, Jacob Allen, I think, is going to the box. So after scoring the game-tying goal for the captain of the Tigers, he'll go for 2. And, hey, they had a 5-second 5-on-3. Now they have a 3-second 5-on-3. And then the next $1.57 will be 5-on-4. Face-off won by the Tigers. That'll buy enough time to get one man back as Xander Wheat comes in. But it's right away a power play goal. Jammed home.
I would say that was almost a 5-on-3 there, Brock. Tigers guy almost got there off the, basically just got out of the doors, and Haggard sent it home.
Yeah, it was Kaysen Haggard with the goal. I was trying to see the numbers. Again, the jersey tuck. Didn't look like Reese Frickman, but I was like, well, maybe it's Reese Frickman. But no, it's 19. Kaysen Haggard with the goal on the power play. 2-1 Century. So you had a shorthanded goal for Marshall and then a power play goal for Century. So Kaysen Haggard with the goal, and this one jammed, but saved by Allen. With 6:08 remaining here in period number 1 after the Kaysen Haggard goal.
Colby Anderson or Colby Allen barely got on top of that puck. Could see that Alex Schaffman was there. Really almost slammed it home.
Quick play to Kapitsky. Kapitsky tries to dangle around, but he is stopped right there by Jack Backus. And now for some trouble as it's Miller. Hot on pursuit of him is Heeskin. Playing a little keep away. Here comes Heath Frickman. Frickman tries to backhand a pass into the direction of Schloffman. Now a little one touch. He does get there. Frickman feeds it across. Quick shot for Easton Eggert on his first shift of the day. Loose puck. Poked in the corner. Eggert wins the race. In the tie-up. Heath Frickman almost skated away without the puck and got bailed out there by his teammate Schulte, who sends it back in deep. Kapitsky's pass taken away by Nick Koster, and he'll just backhand one in. More dump and chase from the Pats. As Livestay overskates it, and right there is Alexander Wee. Backus, gloved by Allen.
Marshall's got to get some offense generated here. They're running out of time, and you don't want to go down by 2 into the second against a Century team like this. If you can get it into the offensive zone like they were in the early minutes of the first, then hopefully something will happen for you. You get a lucky squeak, and maybe you can send the puck home.
Hassel tries to play it around the boards, and now he'll come back in and get him himself. Before Horvath tries to play a little keep away with Wee. Wee pushed against the boards. Astle lays it down to Reese Frickman. Reese breaks the stick from an awkward angle. But the puck does get to Sparks, and off the rebound, it's netted in by Kaysen Haggerett for his second. One of those weird things there where you break a stick, but it might have turned out to be the best opportunity there for Century.
Yeah, I think that $300 stick might have been worth it there.
Hey, if it leads to a goal, I think it is.
Yeah, you can justify that one to Dad, I think.
Because I think he might get an assist off of that. He might get the secondary assist, if I'm not wrong on it. Sparks, I believe, will get the primary assist. But that line that they have put as the first line today, but normally their second, has looked really sharp. And that's going to play up into the boards. Quickly getting there is Hammer. And yes, Reese Frickman with the broken stick will get an assist. Yeah, that's not bad at all. So, hey, you got a point with a broken stick.
Got a point.
I don't think I've ever seen a stick break from that point, though.
Yeah, it looked like it was right up by his top right hand there. Weird break for sure.
Quick slap shot for Nate Drown into the corner. It goes right to the blue line. And the Patriots on the call. They got a 2-on-1. They'll feed it to Nick Koster, who will... No, I thought he buried it.
I thought he did too. That looked like it popped in
no
and out.
goal. I thought it was in and out. We'll try to save that replay. Might have been a second too late on it, but we'll try to take a look at that later. As Allen in net, not happy with the beanie. He rips it off and throws it into the back of the net. As Reese Frickman almost gets a nice deflection off the stick of Matt Mansmith as they got that fourth line crew out.
And we got a high stick call on the Patriots.
As now Jacob Allen Colby Allen, the goaltender, will take that beanie and hand it off to a teammate to put it to the bench for safekeeping.
Should we take a look at that replay, Brock?
Yeah, I think I might be a second too late. Or maybe not.
Post, I think, is what it hit. I didn't hear a ting, though.
I didn't either. Hey, I'm glad we ended up getting it. I might have to go back and look at that one during the break. But for Colby Allen and company for Marshall, catching a break down by 2 goals with 3 minutes remaining in the first.
Tigers are getting hungry for a goal here. You can tell they're starting to put the pressure on, forcing all those neutral zone turnovers and trying to get a puck in on the net.
Deflects into the netting. 2:49 remaining. As taking the face-off now will be Brendan Price, 5 assists on the season. He'll lose the draw, and here comes Alex Schlaffman trying to chase after it. Loses his glove in the process. You got a lost glove, and then you have Hieskin that falls down on his own. Kind of interesting sequence there, but either way, going to be an icing and bring it down. Try it again. This time it's going to stay with another Century win. Give it to Schulte on the face-off victory. The pressure by the Tigers. They'll get it right back with Greenwood. Plays it along the blue line. Lots of traffic up in front. Heath Frickman. He's got a 2-on-1 if he hurries, but some great defense and stick work by Grant Hieskin.
Yeah, that was a great poke check there. Getting it out to the outside, keeping his eye on the body. Pretty textbook right there.
Greenwood tries to find Price. That puck goes into the corner. Schulte checks, so is Schlaffman. Marshall now starting to lay the body a little bit. Keeping in the zone on a hard-nosed effort is Greenwood. As now he'll flee back and get a replacement as a line change for Marshall. Bo Miller plays it forward. But a couple of whacks at it. There's the Patriots. Into the glove of Hammer, and he'll quickly flip that one out. Miller off the stanchion. High off the glass there for Century. Marshall had an opportunity on a cutter, but it was quickly denied. Ian Thompson gets his stick in there, the fourth line. Getting some minutes and a big-time play. Here comes Nate Drown, their leading goal scorer, with a slap shot. Blocked up front, won't make its way there. Drown finds Jascoot. He'll just play it forward, trying to get to the bench, and eventually he will with 1 minute remaining here in period number 1.
Nate Drowns has been putting in some minutes. He's been great on the blue line, holding the puck and then getting the puck to his forwards, trying to make plays up front. He's been one of my favorite players to watch so far for the Tigers.
As Reese Frickman lays in a hit there on Fanschmidt. Again, an aggressive Patriot squad, and Kason Haggart looking for the assist. Or for the hat trick, excuse me. In 3 of the 4 games here at the Lights yesterday, we had a hat trick. Both the games we covered, we had a hat trick, so let's see if that continues on. Haggart right now has the best chances, sitting at 2. As he'll backhand that one around. 5 seconds remaining in period number 1. And Frickman will play it high off the glass, down the ice. Siren rings, and that will be the end of the first period. After one in game 1 of day 2 at the Winter Classic at the Lights, Century leads over Marshall 3-1.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan. Presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready? Ready.
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
At the end of one, Century leads in game number 1 of 4 today over Marshall 3-1 as we enter into the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission show.
Big shout out to Charbonneau Car Center for being one of our sponsors. At Charbonneau Car Centers, they know that drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Williston, North Dakota, and Glendive, Montana work hard, play hard, and need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineups at their dealerships in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop in to their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. Again, a huge shout out and thanks to Terry and Cass out there at Charbonneau Motors. they'll find a ride that fits you.
Yeah, that is for sure. A big shout out there to the Dvoraks as we head on over and talk about period number 1. And as we start talking about that first period, we got some highlights to show for you on the screen. But as we talk about it, it was Century that gets on the board first. As normally what there is their second line, they was running as their first line, and they net that first goal. Emerson Astle picks up the goal assisted by Kaysen Haggard to make it 1-0. Jacob Allen, though, makes it 1-1 on a beautiful short-handed goal, a backhand beauty there for the Tigers. And then it was Kaysen Haggard that said, it's my time now. 2 goals back-to-back for Kaysen Haggard. The last one assisted by Sparks, and a broken stick of Reese Frickman that gets that secondary assist as well. But Century goes up 3-1 after the first frame. What did you like there, Austin, in that first period? And we'll start it off with Marshall. What did you like from the Tigers? And what do you think they can improve on for the second period?
Yeah, I liked Marshall. They did a great job, I think, trying to keep Century to the outside, limit the amount of opportunities they had out front. Their goalie's done a great job kind of gathering up all those rebounds, not allowing there to be many opportunities after the puck and after shots. A couple things I think they need to work on. They definitely need some more offensive presence. You know, they got stuck there down in their own zone in the first there. Last couple minutes, they started to get a little bit more offense, but getting Century on their heels and kind of sticking Century's game back at them is kind of what they need to do. Get a little bit more physical up front and kind of take it to Century. You know, not that this team is beatable, but I think the Tigers have a pretty good opportunity here to, you know, kind of make up and the redemption arc from yesterday, as well as put a couple behind the net.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's still 34 minutes to try to get back into this game. And for Marshall, you've got some positives to go into the intermission with. And also for them, this game could have been 4-1. We thought there was a goal that squeaked in and out quickly. From our vantage point, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But 3-1, you're within 2 headed into period 2. Now it's just trying to get some more offense for the Tigers. But for the Patriots, what did you like for them in period number 1, and what would you like to see for them out of the second?
Definitely. Emerson Astle, he's been a force out there. He's got a super physical presence up front, making it hard for, you know, players on the Tigers to be confident with the puck. You got to keep your head up around him. So definitely they need to keep using the body. That's a couple of their goals were from direct hits. You know, they were able to capitalize on those opportunities. So I would say for the Patriots, just keep it out of your own end zone, keep it out of the defensive end, and just keep shelling the goalie. This is his first start, and you can really shake up a goalie tender by just hammering pucks from the top of the blue line. So,
yeah, this is also kind of an interesting thing here, Austin. Normally, the first line, they score probably 90% of the goals for Century. Well, that first line is now the second line. The second line is now the first line. Well, the normal second line, which is acting as the first line, has scored all 3 goals. So whoever is in the first line has been the point producers. Even if the roles are swapped, just how it is with the Patriots this season. But for them, they find themselves up after a really strong start to this game, 3-1. And more coming your way in the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show. When we come back, we'll talk about what games are yet to come here in day 2 of the Winter Classic at the Lights here in West Fargo.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Clean it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Four games down and 4 more to go, or at least 3 2/3 to go here at the Lights here this year at the Winter Classic. Austin, Minnesota versus North Dakota schools. Yesterday was really fun, and we've had a fun start to the morning as well. But before we talk about what's coming up today, let's again give a little bit of a recap of yesterday's action.
Yeah, definitely. We started off the day with the girls varsity. We had Marshall versus West Fargo United. That game, Marshall just dominated West Fargo United. 5-0 was the end of the score. Then we had Alexandria versus West Fargo Cheyenne. That resulted in a 6-4 win for Alexandria. Really tight game there. Fun to watch. Fun to call that game with Brock. Then we had Legacy dominate Marshall with a 12-0 win. Then lastly, to finish up the day, we had West Fargo versus River Lakes. 3-2 game to finish the day. Really, again, a tight game that was fun to watch. So if you're doing your math, folks, that's a 2-2 on the count. 2 wins for Minnesota and 2 wins for North Dakota. As Brock and I mentioned yesterday, we're kind of keeping track up here, having a quote-unquote battle of the border. So Minnesota leads that. I guess it's tied up right now. So right now, North Dakota's got the edge over Minnesota with this game right now. But it's going to be a fun day. I think that some of these games, Minnesota might be able to squeak away and tie it back up. But we mentioned this yesterday. There's 7 North Dakota versus Minnesota games. And the last game today is a EDC team versus the WDA. So after this game, we got Fargo North versus Rochester Mayo. Following that is Marshall versus Fargo North South. Then we got, to conclude the day, West Fargo versus Minot. That should be another great matchup.
Yeah, 4 great matchups today, and that 4 o'clock game is one that I was already tagging as what was going to be potentially the game of the Jamboree. The girls' game today, Marshall versus Fargo North South. I think that game's going to be phenomenal. But after that Alexandria West Fargo Cheyenne game, it's going to be tough to beat, to be the game of the Jamboree. But I think that could be a nominee, and I think we've got a couple others that could be in play for that today as well.
Yeah, it's a great slate of games, a great event that Fargo community's putting on for all the players. And again, this Lights venue, we've talked about it over and over again, but what you guys see on your screen is still great product, but nothing compares to the atmosphere here. Up here in the booth, we can smell the campfires, and just overall, it's a great experience, and the staff has been so hospitable. So thank you guys again to all the people that put this event on.
Well, we are off and running here in period number 2. Give the win to the Century Patriots off the opening faceoff as Kason Hagrit chases after it. Sparks wins the race. Pokes it to Hagrit. He's going to look for his hat trick here early on. He's got 2 in the first frame. Little snapshot. That one hits off the skate off of Jack Backus' shot. Now to Emerson Astle. And this line has produced all 3 goals today. After he's got a slower start to the season, but I feel like that chemistry has really come a long way for these 3.
Yeah, you can tell they just know where each other are on the ice. That's something that just can't be coached, and it comes from experience playing with each other.
And it's one of those things where all 3 were kind of playing at different lines to start the season. It was a lot of line juggling, and now that they've kind of settled down as a group, it has really helped those 3 succeed, especially in the point column. As here comes Frickman, saved there by Allen, just getting a piece of it. Jacob Allen, he'll box out a defender, and now he's going to take the puck. He's going to be stopped in, a little pushing and shoving for the Patriots. And here comes Keaton Schulte. Schulte denied by Allen, trying to be jammed home by Schlafman, but Colby Allen shuts the door.
Yeah, those first and second lines for Century, they just move the puck so well, and to me, they're interchangeable. I know we had talked in the intermission show that, the first line's the second line and the second line's the first line, but, man, Century's really got great matchups and a great 2 lines there.
Face-off won by the Patriots. Snap shot by Backus, and Allen through traffic sees it again. Patriots think that was an early whistle. But either way, we'll have another face-off incoming.
For Colby Allen's first time starting, I think he's done pretty well. He's a junior, and we don't have much information on him this season yet, but he's been a lot of fun to watch in net.
And also just a note here, Austin, he did not bring the beanie back for period number 2. After ripping it off and throwing it in the back of the net halfway through the first period.
I hadn't even noticed that, so great call out.
Chasing after it now is Jascoot, and he'll lose the puck, and here comes the Patriots again. Frickman lays it on to Schlafman. Schlafman. He'll half spin around as he's falling down, gets a pass fed to Frickman, but it's stolen and played up by Kapitsky. He can't quite clear. Another shot denied by Allen in net. Patriots have been relentless here in the offensive zone. Just under 15 minutes remaining here in period number 2. Puck gonna pinball its way and eventually be set down the ice by Marshall, and that will bring it back for an icing.
That was a pretty smart play as a defenseman there. Losing it right and between the hash marks there, right in front of the goalie. Just clear the zone, reset, and regroup as a team. Get fresh legs out. I would have done the same thing if I was out there. Just clear the puck.
And that's the joys of high school. If you play in NHL in college, you have to keep that line out there. So, hey, high school, get a fresh line. If you do an icing, it doesn't negate anything. Another save by Allen.
Yeah, as you were saying, it's sometimes you just got to get the puck out and clear the mind, talk to coach, work things over.
Well, another stoppage of play, probably the 4th time in a matter of 15 seconds. Colby Allen, he's been faced with a ton of shots here early on, but here in the second period has kept the Patriots off the scoreboard. As Patriots have flipped the ice, and Colby Allen will head on for a delayed penalty. Usually you don't see that happen very often, where the goalie will just leave the net with the puck pretty much right next to the net.
Yeah, the railing was blocking my view here. I didn't see the
I didn't
the
either.
ref had his arm up, and I was wondering what Allen was doing there. Oh, they're calling a roughing on
So
can't see into the net there. Who do we got in the box there? Who's in the sin bin?
Looks like it's Nick Koster in for 2 minutes. Put Marshall, I believe, on their first power play of the early morning game. As Frickman died on trying to clear opportunity.
Those are tough penalties to get. You never want to get a penalty in the offensive zone if you can. And here we go, another one. But never want to get a penalty in the offensive zone. Shut down a scoring chance for your team. So in the defensive zone, sometimes you had to take penalties to prevent, a goal being scored. But offensive zone, there's normally not too many reasons to get one there,
Well, this one will be on Marshall, so they only had 15 seconds, so the man advantage, and now we'll go 4-on-4 action. Penalty going up against Morgan Roque, the freshman. A fellow Tiger, as he was going to the penalty box, kind of chopped him in the legs and said, hey, man, come on, we're on the man advantage. But no, it is now 4-on-4 play. Kicked along the boards by Schlafman. A little quick touch pass. They work it across to Reese Frickman. Up and out of the netting. And that one goes up and over one of the warm campfires as well.
Yeah, I parked right in the ramp over there. I was hoping that it didn't sail too far and maybe bust out a windshield, but stopped early.
I think I could see your car. That was a little bit more to the right, so you're good. You're good.
All right.
Now, if it was another about 20 feet to the left, that'd be a little bit more concerning.
Yeah.
Face-off won by Marshall as Nate Drown shoves it across to the captain of Allen. They'll have a little touch there, and Allen chips it into the Century zone.
Nate Drowns is one of those multi-tool hockey players. He's doing it all today. He's been on defense, pulling really long minutes, long shifts, and now we're seeing him on the forecheck.
He had a 3-point game in their last matchup before the weekend against Wyndham, where he had 2 goals and 1 assist and helped him be the leading point getter on this squad. As he will right back in the way for the Patriots. Schulte avoids one check, but pushed into the boards by Kapitsky on the second effort. Kapitsky, he'll get bodied down as the puck goes right to Hammer, who just takes a step out of the kitchen and will play it across. Smooth skating by Backus as he'll send it down along the boards as that top line today trying to seal it in with Hagrid. Play off of Patriot and out of play, and that one going to go into a little bit of a snow hill behind the Century bench, and they'll fish that one out.
Hey, another big shout out to one of our sponsors, Northern Plains Heating and Air. There's no choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Call Dylan today at 222-2155 to make sure your furnace is ready for the winter months ahead.
Schulte wins the face-off, and that will be played in deep for the Patriots, who now have a 10-second power play if they can get the puck. But it looks like they will not be getting a chance on the power play because it is going to be expiring as soon as it started. And jumping back on the ice, Morgan Roque. We had some 4-on-4 action, but neither team getting maybe the chances they wanted offensively out of it. Now we're back 5-on-5 play. Here comes Marshall trying to sneak one in, still loose puck. Shot is blocked. It was looked like all the players kind of stopped playing for 5 seconds, but I guess the ref knew exactly where that puck was.
Yeah, I saw it squirt out behind the goalie's legs there, and it's one of those plays as a defenseman. You don't want to stick that back in there, even if you see the opportunity. Take that to the corner, take an icing, as we said earlier, but get it away from the crease.
As Schlaffen gets pushed into the Marshall bench, he'll have to try to work his way out. And now he's going to go and try to attack after the puck. Now he's going to lay in a hammer, and he's going to get called on that. As Schlaffman with just one of those frustration penalties. He gets shoved into the opposing team's bench and maybe took a little bit of that frustration and anger out maybe the wrong way, and he'll go into the sin bin for 2.
Another player I've been keeping my eye on lately has been Easton Greenwood for the Tigers. He's been everywhere, head-hunting pucks, just an animal. Got some of his stats here for you folks. He's got 1 goal in the season, 2 points, and he is a junior. So it'll be a fun player to watch next year if you're a Tiger fan.
Yeah, I thought he had a really good first period as well for the Marshall Tigers as this puck going down the ice. And now here comes a Marshall power play once again. Last time they only had 15 seconds before they committed an own penalty. As Kapitsky having all sorts of troubles trying to exit the zone. Now they've got some numbers if they hurry. Nate Drown tries to center a pass that hits into the skate of a Patriot of Kaysen Hagrid. Off a deflection, Backus now. Tried to work it around his own net, but Fanschmidt will cut him off. Scoot plays it across over to Kapitsky. It's poked away by Bo Miller. The defenseman playing a little bit aggressive on the PK. Puck between the skates. Jaskuta now finding it there into the corner is Matt Mansmith. Mansmith will send it down effortlessly down the ice and allow Ellen to have to come out, slow that puck down. And a one-touch to Price. Price to the smooth skating Nate Drown. He carves his way to the blue line. High shot easily gloved in by Hammer.
I think Hammer's played really well today. He's been mobile in his crease, getting from post to post, making the saves that he has to. But the defensemen for the Patriots have made it really easy for him. Yeah, they've been keeping pucks to the outside, and I think that's been one of the best opportunities we've seen in a while for the Tigers. Traffic out front, and hard to see for a goalie there.
He hasn't seen too many shots in his last couple of outings. He saved 12 of 14 last week against Dickinson in a 3-2 victory over the Mavericks. And then yesterday, 18 for 19 in his victory versus Rochester Mayo. So last two games has not faced more than 20 shots. So getting some help up front, and that offense helps tilt it into their favor on puck possession-wise as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort, and if you can make it easy on your goalie, they'll love you. So,
well, puck is kind of lodged into within the netting, but they're just going to leave that go and get a new puck, and we're back in action. Easton Eggert, he'll chip it out to Kaysen Hagrid. Hagrid takes a peek over his shoulder, tries to lay in a pass, trying to get it to Eggert, but not quite going to make its way there. And Easton Eggert, he's one of those players, he's just a sophomore that Patriots have continue to try to get him as much playing time as possible. And he's done a great job here today when his number's been called.
Yeah, you can tell he's got some experience. You know, he's moves the puck well. He's got really good vision on the ice. And you see him come off the board sometimes just making a move on the defenseman there, and good asset for the Patriots there.
Yeah, last year as a freshman, he played in all 24 games. This season, though, he netted his first varsity goal in his 6 games played for them this year. So you can keep an eye on Easton Eggert as the season goes on, and he continues to acclimate onto the varsity level.
He's a guy that I wouldn't mind seeing mixed into those first and second lines periodically. You know, if one of those guys goes down or needs a break, mixing him in there I think would be a lot of fun to watch for the viewers.
As Schlafman jams that one into his zone, but here comes Marshall trying to exit it out quickly. Shuffled out by Sparks. Extension pass, not going to quite get there to Kyle Livesay, and that is in icing.
Big shout out to Bones Barbecue Sauce. Highly recommend this one. Brock loves it. A true North Dakota original, created and bottled right here in North Dakota. This premium barbecue sauce is perfect on anything from ribs to burgers to veggies. Find it today at your local grocery store.
As Jacob Fisher going to try to play it off the boards to himself. Not quite going to be there. Yeah, I'll agree to that statement. Bones Barbecue Sauce. High quality there, Austin. Our fellow cameraman, Zach Sprague, know him and his family love it as well. Looks like John Howe can give me the thumbs up. So cameraman approved on the Bones barbecue sauce as well.
Yeah, we were making ribs the other day at our house and did not have the Bones barbecue sauce, and the grocery store was closed.
That's where you went wrong.
I know. It was. I was pretty disappointed. I was thinking about it the entire time, and was worried that you guys would look down on me for not giving it a shot yet. But check it out today at Cashwise, and I think they have it at Marketplace and Family Fair.
As face-off can be dropped in at 7:28 remaining. Well, backhand effort doesn't squeak through.
No call yet from the official.
I think Hammer lost it in his pads.
It's right on the goal line. Right underneath by the right post, you can see it.
Fanschmidt can't believe it. He's got his hands on his head. He thought he came away with what would have been his second goal of the season. As now he'll skate back in and be the right winger on the faceoff. I know it's an exhibition game, but you can still see the emotion of these players.
Yeah, they all care a lot about this sport, and doesn't matter who you're playing, you want to win as competitors.
It's been great to see, though, these Minnesota teams, as we mentioned yesterday, as well as since we're from the western part of the state, seeing some of these eastern part of the state teams, and it's just been a fun event.
Yeah, I was talking to, again, the Tigers coach, and they were so excited to be here and showcase their teams, and still they matched up against us. And then, again, they loved that we were putting on this event outdoors, and great experience and memories for all the players.
Yeah, as we talked about it yesterday, I mean, some of these players, they come off the buses, they start lining up and watching the game before, but all of them getting the phones out and captured on social media and maybe saving it in for later when they can look down at years down the road. Case and Agret. Agret plays it back around. Livesey shoved against the boards, allows time for Brendan Price to advance the puck as he finds Easton Greenwood. As puck will pinball back and forth before it's Bo Miller on pursuit.
Yeah, Easton Egret's not afraid to get physical, get in there, get in the mix, moves his feet quite well, and has good vision of the ice.
Snapshot, I think it's hit off of not one but two different players before it goes into the corner. As Heath Frickman now shoved against the boards. Peeled out by Backus. Backus lays it on to Livesey, could not quite tame it down. Quick turn and shoot for Greenwood, didn't get all of it and will just miss on the side of the net. Quick dump in by Nate Drown as he'll get a little shot from Easton Eggert. Greenwood lays the body as well as Marshall, knowing that they are still in this game. They're trying to play a little bit more on the physicality side. One-timer just on the misfire of Jascoot. Peeled out. Kopinski not denied by Hammer. Jacob Allen on the shot. As Allen has now, he's already got their lone score on the board. He almost tried to tally it up his second. Mellington tried to get it to Kopinski, the captain. Not going to work its way there. As Mellington going to try it again. Boxing out the Patriots players, but no, it's going to be Schulte shoving it across. Zone sealed and pushed back in by Miller at the end of his shift.
I've been really impressed so far how the Patriots managed to keep the puck in and hold those blue lines. The defensemen get their foot in there and just make sure that nothing gets past them.
Extension pass. Here comes the dynamic Alex Schlafman, but he can't quite tame the puck as Marshall will send it into the Patriots bench with 4:19 remaining. Keaton Schulte going to be going toe-to-toe with Brendan Price, the sophomore. Tie up, give it to the Patriots. Face-off win for Schulte. Schulte in the corner. Little half spin. Creating separation. Tries to center a pass. In for Schlafman. Just not quite home at the time. A shot for Thompson. Ate up by his own teammate of Schlafman. Now he'll get right back on it. Schlafman lays it down. Schulte's there. Here comes a stolen puck by Brendan Price. The sophomore beautifully passes it to himself. He'll snap a shot. Loose puck, but oh, it's saved by Hammer. Oh, I need to see this one on the instant replay. What a individual effort there by Brendan Price.
Yeah, almost coast to coast, top of the circle, making the move around the defenseman there. Had an opportunity to pass it to his teammate, but decided he's confident in his shot. Let's put it on net. Nearly squeaked by, too, I'd say.
The pass to himself off the boards to just work around the defender. I mean, you don't see it very often, but, hey, a sophomore's doing stuff like that. If you're a Marshall fan, you got to be pleased.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where if you can pull it off, definitely works. And Brendan Price there, textbook play, doing it just the right way. Not right amount of touch to it, and didn't put it too far out in front of him either.
Spinning out of the pile out of it is Fisher, as Fisher laves it on to Koster. Koster back to Fisher behind the Marshall cage. Tied up, and Jacob Allen will jump out of the pile with it. He'll lay it on to Greenwood.
I think the Tigers are starting to find their confidence a bit more and find their feet here in the latter half of the second period.
Yeah, it's been a really great bounce back for Marshall from yesterday after seeing the game get away from them early on against Legacy. We got some pushing and shoving after the whistle.
Right in front of the Century bench, huh?
I think we're going to be getting at least one, and they're going to offset penalties here.
Yeah, Greenwood and who do you got on the Century side?
I cannot quite see yet. We'll wait till they put it on the board. Looks like they're going to tag that one on Kaysen Hagerut. So Hagerut and Greenwood, which is going to be offsetting, I'm going to say probably roughing penalties is probably what the call was. I did not quite catch it. As Nate Drown, nice little pass, snap shot by Melton, and that's gloved in by Hammer once more.
Tigers are doing the right thing right now, though. They're establishing themselves in the zone and just throwing them in from the point and hoping that a rebound squirts out. Not everything has to be pretty. Not everything has to be highlight reel type goal. You just got to get some points on the board at this point, and best way to do that is to throw pucks on net and then everyone crash in and try to get a dirty rebound.
Face-off won by Century. And we remain 5-on-5 as they offset each other, so icing still in play. We'll bring it back around. So Hagerot in on that penalty, as well as Greenwood. Back in on the face-off draw. Looks like it's Price versus Eggert. Tie-up, give it to Marshall. Kapinski sends it down. Now we'll go right back to where he was. Still be tamed down by Mellentine, and Mellentine will feed it down. Kapinski, the captain, he'll circle around. Drown trying to seal the edge, and almost did, but now it's Schulte dishing it out to Eggert. Here comes Schlafman. Good stick handling there for Schlafman. He'll try to poke that one forward, but here comes Nate Drown. They've got numbers. They 3-on-2 if they hurry. Scoot lays it down to Drown, and here comes Schlafman. Shot out of a cannon. He shows his speed. Can't quite stay onside.
That's the one thing that I'll always give the Patriots. If there's a chance to play the body, they get in there and do it. Not a team that you want to get into a checking match with. A bunch of tough, hard-nosed hockey players out there.
I would just say it's kind of buying into the culture. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Troy Olson's been around that Century program for a long time, and really since your playing days and to now, it's Century kind of had that same MO. They've kind of had that same objective and that same playing style.
Yeah, that identity that they have is never left, and I credit Troy Olson for all of that. I think he's one of the longest-serving coaches in the WDA. Great guy to talk about hockey with, and he's got a great program out there.
Face-off one. Shoved across there by the Patriots. Along the boards, they'll get it to Bo Miller. Which has been a scoreless second period. Pushed against the boards is Coster. Played to Miller. Little snapshot, gets a deflection. Ellen is there. Another setting feed, and this time will be jammed home as Century goes up 4-1.
Really nice puck movement there by Century. They got the puck and the goalie moving around, and I don't think many of the defensemen knew where the puck was either. It was kind of hidden, and then the nice tip to put them up by 3.
Looks like it's going to be Jacob Fisher as he scores his first varsity goal, does the sophomore. So congratulations out there to him.
Hopefully they grab the puck for him.
Yeah, always the first one is the one you remember. So Jacob Fisher, I believe will be credit on that one. We'll make it 4-1 Pats. Loose puck, Emerson Assel. He'll bulldoze his way into the corner. And that is going to be a delayed penalty.
Looks like they got holding on Patriots there.
As the two that were on the offsetting penalties, they will now be let out of the penalty box. They have served their time, and now it looks like they will send in, I believe, Emerson Astle, as you said, on the holding. You know, just a little bit ago, I said it was a scoreless second period and didn't take long. Shortly after I mentioned it, maybe the commentator's little, I don't know, I wouldn't say it was a jinx. I guess you're a Century fan. Maybe if you are a Marshall fan, maybe. But either way, 4-1. Century has scored first goal and maybe the last goal here in the second period, depending how the last 20 seconds pay out. But it is a Marshall power play. Kapitsky tries to jam it home. Backhanded by Schulte. Marshall will seal the zone with 10 seconds. Here comes Kapitsky, works to the backhand, tries to go back to the forehand, but it's poked loose. Good work there by Roque, shoved against the boards and sent down the ice. Allen will put the paddle down, and that will be the end of period number 2. So Century scores late in the second to give them an insurance marker to go up by 3 heading into period number 3. We continue on. We'll be back in shortly for the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission Show.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by ESP Network on all social media platforms. ESP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory. Because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
After the first two periods, Century continues to lead 4-1 over Marshall. They had 3 goals in the first period, netted one late in the closing, about minute to 2 minute frame there in the second to go up by 3. But you saw a good pushback there for Marshall. That second period effort really kind of kept them in the game after a really offensive explosion for Century in the first. They were not able to get as much of that offense going in that second. A big part of Marshall, just the way they were playing, a little bit more aggressive in that second, but also some penalty trouble kind of coming up for Century as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the keys to this next period is Century's just got to stay out of the box. You know, you have the lead. You just got to maintain it. Maybe try to squeak another one in there to very secure the lead, I guess. But if you're a Patriots fan, you couldn't be more happy with the players' performance right now. As for the visitors, the Tigers, just kind of keep on the pressure that they had. That energy that they brought late into the second period, I thought really could help them out in the third. So swing that momentum, maybe get a goal on early on to get the boys fired up. And then the rest, just keep grinding. And if you can draw some more penalties from the Patriots, I think that would be really helpful as well.
Yeah, right now it is one of those kind of games right now, or at least weekends for Century, if they can close out the last 17. That, yes, these games for Century didn't count this weekend for state points or anything like that. But this is kind of the weekend Century needed offensively. We've talked about that Schlafman, Schulte, and Frickman line that have kind of carried the team in the early portion of the season. But today and this weekend, you've been seeing that production of, the Astle, the Hagerut, the Sparks line, and you're getting some production there. So this is a big weekend for them, a 6-1 victory against Rochester Mayo just across the way earlier or yesterday, and right now in the lead 4-1 over Marshall today. So a good weekend for Century. They just need to close it out with a strong 17. For Marshall, you got to like the comeback. Last night just was not their night. Legacy is known, they're one of the best offenses in the West region of the state, WDA. probably one of the better offenses in the state of North Dakota, and just got the better end of Marshall 12-0 yesterday, but like to see how Marshall has bounced back today. It looks like a brand new team. That energy, especially that second period, was really well for the Tigers.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better. Our camera producer, John Haugen, always says you got to have the memory of a goldfish. And you can see that the Marshall, they brought that out here today, leaving yesterday where yesterday was and coming out with a fresh mind and a fresh attitude to take on these Patriots.
Yeah, let's take a break on the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission show. When we come back, we're ready for the third period. Game number 1 today, as again, Century will enter that period up by 3 goals, 4-1 when we return on KVLY and the PSP Network.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors, your plan, your future, your team.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved. Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
Period number 3 coming up in the books. Century leads Marshall 4-1 here at the Lights. Again, a great environment here the last 2 days, and we still got 3 more games after this one. A big thanks out to Essentia Health for putting on this great event here in Fargo.
Yeah, we couldn't do this without them. So this whole venue, all the food that they've had in the guest rooms for us, it's been real special here. And I don't think anyone here at PSP or KVLY would do anything any differently. So thank you, Essentia Health. And yeah, should we get into a third period, Brock?
Yeah, let's do it. I think this is going to be hopefully a fun third period. And for Marshall, they've got an opportunity on a silver platter here to start. They've got a $1.21 on a power play to start the third. If they can get an early goal, maybe they can get some of that momentum going if they can get an early goal on this power play.
Yeah, and I think for the Tigers here, you really got to lean into your upperclassmen, your leaders, your captains. I'd really like to see a big period out of Nate Drown, and I also think that the Carson Kapitsky, they've got some work to do for their boys. Got to get the team fired up, get everyone to buy in that they're still in this game, and get an early goal, get everyone humming, and go from there.
So we'll take one more lap around before we get ready for period number 3. But Austin, what's yet to come here at the lights here today?
So after this game, we got Fargo North versus Rochester Mayo. This, again, yesterday we were talking, this is going to be one of our favorite matchups. Yesterday, Rochester had a little bit of a rough day, but I think they're going to bounce back today, as we've seen here with the Tigers. Then after that, we got our Marshall versus Fargo North-South. It's going to be a great girls matchup. Then to close out the day, we got West Fargo versus Minot. So WDA versus the EDC. Very early matchup to see how those two teams kind of compare. And Minot is leading the WDA right now. Is that correct, right, Brock?
Yeah, they are undefeated in WDA play is Minot United. And those two teams, Minot and West Fargo, were very successful last season. Both made it to the state tournament. So it should be a fun one as the nightcap, especially with seeing West Fargo pick up a big-time win yesterday against River Lakes, 3-2 in a close one. Kapitsky. He'll try to bring that one forward. Poked away and sent down the ice. Again, we got now 1 minute left on the Emerson Astle penalty for the Patriots. Drown will lay it off to Jacob Allen into the Marshall bench.
This Century power play unit, or penalty kill unit's been really successful this game so far. They're giving up that, not chasing any pucks down below into the offensive zone, but kind of holding the blue line there, tops of the circles, and really controlling the neutral zone, not allowing the Tigers team to get much momentum going, and really playing a trap-style defense.
Jacob Allen, he'll fish it out. Roki keeps it in on the blue line. 24 seconds on the man advantage. Roki's shot kicked aside by Hammer. Tamed down by Allen. Kapitsky, the lefty, fires one, and that one gloved by Hammer again. Couple of words being exchanged there by Hammer and one of the Marshall Tigers, but they'll go their separate ways.
Yeah, I've been in those games where you're down a couple scores and the frustration really starts to come out in the third period, and that competitive edge that these players have. There's certain words that just end up coming out your mouth that you don't mean later on, but we're all competitors in this sport, and it's all in fun.
Played down over to Nate Drown, and that's going to be offsides, and right as soon as the whistle, Emerson Astle is bailed out of jail, if you will, as he has served his 2 minutes, and we're 5-on-5 action.
If you're just coming back from intermission break, one of the things that we had talked about is Century's got to stay out of the box. They've done a great job this game so far, but to make sure they secure the win, staying out of the box is going to be one of their keys to success this period.
Easton Greenwood carries the puck. He'll have it poked away by Frickman. Frickman trying to dangle around a Tiger, but it's poked loose. But Schulte right back on charge for the Pats. Greenwood can't quite box out the power forward of Frickman. But they will come away out of the pack with it with Price. Price, we saw what he could bring to the table after one of the plays of maybe the contest where he played the puck off the boards to himself and had a grade A scoring opportunity. Now Schulte will win the race for the Patriots as he has jumped on top of Greenwood. As that Greenwood going to get shoved by Schulte, and then he'll shove him back. So I think we're going to take another 2 there. I think there was a good chance. I think it was going to be just a Marshall power play, but I think we're going to be getting offsetting penalties.
Yeah. When I used to ref hockey, that was one of the things that I was warned against, is giving offsetting penalties. It does an all right job at helping the players, but it's not a great game management tool. There's always normally one team that's at fault, and these refs have done a great job so far, and I wouldn't have called that one any differently there, though.
Yeah, that one was probably as offsetting as you're going to get. It was going to be what would have been maybe a Marshall penalty, but Greenwood got one more kind of push back, and that one's going to be called 9 times out of 10. And so they'll offset there, and we'll stay 5-on-5. Astle gets a deflection. That whistle's high. He's had a really strong game. And now he'll have the puck on the stick. Tries to snap one. That one just narrowed the net. Jason Hagerut, he's looking for that hat trick. Again, out of the 4 games at the Lights yesterday, we saw 3 hat tricks. And out of the 2 games we covered, both of them had hat tricks. So Jason Hagerut seeing if we can keep that streak going for us here at the booth for me and Austin.
Yeah, he's a guy to keep your eye on for our PSP Sports Clip MVP. But there's plenty of hockey left, and he's just one of the names we mentioned over at Intermission.
One of those lead candidates for that, but there are plenty. The list has been quite long so far as here comes his shot. Now we'll slay onto the blue line. That one wide of the net as well. Frickman, instead of pursuing the puck, he's going to lay back, and he'll bat that one out with the glove. Frickman flips it on to Koster. Koster's got some ice to work with along the Marshall boards. Fires it off the stanchion there. It's just the side of the net. Kapitsky, he's got some wheels. He'll get around Backus. Kapitsky fires a shot. That one wide of the net. And now we got some end-to-end action because here comes Century, and they will draw a penalty. As Tate Mellentine will be called on a penalty and send the Pats power play back to work.
Yeah, that was a really great call by the official there. If he would have been, I think, just a couple steps in front of him, we might have seen one of our first penalty shots of the game so far. But can't be tripping guys like that in hockey.
So I'll bring up 12:27. Again, 2 minutes to the box. Tate Mellentine for tripping. Pats are up 4-1. Seeing if they can get an insurance goal. Already up 3 here in the third. And stay tuned. We got 3 more games on your way here today. 1 more for me and Austin, and then it'll be Brad Anderson checking in for the last 2 tonight. As Backus going to be shoved down by Brendan Price. Well, back and forth passing as now Wee tries to advance it on to Price. Price gets hit to that one with an awkward angle. Buys time for Schulte to jump on the play and leave it for Frickman. Frickman to the blue line. Bo Miller back to Frickman. Heath to Reese. Frickman. Freshman fires a shot. That one might have just got the toe of the keeper of Allen. Back to Reese Frickman. Lays it along to his deep pairing partner, Miller. Allen makes the initial save. Loose puck. Backhanded effort for Frickman. Defenseman getting in the way again. Nate Drown checked into the boards. And that will be whistled into the netting.
You're starting to see the Tigers get a little bit outside of the box. Little too much movement for my likings. I'd like to see him play a little bit more reserved. If it's within reach, then be aggressive. They're allowing some passes for the Patriots that are leaving some wide open areas.
Play it down low to Sparks. Sparks to Reese Frickman as Frickman lays it in. Nice save by Allen. Almost had a rebound opportunity, but could not quite clean it up. Frickman on the all-freshman D pairing with him and Jack Backus. Fires a shot, and Allen starting to rack up some saves here the last couple of periods.
Yeah, Allen's been playing pretty good. I think if he could get a little bit more help, some of his defensemen could block some of those shots, I think he'd have a really successful day so far, but Patriots have just been slamming the pucks at him.
Jack Backus snaps one loose puck, trying to be jammed home. Just wide of the net there by Kason Hagerut. Now more pushing and shoving, and I think we're going to be getting some more roughing penalties. I think Hagerut's for sure going, if not more.
Looks like an interference call on Hagerut.
Just waiting to see if it's going to be offsetting. We've seen a couple of those, but no, I think this is going to be a for sure power play. They will send it down the line for a Marshall power play. Will be 4-on-4 for the next 10 seconds before Tate Mellentine will enter back in the action after he got 2 minutes for tripping earlier, just a couple of minutes ago. Face-off won by Allen. Drown shifts it on to Allen. A little quick touch pass to Kapitsky, and the captain will not quite corral that one, but it will now bring in Mellentine into the action. He'll come up for a quick change and allows Roki to join the fun on the power play. Allen to Kapitsky, tries to lay that one down. Roki, all right, on the red line. Lays it onto the blue line and just scoot. Hands on a first pass, then we'll work it back down. Roki snaps a shot, blocked away by Schulte. He takes one for the team. One of the leaders of this Patriot squad. Kapitsky's backhand effort taken away by the Patriots. They'll play it down the ice. Allen out of the cage with 9:46, 1:08 remaining in the man advantage.
Adds back to that culture stuff that we've talked about with Troy Olsen and the Pats there. All the players are bought in and willing to take a puck for help out the team.
Being offsides on the call. And it's getting a little chippy there on the ice. A couple players maybe got away with some slashing calls there before the offsides, but I know these two teams are separated by quite a few miles, but they're well acquainted after 2 periods of play.
Yeah, they're playing like rivals. It's been fun to watch. And it's ripped back down.
Yeah, you see this a lot during playoff hockey, just the physicality. And after you played each other twice in a year, now it's the third time in the playoffs. But here today, it's even though this is the first time these two teams have seen each other, for some reason, they're not very fond of one another.
No, maybe they've heard about our border battle. How we're keeping track of which team's ahead from Minnesota and North Dakota.
Race for the puck as Mansmith trying to win the race. He'll shove a Tiger off of it, and he'll win the battle for Century. Coster leaves it on to Mansmith, and it's full strength to Patriots as Hagerut checks in.
Looks like Tigers are going to the sin bin for interference.
So once they're on the man advantage, now they'll go on the opposite side of that. As back in to the box is Greenwood for, I believe, his second time of the night or the afternoon.
He's been pretty acquainted with that box this game.
Hey, at least he's trying. That's all he got. He's putting the effort out there, and
you can tell he plays with his heart. He's got all these guys, they play with their passion, but I can hear him yelling up here sometimes.
Jacob Allen now sends it down the ice. Hammer gets the paddle on it. Now, Patriots will try to quickly advance it here to try to set up their power play. $1:35 on it.
The Backus brothers skate so well. It's so fun to watch them, how they can grab a puck and then just instantly be going full speed.
As Oliver Sparks doing just that as you'll play it down. Here comes the speedy Schlafman. Schlafman shoved against the boards there by Drown. They'll tie each other up. They're still tied up. And there goes a stick flying, but we play on. Schlafman will grab a stick and now try to fill in the gap as Frickman comes flying down the right side. Century seals the zone. Shot by Backus, denied. He'll go to the backhand. Blocked up front and set down. Hammer again will slow that puck down for Miller to control it. Miller faces some pressure, leaves it on to Schulte. Battle for the puck, Schlafman's there. Schlafman to Frickman. Into the corner, here comes Schulte again. Heath Frickman's pass, over to Reese, taken away. Fanning on the clear attempt, Schulte's there. Ramping up the pressure as he'll take a hard tumble into the corner of the boards. He'll get up right at the right time, pucked right on his stick again. Leaves it to Frickman. Backhand. Snapshot. That one saved by Allen. Pawed down by Frickman. And it's another save by Allen as he will shut the door on Jack Backus with 6:24. But Century getting a good look after good look in that sequence.
Yeah, Allen's had a great period this far. Stopped everything that's been in front of him, and he's done a couple extra too. If there's ever been a rebound near him, he's been clear to make sure that he kicks it out to the corners, and really helping out his team this period, giving him a chance to come back.
Here comes Century, blocked away, and here's Morgan Roque. He's got some help in the form of Brendan Price as they'll go 2-by-2 down the ice. Mansmith. Shoved to the board by Fanschmidt. Fanschmidt now turn and shoot. That's blocked. Blocked by Fisher, who netted his first goal in his varsity career earlier today. He'll play that one down the boards. And a nice effort, quickly winning the race down is Matt Mansmith. That was Reese Frickman joining in on the scrum. It was a 2-by-2 scrum, turned into a 3-on-2 and then a 3-on-1. As Marshall gets the puck out of there, but Century still keeping it in the zone. Jack Backus snapshot, that one wide. Mansmith will jam at it behind the net. His Moore just kind of axe chopping that puck there in the back of the net, just trying to get anything he can. That one blocked aside. A low danger chance.
Yeah, there again we see one of our captains for the Tigers making an effort to help his team out.
Allen, his shot's blocked. He's already got he's got the lone goal for Marshall. As Kapitsky, he'll be pushed off the puck as he was trying to make a spin move, and another stoppage of play with 4:38 remaining.
Back to Nate Downs though for the Tigers. He's kept his head. He's been really cool, collected player, and made the plays that he's had to keep the puck and give his team a chance. There's been critical times that I've watched him, and he does the right thing when he needs to do it. Great captain and leader for the team.
Yeah, Nate Drown has had a really strong performance here for Marshall. They have had a strong bounce back after a tough performance yesterday against Legacy where they fell 12-0, but they've been very much in this one. Colby Allen has been almost lights out there in the second and third period. It was Century, though, that had brought that early charge in the first where they captured 3 of their 4 goals in that opening frame. Roki now will play it on forward as Hammer is going to play it into the corner. Keep the clock moving. Roki on a one-timer in the slot. That one wide. Price now will clean it up. Still jamming away at it as Hammer gets it in the breadbasket as he looks up over at his teammates. Making the save, keeping a 3-goal game with just over 3 minutes remaining. Face-off won by the youngster of Easton Eggert. Turn and shoot by Fanschmidt. That one blocked up in front. It'll be worked into the neutral zone by Century and Eggert. Looking for the contact there as he'll lay in a hit and ship it down deep. .316 remaining. Again, keep on tuned in throughout the day here on the PSP Network as well as KVLY, as we will have the remaining 3 games at the lights to close out this Winter Classic this year. Next up on our way, Fargo North taking on Rochester Mayo in the Battle of the Spartans. Should be a fun one there. We still got 2:49 remaining in this one before we get on over, but stay tuned for the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show. We'll have the Sports Clips MVP of the contest.
You can tell the Patriots have moved to more of a reserved offense, playing everything safe, keeping things to the outside, and just trying to move the puck up. There was a while here that Marshall had it in their own end, and I saw all 5 Patriots were in the neutral zone, just waiting to see what they were going to do.
Face-off won by Marshall. Kapinski plays it along to the boards. On his high horse, Easton going to win the race over to it. Played it back. Kapinski's been everywhere as the captain as he'll chip it in off the boards. But Century that will calm it down, and now they will clear it out. Trying to hold on to the lead for the last 2 minutes of play. Schulte plays it around, leaves it for Miller. Miller to Backus. Jack Backus blocked in front. Puck still loose. Shuffled aside by Allen. Go to Peterson. Will pirouette around a couple of Patriots and leave that one be. Puck taken away by Schulte. A one-on-one chance. It goes to the backhand. And just like the end of period 2, a last-minute goal in period number 3 for the Patriots. Schulte nets one. Keaton Schulte, he was the lead returning scorer for this team last season. Coming into the year, gets a breakaway in this one for what will be going down as his 5th goal of the season. And that will put him up 5-1 with 90 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just right place, right time again. You know, it's all about positioning your body here in hockey, and you can see that the Patriots do a great job of that, filling up all the passing lanes, making it hard for the puck carriers to make up the right pass and giving themselves the best opportunity to kind of make those, interception passes, break up, and regain possession of the puck. There's my thought.
Century trying to strike one more time, and that one's saved by Allen. So Century's week. Maybe just got just a little bit sweeter with that last goal, as it looks like as long as they don't score another one in the 50 seconds, they will outscore their opponents this weekend 11-2. So a nice trip to Fargo for Century, and they'll head back to the capital city with a pair of wins.
Yeah, that's a great confidence booster for the team going into January. Getting closer to that WDA hockey and tournament time, you want to start making sure that all your lines are clicking and meshing real well as a team. And the Patriots are no joke.
Another save by Allen right on the red line. It's not through, and yes,
He's
it
calling
is.
it, yeah.
I think it got jammed in by Frickman.
That's one of those things, you play to the whistle. Never know where the puck is. You just keep digging, and good things happen.
As Frickman and Century will come out with another goal. It was right on the red line for what seemed like an eternity. And Frickman finally wins the race to that loose puck, and he will jump on it and pokes it home.
And it looks like we got a penalty as well. Carson Kapitsky's sitting in the box for 2 minutes. So he'll sit the remainder 25 seconds left in the box. Did not hear the call, so it must have been something after the whistle.
Well, Heath Frickman has been that go-to scorer for Century, and I think that might be his first point of the day, believe it or not. He seems like he's always in the stat sheet for Century. Had a hat trick yesterday against Rochester Mayo, but he will put the ice on this one with his 10th goal of the season. And Kason Hagerut is going to get his second assist unofficially in this contest. So Hagerut will end the day with 2 goals, 2 assists, and helps Century pick up their second win on the weekend as they outscore their opponents 12-2 in a pair of 6-1 wins on the weekend. And they're headed back to the capital city with 2 more wins under their belt. We're going to head on over to the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show. When we return, we'll let you know the recap as well as the Sports Clips MVP.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
It's time for this week's PS.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors. Your plan, your future, your team.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it. We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. and know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors. Your plan, your future, your team.
And there's the final from game number 1 today. Century defeats Marshall 6-1. In that game number 1, well, it was an early push by Century, scoring 3 goals in the first period, led by that first line, which is normally their second line, but first line today, they get the call by Troy Olson, and boy, did they deliver. Kaysen Hagerot scores the first one, he assisted the first one, Emerson Astle, and that would make that one a 1-0 hockey game, but Marshall short-handed gets the puck. Jacob Allen buries it backhand, a beauty, making it 1-1. Still in period number 1, though. It was Kason Hagerin who was assisted the first goal. He would net back-to-back goals to close out the first period. 3-1 Century. I thought Marshall, though, really looked good there in periods second and the third. They really kind of came back, was playing in that physicality game that Century wanted to play, and took away a lot of Century chances. But final minute or two of the second period, Jacob Fisher gives an insurance marker 4-1. And again, it was a stalemate of a third until the final 2 minutes. And Century would score 2 more goals. Keaton Schulte on a breakaway. And then it was just about time. Heath Frickman, it seems like he always finds a way to score night in and night out. And no different in this one. This afternoon, he picks up his 10th goal of the season. And that would close it into the favor of Century 6-1 and help Century on back-to-back days here in Fargo come away with 6-1 victories after defeating Rochester Mayo yesterday. They'll pick up a win against Marshall today. For Century, they'll be on the road and heading in out, or they'll be back on the road and into the capital city where they've got Williston coming up here on the 2nd, so on Friday. And then for Marshall, they will drop to 2-9 overall. And next up for them, they got Minnesota River on January 3rd at home, I do believe, there for Marshall. Well, before we sign off, it is now time for the Sports Clips MVP of the contest. Sports Clips brings you the MVP of the matchup. Sports Clips is the home of the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience at Sports Clips. Tonight's Sports Clips game MVP is Kason Hagerin. I mean, I think that was one of those choices, especially in that first period. He quickly tipped the balance in favor of the team out of the capital city. Picks up 2 goals and 1 assist in the first period, and ends the day with 2 goals and 2 assists, assisting on the last goal of the contest. And we're out to a 6-1 game, so congratulations goes out to Kason Hagerin. Tonight's our first Sports Clips MVP of the day. Well, as Austin Rotz and myself have been keeping the tally of the quote-unquote border battle between North Dakota and Minnesota, that will, with the Century winning, tips the balance into North Dakota's favor. 3-2 is where that sits, with 2 games remaining of the North Dakota versus Minnesota schools. Next up, coming up here shortly, Fargo North. The Spartans take on a different type of Spartans. The Spartans out of Rochester, Mayo. Puck drop going to be at 1:15. Then at 4 o'clock, a game that I probably am most looking forward to. I think even entering the weekend, I thought it was going to be potentially the game of the weekend. Yes, jury's going to be out on that one until we see it. Marshall taking on Fargo North-South. Again, the North-South Spruans are the best team in the state in girls in the state of North Dakota. And Marshall, one of the best teams in the state of Minnesota in girls hockey. So that should be a really fun matchup at 4 o'clock. And then at 6:45, we're saying that's the end of the Minnesota-North Dakota games, because at 6:45 we've got east side of the state versus the west side, as West Fargo hosting Minot to close it out here today, as well as close out our action at the Winter Classic. We'll also make sure you head on over if you're a Class B Hoops fan. Mandan Holiday Classic going on with the Bismarck crew covering those games. A lot of great games going up. There's your scores from yesterday. Linton HMB defeats Flasher 65-57. Botno over Southart 56-42. Ray, a big win over Grant County Mont Regent. Glen Olin Hebron with a win over Alexander. So that sets up the games today. Constellation is part of the bracket. Flasher and Southart, Grant County Mont Regent, and Alexander. Winner part of the bracket, Linton HMB Botno, and Ray and Glen Olin Hebron. So some great contests coming there in Mandan. Again, hey, maybe you got two TVs in your office or at your house. Make sure you got both of them on. You can watch all the action in the Mandan Holiday Classic as well, right here, the Winter Classic in Fargo. As we got 3 more games coming your way. And game number 2 coming your way shortly. We'll get that pregame show ready and rocking for you just in a moment as Rochester, Mayo, Fargo North, the Battle of the Spartans coming your way shortly.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Welcome back into the First International Bank and Trust halftime intermission report. I'm Austin Rotz. Brock Widener will be joining us soon, but I just wanted to go over some scores with you guys before we get into the players for this next game. First off, we got the Century game and Marshall game. That just concluded, so if you're just tuning in, Century beat Marshall 6-1. In quite the shootout. Century put on a pretty dominant performance, although Marshall bounced back from a pretty ugly game, let's call it, from yesterday. Legacy put 12 points to 0 over Marshall yesterday. Looking forward into this game, we got Fargo North versus Rochester Mayo. We're calling this one the Battle of the Spartans. So much more to come today on the PSP Network. And yeah, after this game, we got Marshall versus Fargo North South. That's a girls game, girls varsity. That'll be a really good, fun game to watch. So make sure you tune in for that one. And then a quick word from our sponsors. First International Bank and Trust. First International Bank and Trust is a fully self-service, family-owned, independent community bank on the bond between our employees and customers. Founded in 1910, growing to serve rural and urban communities across Arizona, Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Find them online at fibt.com. Huge shout out to them. And we'll get back in, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Make sure to tune in, and thanks again to First International Bank and Trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
One game down, 3 more to go here in day 2 of the Lights Winter Classic here in West Fargo. And we've got a fun one because 2 teams share the same mascot. Don't get that very often. Battle of the Spartans, Spartan versus Spartan. You know it's going to be quite the battle with those names there. Got Rochester, Mayo, 3-6 on the year, taking on the 5-3 Fargo North Spartans. And welcoming you into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show. Again, it's going to be a fun one as we got one more boys game here, and then we'll head on over to some girls action. Fargo North-South Spruans will be taking on a really fun Marshall squad there in girls play. I mean, I've said it all along. That might be the game I'm most looking forward to today. Can't wait to sit back, listen to Brad Anderson call that one, and watch that one for myself. I think that's going to be a really fun matchup there. A couple of really good girls teams from both the respected states, North Dakota and Minnesota. And then the nightcap tonight, be a little EDC WDA matchup as West Fargo takes on Minot. But if you're a Fargo North fan, sit in for the next probably 4 hours. Watch the boys, watch the girls. Stay warm. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, it's a great way to spend your Tuesday here at the beautiful Lights Stadium. The fireplaces are roaring. They got firewood all around the stadium, keeping the fans warm. There's coffee shops and plenty of food around here. But, yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. That girls game, Marshall versus Fargo North-South. Definitely tune into that if you have time on your Tuesday. It's going to be a fun one, really competitive. I think it's going to be really high scoring too. We'll see which goalie. I bet the goalies are going to be standing on top of their heads blocking some of these shots, and really competitive matchup.
Yeah, like you mentioned, great facilities here, and can you believe it, Austin? There's people that are all in the ice cream parlor there just across the way. I don't know who'd want ice cream here on a day like this. Well, I guess it's a little warmer today. If you were out here yesterday and then out here today, maybe you would want some ice cream. But if you were here yesterday, there's no way you would want ice cream yesterday because that was a very frigid day.
Yeah, today we're, I think the high of yesterday was 3 degrees. There wasn't much wind chill during the games that we were calling, but it was cold. Our mics were all iced up, our camera gear, everything was stressed to the max. But ice cream after this game does sound kind of appetizing to me. I'm not so sure about yourself, Brock, but I go for a big bowl of Rocky Road. That's my favorite.
I don't know if you can convince me on ice cream just yet. Maybe, but maybe a little later down the line. Maybe we'll revisit that situation when we get to the third period. But let's jump into talking about this matchup here. Rochester Mayo, Fargo North, Battle of the Spartans. And who do you want to talk about first? Visitors, home team?
Well, I got some stats for Rochester, so why don't we start there?
Perfect. Got the graphic there on the screen for the Spartans of Rochester Mayo. There's your top 3 point getters on the season, and that was pre-Winter Classic, so if they did get some more points yesterday, that is not acquainted into that.
Yeah, let's start with Noah Hagan. Stud defenseman, senior, having a pretty awesome year so far. He's got 7 points on the season, and tonight he's going to be paired up with Sean Daniels, who only has 1 point on the season, but I think the two of them are going to be working really well together. And then moving on to our forwards, we got Joseph Villarama. 8 games played, 5 goals, 5 assists, 10 points total. Definitely keep your eye out for him. You do not want to, negate what he can do on the ice. He's going to be a fast player out there. And then we got John Karczminski. 8 games played, 4 goals, 1 assist, 5 points.
Yeah, and yesterday we kind of talked about it. They fell, not outside the lights, in an indoor arena here in Fargo to Century. 6-1 win for the Patriots. But something that is to kind of note for Rochester that you might say, hey, there's some positives. The 1 goal and the 2 assists that were tallied up yesterday were all players that tallied their first points in their varsity careers, or at least in the season. So there's some positive there. You got some more contributors that maybe you got to play with that confidence, getting those first points underneath your belt, and maybe we'll see those guys fly around a little bit, scoring or getting the assists yesterday. Colton Huseth and Hank Holton getting their first points on the season, and the goal went to Max Gargolo, the senior forward, scoring his first goal of the year. So it's always fun to get those first points on the season, and maybe for some of them first in their varsity campaigns, but it's always fun to see how that reacts after, because you get that confidence. Once you see that puck go across the net once, sometimes it just keeps on coming and coming and coming.
Yeah, I can speak for myself. Our owner's going to love this one. My first goal was against Minot High, and I had worked so hard to get it, but once I got that first one, they just started coming after that. I didn't score too many, but made it a lot easier and took the pressure off trying to score goals.
Yeah, I played a little bit of hockey back in the day, but that's kind of how I was with basketball. I was not a point scorer whatsoever. Probably averaged about 2 points per game in my 7 years of basketball. So you really shows how good of a scorer I was. But yeah, I mean, when you get a couple points to go your way, you start feeling that confidence a little bit. Now we're going to head on over and take a look at Fargo North and their players to watch, and they've got some impressive players. And one of the players on this list is not suited up. That's going to be the bottom guy on your list, Alex McComb. He is not suited up today. 7 points, 7 games. He'll be out. But the other 2 right in the action for Fargo North. So keep an eye there on Peyton Rourke. He is that leading guy for them. 3 goals, 9 assists. He has been kind of that facilitator of that offense with 12 points. And then you look on over there at Elijah Enger, and he had a goal against Mandan yesterday as they picked up a 4-1 win against a Mandan Braves team that I've been very impressed with to start the season. And Spartans were able to handle them there yesterday. But Enger, with that goal yesterday, has 7 goals, 3 assists, for now 10 points. So it gets into that double-digit mark. Well, to get into a little bit more of the meat and potatoes, the statistics behind these 2 teams, we'll start it off with Rochester, again, 3-6. They are on a 3-game skid, and in that skid, they have been outscored 12-1, seeing if they can bounce back against Fargo North here today. But coming into the weekend, averaging about 3 goals per game, giving up about 3.5 goals per game. So relatively pretty close, pretty give and take there. They were outshot yesterday in a 6-1 defeat, 19-25. So shots were even, pretty close to being even. It was just, we're not getting the goals to go their favor. Seeing if they can get some luck to go on their side today. Their power play, though, looking pretty good, 29%. Penalty kill percentage, maybe a little, they want to see that a little higher right now, sitting at 70% on the year. But with 3 new point totalers from yesterday, gives them 18 different players that have got into the stat sheet. That's almost their entire roster that has at least picked up a point on the year. So good to see there for Rochester Mayo. 10 different goal scorers as well. And as we talked about, Joseph Villarama is their guy, 5 goals, 5 assists. And he's a defenseman. Their top 2 guys in the point sheet are defensemen. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. Just goes to show that they probably have a style of play, hammering those goals from the points, having those offensive defensemen is really critical in games like this. Fargo is going to put them to the test today. And, yeah, what else you got for us, Brock?
So that's kind of your specifics there for Rochester Mayo. And now we'll take a look on over for Fargo North. as the Spartans 5-3 overall. And getting into the statistics there, outshot Mandan yesterday 30-25 with a 4-1 victory. And we just mentioned Rochester Mayo scores about 3 goals, gives about around 3.5 back to the opponents. This is reverse for Fargo North. They score about 3.5 to give about 3. But again, this team is a team that maybe wants to see their power play percentage go up just at the power play at 5%. So definitely a number that they want to improve on. A team that's found plenty of success this year, 74% on the penalty kill. They've outshot their opponents in now 6 of their 8 games. So this is a team that has that offense and that likes to shoot the puck. Lots of a quantity of shots, and seeing if they can get a couple to squeak by Rochester Mayo goal line here today. And for Fargo North, they sit 6th in the EDC standings with 7 points there so far. So those are kind of your little bit of the numbers for these 2 Spartan squads.
Well, the anthem was already played in the previous game, so we're going to get right into the action here shortly. These 2 players are going to break it down at the bench and then line up for the face-off.
So it is time to switch it out. Big thanks out to Valvoline Instant Oil Change for our pregame show.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This is your locally owned Valvoline headquarters. For 25 years, the Lundins taking care of people. Local actually matters, not to mention this oil change is a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change. It's typically performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and Bismarck. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Well, it's definitely less than 15 minutes till puck drop. I would say maybe 15 seconds
to
puck drop as we get ready on over. As Rochester Mayo in the bright mustard yellow, and Fargo North in the navy with the yellow trimming.
Definitely some contrasting colors we're seeing out there, Brock.
Peyton Rourke going to win the draw against Canfield. Played back on the quick little draw. Pushed over by Hagen. Again, one of those players that expect to see a decent amount of today. They've got some goal scorers on that blue line. Hagen is one of them. Hagen leads it on to Hendrickson as he's pushed against the boards by fellow number 10 Schultz, who now pulls it away. Schultz looks for a pass. He's pushed against the boards. Hendrickson lays down the body, and it looks like that might be a checking from behind. A penalty coming up as Fargo North will have the man advantage once this one is whistled down, and eventually it will as the goalie gets the paddle on it.
Yeah, those dangerous hits like that, you never want to see those. A player going to the board wrong can really end a career. So good call by the officials catching that early. And let's see if Fargo can capitalize on this power play.
Well, I know you talked to the Fargo North head coach and thought maybe Tate Grandy would be in net, but no, it's Dominic Crocker, their normal goaltender. Wasn't feeling great this morning is what the report you had on him, but hey, he looks pretty festive over there. He's got the Santa hat on. He's got his goalie stick wrapped up like a candy cane. He's loving the holiday season, and he couldn't miss the lights as he's starting here as the normal starting goaltender for them as well in the year.
Yeah, and he came flying out for those warm-ups too. I don't know if you saw him when they were announcing the starting lineups, but he's making his presence known, pushing through some adversity. Great to see that competitiveness.
Shot blocked up front. Fargo North, though, trying to continue on in this power play. Seeing if they can find some rhythm and maybe an early goal as Crocker will tame the puck down. We'll meet the starting goalies when we get a stoppage in play. We'll give you the statistics of them. As Rochester Mayo doing a good job of buying some time on the disadvantage here. A man down for the visitors. Crocker poke checks that one from Cargulo, who just picked up his first goal on the season just a night ago against Century. Herbally lays it forward. Here's a chance. Oh, almost had a Rebound opportunity. Just wide of the net there. As Rogny had an opportunity, but just could not quite bury it. Rogny again. Lays it around the boards. Played by Rourke. Sent down by Rochester Mayo.
I love to see a goalie getting active in the play. Feeding that puck up front really puts the pressure back on Rochester's heels. You know, they speeds the play up and everything and saves a defenseman from having to skate all the way back.
Snapshot whistles high off of Leighton Olson. Jammed back in by Erbely as Caden Johnson will just get a little bit of the mitten on that one to tame it down. Quick stop by Colton Huseth. Huseth looking in the direction of Komarzinski, and that's going to go down. But let's meet tonight's starting goaltenders here in this afternoon slate. As again, Dominic Crocker, he'll get the call. 3 wins, 3 losses on the season, .892 save percentage, .296 goals against average. His last outing was against West Fargo in a 4-2 win. He saved 22 shots, a .917 save percentage in that contest. For Rochester Mayo and net, Caden Johnson, the sophomore, 1 win, 2 losses on the campaign, .567 goals against average with an 81% save percentage. And we have got a man down, and that is going to be 2 minutes. Tripping, heading in to the box. Get the number in on that one. It looks like number 24 in blue. Going in for 2, Simon Schlenger. So Schlengler will go in for 2 minutes. It allows the Spartans out of Minnesota, out of Rochester, with a chance of their first power play of the day. Austin, what would you like to see out of this Rochester power play?
Yeah, I think they need to establish themselves, slow the game down a little bit. You know that Fargo is going to be really aggressive on the penalty kill. So you just got to get in there, get the puck down deep, get the goalie to work back and forth, and then look for an opportunity to score.
Rebound opportunity trying to be jammed home. What a save by Crockett as he denies Colton Huseth and a couple others at the door.
Both these goalies are great with their stick from what we've seen so far.
Kellen Doherty centers a pass. Shot just wide of the net by Schiltz. Scooped up and tamed down by Ethan Daniels. Stretch pass there for Rochester, trying to open up the offense, but they're at the end of their shift. That first line group of the power play. Jamming in at it now is Hodge, as does not win the puck battle. It's coming away with his Erbely. He'll be pickpocketed away by Karmasinski. Sent down the ice, out of the kitchen. Johnston goes. That puck ramps off his stick, but no danger there. And right back at the surge for Rochester.
Big hit.
As Hodge goes down, he's sandwiched between a couple of Fargo North Spartans. Not the Spartans wearing his same jersey color there, Austin.
No.
As that one played down the boards, and waiting for it is Connor Long. Team down again. Here comes Grayson Yank. Yank plays his shot. Sporting a different jersey number, at least a different jersey number than we have. Had him at number 3, but he's wearing the 37 today. As Holton leaves one on, a head-on collision. As they'll play it back to Yank. Snapshot. Blocked in, a little friendly fire by his teammate. As Villarama now will lay it back. Villarama to Yank. Plays it along, Crockett out of the cage. With his candy cane stick, will stop it. And Fargo North doing a great job getting out. They might have some numbers on a break here. Schiltz deflected almost into the cage, into the net there, but a good stop for Johnston.
I do like the team move there, trying to make it, give your teammate an opportunity, putting it out front. It wasn't there in the end, but you can't beat trying to make that unselfish move, passing the puck off, and seeing what your teammate can do.
Down the ice, it will be waved off. No icing coming this time. Good pressure coming on by Ethan Ness. But it will be Hugh Seth that takes it out of his own zone. Buys some time, and he'll leave it off in the neutral. Both teams just trying to build a little bit of momentum and rhythm here in this one.
Yeah, I got a feeling, Brock, that this is going to be a really back and forth game. It's
Hagen with a snapshot in that one. A little bit of a nice little haul in there for Crockett.
At the pace they're going now, the conditioning that they've done in the postseason and the offseason is really going to matter in a game like this. Both teams are moving the puck fast, moving it well. So making sure that you're still having enough energy for the third period is really going to matter in a game like this.
Picked out by Cargolo. His shot blocked. Will stay in possession of Rochester. Villarama centers it in, and that one goes high and out of play. That's the second time we have seen it go over that concourse area.
Yeah, it looked like that one might have bounced off the scoreboard in the back there and hit the Essentia Health sign. So another big shout out to Essentia Health for putting on this event for us and all the work that they do in the community here.
Don't worry, Austin, it did not hit your car. Though you're parked over there, did not hit your car. Little snapshot there, goes wide. Jumping on the high horse is Hagen. Hagen fired to just a quick turn and fire there for Hagen. He's had a really solid start to this one.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch. A big senior like him at the point gets the puck. He can move it down, try to generate some offense. It really helps the forwards out and take some pressure off of Rochester if you can get a defenseman that's as active as he is.
Face off one, Cargolo lays it on. Here comes another shot for Hagen. Whacking it a couple times there up front for Rochester. Trying to get the deflection. And good work there by Holland Christofferson. You don't see that a lot now with younger hockey where you get some of these younger kids that are willing to play up front and get those deflection goals. Last night, if you're a fan of the NHL or a fan of UND hockey, Jackson Blake, UND alum, got a game winner for Carolina Hurricanes by a goal that was very similar right there on a chance. Just deflected it right up front. As Fargo North proceeds to march down. Anger fires a shot. That one going to friendly go around to Erbely. He loses the puck, and Rochester going to feel the wrath there. Pushed down by Erbely. Good job there. Could not quite seal the zone, but plays the physical game. Helps his team get the puck back. Peyton Rourke, their leading point getter. He'll fire that one into the glass. A little pushing and shoving. A little how you doing here in period number one.
Yeah, in a game like this, you want to set the tone early, establish your physical presence, and then just kind of grind the other team down. We saw that in the Century game earlier, that they laid some big hits early on, and we're seeing Fargo kind of taking book out of Troy Olsen.
How goes shot? That one whistles high and wide. Jammed forward, picked up now by Piddock. Piddock will have to fight through a couple of contacts, and he'll lose the puck in the process. Whacked in by Daniel By. Gets it to Larson. Hits the brakes. Haugo, another nice shot from him, and it's right on the case for Johnston. Yeah, maybe not as physical as the game we saw in game number one today with Century and Marshall, but maybe it might get to that point. We'll see how the game proceeds.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some big hits already, but both these teams have a little bit more, playing with a bit more finesse, I'd say, more skill, trying to feel each other out. You have some of those big players that can make those plays, but so far it's been a lot more tame compared to that Century game.
Another save by Johnson. Again, this one's kind of an early going of a boxing match, kind of round one. Feel each other out. That game earlier, it was, I don't think it was a round one of a boxing match at all. It was just, let's just lay in the hits early and often.
Exactly right. I do like Johnston so far. From what I've seen, he's just sucking up all those pucks, helping his defense out so there aren't too many rebound opportunities, and getting good stoppages of play.
Fargo North trying to get it out of that neutral zone. Again, a lot of neutral zone play between these two teams here in the opener. Seeing what team can try to get that early light to lamp. Trying to get that early advantage. As Oliver Birch sails in, fires a shot, and Santa Crockett in the Santa hat over there going to snag one in.
Yeah, I think all he needs is a big red bag and some reindeer to come down, and I believe that's Santa down there.
Hey, I love it. I love the little the Winter Classic fit.
Very festive.
Played along over to Cargolo. That one's whistles into the left side of the net, at least from our vantage point. North trying everything they can do to try to get this puck out of their own zone. Here was 7:39 remaining in period number one. And they will do just that as Burkhart fires it out. Johnson playing aggressive. He's going to have to quickly get back into the kitchen. He does. No harm, no foul, as this team going to be the one to skedaddle out of the zone with it. Fighting positions, Calora. He'll get some help in there, but it's going to be North out of the puck with it with Witchick. Some really active sticks here in the opening period.
Yeah, both teams have done a great job defensively, keeping pucks to the outside. You know, if you watch these skaters, they're going inside out when they're applying pressure to the other team, making sure that that middle stays open and really limiting the opportunities that each team has to score.
Offsides, you can see by a couple of those Rochester players. Maybe they were hoping they could have got away with one there, but will be an offsides. They'll drop the puck here with 6:44 remaining in the first.
This might be the first game that's been scoreless that we've called with this much time left so far.
Trying to think back to it, and I think you're probably right. Yeah, I think you're right. At least in the 4 morning games that we have done in the last 2 days, I think this has been the longest without scoring a goal on either of those 4 games thus far. That one whistles wide onto the case. There is Hodge. Hodge plays it in the corner to Christopherson. Trying to work to the backhand there was Cargolo, but cannot quite get to it. Christopherson again. Plays it along to Hodge. He'll pinch in off the blue line. Comes all the way down. Good work there by Rochester. Sealing the zone once more. Hodge works to the backhand. Lays it on. Quick touch passes. Opens up to Cargolo again, who scored his first goal on the season yesterday against Bismarck Century. He'll be played down the ice. Clearing out much needed line change coming up for Fargo North.
Fargo North has been playing really disciplined on defense, though. I was watching that last play. They had one attacker putting pressure on, and the rest, all other 4 teammates were just locked in a box, keeping that middle locked down, making sure that pucks do not come in there, and forcing everything to the outside with bad shooting angles.
We'll turn and shoot, but nothing happening there as a lot of traffic in the zone. As they will bouncing puck will bounce all the way down for an icing.
Quick word from one of our sponsors, Farstead Oil. Contact Farstead Oil today to find out how their skilled team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, lubricant, mobile lubricants, and DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, and western Minnesota since 1938 and committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. Farstead Oil.
Great shoulder save there by Crockett. What could have been maybe the best opportunity on either side to put one on the scoreboard. The BNC National Bank scoreboard. Visit them on bnc.bank. Here comes North as they were on their heels defensively for the last couple of minutes. Now see if they can turn it in to some offense. Backhand opportunity to mine by Johnston. A nice look, though, for Connor Long, who's had a solid first period.
You talk to any goalie, and they'll tell you that the worst shot to block is the ones off of the back, the back of your blade, the back of your, kind of a back shot, if you will. Hard to read where it's going to come off, and a lot of players, if you can perfect that, it's an easy way to score goals.
Face-off won by North in their own zone. Haugo, who's had some really nice shots from the blue line, trying to produce that offense from the back end. It's another shot blocked off his stick. Connor Long can't clear. Allows Rochester to pressure. Snap shot by Cargolo. Okay, we talked about it. Sometimes you get one of those games where you get that first goal, and then they just kind of come in bunches. Johnson, a dangerous chance. Just gets it into the corner. Risky business there for the Rochester keeper. As it was Barch that was hot on pursuit. Played down the ice for an icing.
Another word from one of our sponsors, Ryan Family Dealership. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in Western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Thanks again to Ryan Family Dealerships.
Quick little whistle here. We'll now drop the puck. Rourke will win the draw. Erbly fires a shot. That's kicked away by Johnston. Running into it there is Terlicka. Bounces off of his skate. He'll continue to battle for it. Shoved over by Hughes. Slow roller down the ice. That's not going to make its way there. So it will not be an icing as Erbly shoved against the boards hard by Calora. Centering a feed, and Crockett's there. Just a slow, fluttery, butterfly kind of movement to the keeper there. So an easy save, but still a good opportunity for Rochester.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous spot. If he could have got a little bit more hold of that puck, could have been a different story there, you know. It wasn't really a defender around him either. Easy for that forward to put that right above his blocker or send that into the net.
Snapshot into the netting. Well, Austin, yesterday we saw pretty much almost every goalie wear a beanie or something of that. Not been the case today. We've had, I guess, 2.5 goalies that we'll say have went beanieless. We've got a Santa Claus one here today in Crockett. We saw a goalie earlier this morning have a beanie, but only lasted about 6 minutes, and he ripped that off. Didn't like how that one was kind of maybe draping over and negating the vision.
Yeah, I got to say Crockett's he's got the best one so far.
Yeah, Johnson on the other end, no beanie, just a plain helmet on his end. Quick attack, shoved aside by Crockett. One touch in advance, that's the goal. Here comes Olsen. Olsen just wide, second effort, rebound opportunity, wide of the net again for Doherty. They send it back and forth to each other. Doherty calms it down, plays it to the blue line. It is fed in by Holt. Back to the captain of Doherty. Doherty has it stuck into the ref's skates. Finds Holt, little turn and pass. Shot blocked. Holt near the circle. Over to Barch, makes a man miss. Now fires a shot as the seas kind of parted there as no one out in front. Everyone thought that shot was going to be taking place. Maybe just a step to the left, and that little move parted the seas there wide open, but easy for Johnson to get a hold of it.
Yeah, he had a clear sight of vision on that. With goalies as good as what we're seeing right now, getting in their way, I think that's going to be the challenge for both of these teams, is making sure that you're obstructing their view and just throwing pucks on net and see what happens.
That one, I'm not sure if that deflected out in front there or not, but either way, we stayed by North for now. North holding on to it. Schultz leaves it for Rourke. Tries to dangle his way through. Puck sent into on a dump-in chase. Rourke on hot pursuit, but Yank wins it. And will play it all the way down. And it will get across there slowly across the red line.
One difference I've seen today so far is the speed of the ice. It's a bit warmer today. While there are compressors here, you can just tell that things are a bit more controlled. Players are a bit more familiar with how the puck reacts on the ice. Really good playing conditions right now, but not near as bouncy and uncontrolled as yesterday's ice was.
Face-off one by Rochester. They'll quickly take it the opposite side. Hendrickson shoved against the boards. He's got Canfield with them. Those two cannot quite connect there, and it will be played back. Stay in favor of Rochester. Villarama, their leading point producer, had it for a second, but iced down by North.
Well, if you folks are counting, North Dakota is winning the Battle Border, as we're calling it, Battle of the Border, 3-2. We got plenty of other matchups coming up today. One more game after this, one more Minnesota game. So Rochester has a chance to tie up the series, if you will, and bring it down to the wire.
I mean, obviously nothing in line for it, but something us commentators can kind of talk about a little bit. Fun, though, to kind of see how North Dakota and Minnesota teams have matched up, and it's been definitely a fun pair of days to start the week. Right around the holiday season, nothing's better than some holiday hockey. Played off the boards. Sean Daniels able to buy some time for Holton to come away out of the pack with it. Puck just works on that blue line of finally shoved in the neutral zone. Just a reach out of the way there for Holton, and an icing comes down.
Yeah, you could tell Holton there. He would have been skating full speed, but was worried about that offsides call. That blue line would have been stretched just a couple more feet, I think, to the left of your guys' screen. He would have had a clear breakaway and a nice opportunity for him, but.
Well, 1 minute down, or 1 minute left in period number one. In our last game, Century was the kings of scoring in the last couple of minutes. They did that in 2 of the 3 periods. See if we see that here in this one, the last minute of the first. Hagen plays it across the boards. Hagen again doing a good job of trying to get this puck out of their own zone. Snapshot right away, catch and shoot for North. They're trying to tilt the ice in their favor, and they've done that here in the last couple of minutes. Played down and around by Olsen. Hagen helping his team. Jar that puck loose. Buy some time, 20 seconds remaining, and now here comes Rochester on the attack in the final 20. Daniels shoved off the puck. Will North have one last charge? Little up and under for Schultz. He continues to battle as he'll be hit the ice, and that might be doing it. Schultz, though, still working hard to the buzzer. But there it finally sings. And one more pass will end out period number one. And I believe if memory serves me right, it's the first time here in this entire jamboree that we have entered a period or closed out period one scoreless. 0-0 in the battle of the Spartans. Rochester Mayo 0. Fargo North 0. We head on over to the first intermission, brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center when we return.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready? Ready.
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
"17 minutes down, we're still scoreless. The Battle of the Spartans, Rochester, Mayo, Fargo North, 0-0 after the first period of play. And Austin back and forth. Puck possession pretty much even, but both teams still trying to find some rhythm. A lot of neutral zone play for these two teams.
Yeah, I think right now if you can start to control that neutral zone and start to apply that pressure slowly in, that's where you're going to start to see goals come. So whichever team can do that first is going to get on the board first.
Yeah, early on it was a lot of neutral zone play. Then you had Rochester Mayo that was able to tilt the ice in their favor for a little bit, get some nice chances, and then more neutral zone play. Then Fargo North was able to tilt the ice in their favor, get some nice chances on their end as well. But right now, scoreless, and goalies making some nice saves as well. Johnston on one end, Crocker on the other. Both have been perfect thus far.
Yeah, and they both have really similar play. Getting out of the crease, playing pucks up to defensemen and forwards. They've been a lot of fun to watch. That center head doesn't move too much, but maybe Johnston will come out of the locker room from break with a beanie on as well.
I guess we'll figure that out in the next 8 minutes when they come back out. But, I felt like, especially with Johnson, I've been impressed with because, on his end, a goalie that has been kind of the backup goalie for them this season. He's looked really good, though, making the start. I think this is his third or fourth start of the season. And then Crocker, he's been really solid all season long for Fargo North as their kind of go-to guy. And no different today. Cool, calm, and composed for Santa Crocker.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they've played lights out, and the score shows that 0-0. They've controlled the game, and they're the main story right now. Although there is a couple players that I think we want to highlight. Noah Hagan, the senior for Rochester, has looked unreal, moving the puck up the ice, helping his team out when moments, when they need it. It's been a lot of fun watching him out there. And then my favorite forward for Fargo has been Andrew Schultz, the sophomore. He's been electric out there, hounding pucks, relentless, getting in, playing the body. Both teams are playing really well. Much more to come.
Yeah, and for Andrew Schultz, I thought, especially that last shift for him, was very impressive. I think that last shift embodied what he brings to the table. I mean, played to the end of the whistle. There was, 10 seconds, 15 seconds left on the clock, and he was everywhere. He touched the puck almost in all four quarters of the ice the last 15 seconds of play. Great work there from him, and he's been a really fun player to watch. For Fargo North, I've really liked the Blue Liners, Connor Long, as well as Haugo. I think those two players have built that offense of knowing, hey, if we can get some traffic up front, I'll set the blue line. All we need to do, fire a shot. Those guys can try to clean it up for a goal. I thought those two of Long and Haugo have done a good job of trying to produce offense from the back line. And you see that sometimes with Rochester Mayo as well, of Hagen, Villarama, as well as Grayson Yank of trying to get some offense from that blue line. And that's kind of what it all kind of starts from. Exactly. Kind of the old school hockey of the blue liners just getting that puck in and letting the forwards try to clean it up in the crease.
Yeah, and I will say, too, the defensemen on both teams have amazing shots. I play defense, and those are not fun to block when they're just ripping slap shots after slap shot at you. You're getting bruises on your legs, but we've seen on both sides, players are not afraid. They're bought into their team's culture, bought in for their teammates, getting down on one knee, blocking those shots, trying to help their goaltenders out, having sticks in the right area, blocking the passing lanes and stuff. Yeah.
So we head into period number 2. It's going to be tied up 0-0, but before we head off, again, we got 2 more games coming up after this one. So once this one concludes, stay tuned. Brad Anderson going to be jumping on the horn as Marshall versus Fargo North-South. The Bruins going to be a lights-out girls contest there. One of the best teams in Minnesota taking on, right now, the best team in the state of North Dakota, toe-to-toe. That's going to be at 4 o'clock and 6:45 tonight. Will be a little EDC WDA matchup, West Fargo versus Minot United. So some great matchups. You're just joining us earlier today. Century defeated Marshall in the boys 6-1. But that's going to do it here for the first intermission on the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission Show. Period 2 coming your way in a scoreless hockey game. 0-0 between Rochester Mayo and Fargo North.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Period number 2 on our way in a scoreless 0-0 hockey game. The Spartans of Rochester, Mayo out of Minnesota, and the North Dakota host, Fargo North. Well, again, kind of the keys here to the second period. Trying to settle in a little bit, getting in that more puck possession. There's a lot of neutral zone battles and stuff like that, but both these two teams now kind of in that heavyweight bout, feeling each other out in period number 1, seeing what they can do now in this second round. Racing back is Haugo. He'll have that one taken away. His pass intercepted by Canfield, trying to jam it home. Canfield takes a little exception, delivers a shot to Haugo. And we got a penalty coming up. So it looks like a slashing call going to the box is Matthew Haugo, who's had a solid first period, but early on here in period 2, he'll be serving 2 minutes for Fargo North in the penalty box for slashing.
Yeah, this is a game where you do not want to give up many man advantages like this. It's going to be a tight game. So looks like some confusion on the ice. Try to make an illegal substitution. Levin called back to the ice for the face-off.
Yeah, they're trying to get a defenseman of Olsen out there, so I'm not sure if they've got 3 forwards and 1 defenseman out there because they were trying to make a substitution for a defenseman for a forward. That would be the only thing I could think of. Has a nice little play off the boards by Anger. Anger shorthanded, fires a shot. Oh, that one, a hard one. Hits into the boards hard and all the way down the ice. Don't matter if you're down a man, you can still produce some offense. That's what Anger does there.
Yeah, we saw it this morning. And
down the ice on the other end. Shot saved by Crockett. Another shot, that one wide of the net. Here in period number 2. Loose puck in front in the slot and will be sent down the ice. So far, it's been a solid penalty kill here for Fargo North, who's killed around 74% of their penalties this season. Stop and go. Seth Daniels, that one around the boards and all the way down and trying to get on the high horses. Hodge, he'll lose the race to the puck. Schultz, backhand, shorthand opportunity, and Schultz denied by Johnston.
What an effort there to get down the ice and try to beat that defenseman. Schultz has been so much fun to watch this game. Working hard for his teammates, and that was just a prime great showing of what we've been talking about all intermission. And
yeah, great opportunity, and there you saw it on your screen on the Ryan Family Dealership Instant Replay. But thanks out to Ryan Family Dealerships in Minot and Williston, because they're 5 locations. That one blocked up out front. And just a very solid penalty kill here for North, and arguably even that they've been down, they've had the better scoring chance in this last 2 minutes as well. And they'll continue. A man down. Adding in the pressure, Burkhart, though, will be called, I believe, on a trip. So not only are they down 1 man, they'll be down 2 for the next 13 seconds.
from my angle, it looked like he had just slipped on the ice, but his stick was in there. So I will say that ref had a much better angle of that from what we see up here, and definitely the right call there.
Yeah, anytime you see that puck kind of whack, kind of make that whacking movement, you kind of go, oh, well, you could have your case when a guy falls down.
Well, let's see if the goalmeister can do this.
So
Fokker will be put to the test here.
5-on-3 for the 10 seconds. We'll go 5-on-4. Haugo will be out of the box here, and they'll give him a little whack, and he's going to make a quick change. So one man freed up. Haugo will race. A little bit of confusion there that he thought he was supposed to go and sub out, and they said, no, you got to get over there. So now he does. Haugo's in the play. 5-on-4. Shot blocked and played down the ice by Elijah Enger, who has been a penalty-killing stud here in the second period. Sent along off the boards. Sean Daniels cannot seal the edge as that one ramps right over his stick into the neutral zone. Haugo will take a peek. Trying to send it in the direction of Schultz. It will eventually get it to him, and he'll try to play it down. Good stick work there by Hodge to keep it right there at mid-ice, and now he'll advance it. Hodge fires the shot, saved. Nice play there on a nice save for Crocker. Extension pass, Schultz right back to work. Schultz, wrap around, he's all tied up, cannot quite follow through. Hodge, Hardy's had one good look on the power play. He'll leave it back to Birch. Birch to Hodge. Gloved in by Crockett. Well, Austin, It's been almost 4 complete minutes of a power play for Rochester Mayo, but last 4 minutes, arguably, Fargo North has had the better scoring opportunities despite being a man down. What would you like to see in the last 20 seconds on the power play for Rochester?
Got to start getting shots on net. Get Crocker to move and get a dirty rebound goal. That's what I think the recipe is to get ahead here. Got to capitalize. You don't have these opportunities like this that often. Right there you can see it. Getting bodies in front of the net.
Villarama, he can put the puck in the back of the net. He has it at the blue line. Lays it on, a one-timer for Hendrickson. That's deflected up front. And back-to-back penalties successfully killed by Fargo North. Burkhart with some help of Herbal will send it down for an icing.
Right there, I think if I was a coach, I'd make sure to let him know he had room. You need players on the ice communicating, hey, you got ice, you know. Making sure that, I know it's a long shift, but establishing yourself in the zone there as a Fargo team definitely swings the momentum in your favor after killing off 4 minutes worth of penalties, but ultimately they chose to just reset and regroup.
Rochester Mayo around a 29% power play percentage mark on the season, but so far held off the scoreboard here in this one thus far. As Anger tries to power his way through. Deflects that one up front off a feed from Schultz. Anger has it lodged against the wall. He's got a pair of yellow jerseys all around him, but he is able to make the pass to Haugo. Low shot, not quite corralled by Johnston. They'll get a couple whacks at it, but Rochester will clear the zone.
It's one of the first shots on net that I think we've seen in a while where Johnston or Crocker let a rebound out and gave an opportunity for the other team to score.
Delayed penalty. It's going to be a tripping call on Henry Calora. But that's going to bring in an extra attacker for Fargo North. To bring it down the ice. Save by Johnston. Haugo loses it now and goes into the direction of Connor Long at the end of his shift, and he's just going to let Rochester win the race to it and bring out that power play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this power play here. You killed off 4 minutes worth of penalties. You've been putting the pressure on Rochester. Now's time, momentum-wise, where you want to score one, put one behind the net, and capitalize on this opportunity.
It has been a little bit tough sledding for the power play unit this season, just around 5% for Fargo North. But again, like you mentioned, they've got some momentum after their PK unit killing a pair of penalties back-to-back here in period number 2, seeing what the man advantage can do for them. Especially since they got some good looks when they were a man down. What can they do with a man up? As Erbley sails through. Nice work, coast to coast. He sneaks it through. What a goal. Erbley goes the distance and puts Fargo North up 1-0.
Amazing puck handling. Way to split the defense.
Just coast to coast, making it look easy on the man advantage. Holden Herbley will get it to go. 1-0 North. It took almost 24 minutes of game action. But it's the power play unit that gets it done for the Spartans out of Fargo. Trying to quickly answer back is Rochester.
In some of the games I've watched, Brock, or been a part of, when one team scores in a close competition like this, it puts a pressure right away on Rochester. And with how good these teams are playing, we might be looking at a shootout if Rochester can tie it back up.
Pushed into the corner. Centering feed, not quite there. Tamed down, quick shot. North now is playing high in the air, trying to get this puck out of the zone. Now on the one touch, and this one down the ice. So let's go take a look at that North goal. Has put them up on the board. On the instant replay, and there you go. Herbally gets it going. There's the celebration. And Austin, we haven't even, as the game so far, haven't seen a lot of big goal celebrations. That one might be one of the bigger ones we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Brock. Typically, you'll see these high schoolers get so fired up when they score. And
quickly down the other end. Oh, a big-time save for Crocker. As he gets it just off the stick, saving a shot against Canfield. Don't know how he got just a piece of the paddle on it, but he did. Canfield, centering attempt, not going to make its way to Birch. Birch now going to lay in a hit. Absorbing it well there, though, was Rourke. That one strikes the iron. I think it was more on the side of the iron there, but here comes another shot. Slapper from Hagen trying to clean it up just wide of the net. On Hendrickson on the cleanup crew. Hendrickson hits the dirt, a couple of slashes after the whistle.
should we take a look at this replay here, Brock?
Let's do it. Brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships.
Here's that sequence there. Shot. Crocker reaches, blocks that, and then the net comes off, it looks like.
Great look there for Crocker.
Yeah, that was a really good save.
Again, he was a late on the starting call. They thought they were going to potentially throw in Tate Grandy for the second straight game. But they decided to go, and last second, Crocker said, oh, I want to play in this one, and he gets the honors. He's been kind of that primary starter for them this year. And he's looked sharp in this one.
Yeah, and he's fighting to keep his team ahead in this competition.
That's what they're at right now, 1-0. Lead for North, 8:44 remaining. Jensen up to Calora. Calora works it to Hugh Seth. Back in the direction of Calora. It's going to be blocked in, though. Saved by Hodge. Hodge will lead up a couple of checks. Now he'll bring it in. The big body defenseman. Snapshot again from the blue line, and another save. Rochester getting their best attacks from their defensemen on offense. And we talked about that in the pregame show, though, too, with Villarama and Hagen being their top 2-point getters. Both of them are defensemen. And you've even seen it down the list as well from players like Yank and as well as Hodge, some younger defensemen that have also had some good looks today. Villarama, that one maybe just gets a piece there. Was Crocker. Either way, into the netting. Got a good crowd here for this one.
Yeah.
Wrapped around the boards.
Fire pits are all pretty full. Everyone's surrounding them, warming up. You can see some of the opposing players waiting for their chance play out here in the Lights Arena.
Sailing in is Rogney as he'll play it forward. Colton Holt now trying to exit the zone. Hagen lays it around. Villarama, snapshot from the blue line again. Plenty of traffic up front, and I think that's something that Fargo North has done really good, of knowing that Rochester's offense comes from the blue line, so you just got to block the shots. Help out Crocker any way possible, and that's what they've done so far, and it's gave them a 1-goal lead halfway through the contest.
Yeah, anything you can do to help your goalies out. Help the rest of your team. They're all getting down on one knee to try to block those shots, deflect them to the corners. And for the most part, they're playing a really reserved defense, keeping everything to the outside, only sending a guy after the puck in their own zone. Really spread out and good fundamentals.
Rochester has started to tilt the ice in their favor, but as we mentioned, just not getting maybe the looks that they want. Fargo North's defense doing exactly what they drew up probably pregame here today.
Yeah, everyone's playing super disciplined, playing their position. In the words of Bill Belichick, they're doing their job. Each one's doing just what they need to do out there, and they're having success on defense.
They'll play it on over to Gargolo. Gargolo shoved against the boards by Connor Long. Long plays it around. He'll exit out of the zone with it. Send it in, Crocker. Lays in the candy cane paddle. Will slow that puck down. Playing it forward is Doherty. Doherty leaves it over to Barch. Barch tries to get it back in the direction of Doherty. Doherty will fight to get it back. Barch backpedals. He examines where he wants to go with it. Feeds it down to Connor Long. As the defenseman now shoved into the corner by Hodges. He'll tilt down. A big tie-up and a collision. Allows Fargo North, though, to play it back down the ice. Oliver Birch. Nice little pass there. Easy shrug of the shoulders for Crocker. Pot out of the air. Daniels loses the puck. Crocker loses his stick and trips up his own teammate there. Not sure how he lost it, as he'll get the paddle back, and North going to have a chance. Doherty feed, backhand opportunity denied by Johnston. Playing it off his knees is Rourke. Halgo can't quite keep it in. Well, Rochester Mayo finds themselves down a goal, 5:34 remaining, but arguably guess we don't have the numbers, but puck possession-wise, they have definitely controlled it here in the second.
Yeah, time of possession in each offensive zone has been really even. It's hard to say who has the edge here competitively. If the score wasn't there, I think we'd still think that this was a one-score game or a 0-0 game the way they're playing.
Into the corner as Rourke will peel it out. Goes all the way out of the zone. Huseth, though, will make a man miss. Huseth. Nice dangles here. Backhand opportunity. No one home. Hodge going to try to join the play. Plays a little too aggressive as here comes Elijah Anger. He's got numbers. Centers a feed. Johnston denies as Huseth goes in to the cage. And he's going to quickly go to the bench there. Hopefully he's okay as he hit that net pretty hard.
I'm glad Johnston was out of the way there. I never want to see a goalie crashing into their head in the back of the net or anything unsafe like that. But it's like everyone's all right. Coaches are patting him down, checking, making sure he's all right, but I think he was more upset.
Probably didn't feel too good. I mean, on the bright side, probably feels better today than it would yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I don't think hitting iron at -3 would have felt good at all. But 30 degrees, maybe a little bit more bearable.
Yeah, the good thing is that there's plenty of snow and ice around for ice packs. So
one-time feed, Johnston keeps it out of the net. Another great save for Johnston. Let's take a look on the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. Nice one-timer right down Broadway for North. But Johnston again. This looks solid today. Keeps Mayo right in this game. Colin Holt Backhands that in the direction of Schultz. Schultz weaves through, leaves it on, shot fired, and another save for Johnston.
Schultz is so impressive. The way he cuts to the middle, makes that defenseman suck in. He has to cheat in to make sure that that middle is covered, and then Schultz is able to pass it out, giving his teammate room to make a move and take a shot.
Schultz, 2 goals, 3 assists on the season. And with the absence today with McComb out of the lineup, seen a lot more of Andrew Schultz. And deservingly so. He's looked really solid.
As a sophomore, too, he's out there laying the body, making hits.
Herbley, who has right now, it would be the game-winning goal, at least the go-ahead. And that one pushed aside. Herbley was the one that fired the shot, and he's going to actually go into the cage for 2 minutes, and he's going to be joined on a counterpart with Youssef. I didn't even see what happened there. Not sure if that was before the shot or what, but either way, offsetting penalties with just under 4 minutes remaining here in the second. Doherty does not quite win the draw. Pretty even there, but Halgo will seal the edge. Halgo again gives a couple good whacks at it. Doherty on hot pursuit. Doherty. Let's see if he can join the party there with the loose puck. Played almost out of the zone, but not quite by Ethan Daniels, and now they will. And they were offsetting penalties, so no one getting a man advantage. We'll stay 5-on-5. Big tie-up and a strong effort for Ethan Ness. Line change opens up some ice on the far side for Rochester. Quickly played in by Christopherson. Came down by Ethan Daniels. He'll race around almost 3 different North Spartans for playing into his offensive zone. Some active sticks will keep it in the zone for now. Barogny will play it in the neutral zone for a second before Crocker has to get out of his zone and leave it on for long. Rogny fakes going in, now goes to the outside, and he'll send it down for an icing as he was just a step behind the red line. So, hey, if you took one more stride, that would have not been an icing. But we will head it back down the ice. We've got some snowballs being thrown down here now, Austin, as some younger fans. Hey, they're having fun.
And we're about to get a dunk in the snow, looks like.
Maybe that one might have got caught in the screen as it was right there by the action. As Rourke now going to try to come in and try to whack this puck loose. But Rochester had the numbers advantage on the scrum, and they'll come away with the puck with it. Great A opportunity there for Hendrickson, denied by Crocker once more. Olsen feeds it to Rourke. Rourke's got wheels, shot is blocked. Coming from behind his hanger, he'll leave it on. Plenty of traffic, Rourke almost gets a deflection. Gonna go backhand and out, jumping out onto it. Oliver Birch, backhand into the back of the net. We've got a tie hockey game. Oliver Birch with the equalizer.
That was just what the doctor ordered if you're a Rochester fan.
So Oliver Birch on his 3rd goal of the season for Rochester Mayo. And that's kind of how these goals have come today. It has been the fast breaks. I mean, goals have not come easy with these two teams. 1-1 with a $1:45 in the second.
Yeah, that was a great move. Bringing it to your backhand and then just sending that right up top shelf. Goalie doesn't have a chance for that when you get him moving and then the butterfly position.
And we got the glass there on the far side that is come undone. They've had a little bit of issues in the night games yesterday. We didn't have any in our games. But since we have this time, we'll let them have some time, and let's take a look at that Oliver Birch goal here, Austin.
Alrighty, here it is.
Just jumped on it there. Able to put on the Jets, win the race to the puck, and be, like Mario Lammer says, opportunistic. That's what he was there, made the most of his opportunity. You don't get opportunities like that very often, so when you do, you got to make the most of them. And making this one a 1-1 hockey game. We're going to take a little bit of a break here let's take a quick break in the action as they will fix the glass. And when we come back, we'll close out the last $1.35 in period number 2.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Our initial reaction when we realized he had 2 broken bones was fear. Then once we realized and got a plan with Trinity and our doctor, a lot of comfort.
He told me that he can fix my arm, and he showed me a lot of stuff that he could do to help me.
Trinity Health Orthopedics is as good as you can find anywhere in the country. A lot of us take pride in that, and that's why we stay here and we keep doing what we do.
Trinity Health, making more possible.
And there you go. We come back from break, and the plexiglass magically restored back. Maybe not magically. Great work by Dave Wilson and his team on the ice crew, getting that glass repositioned back in, resealed, and we are good to go for the last $1.35 here in a tie 1-1 hockey game here in the second period. It's been a fun one here, Austin, and
it's been a blast.
18:35 left in this game to decide a winner. Face-off won by the visiting squad as Rochester sends it down the ice. Crocker out of the kitchen. Canfield will play it back over. Again, Fargo North, though, they've been able to get some nice fast break opportunities. And you can see when they're able to kind of sit back, block some shots, and then go out and use their speed to their advantage. Bang one through Hagen. Hagen tries to feed it on the Canfield. Opportunity, Crocker. A huge save for Crocker. As he takes a tumble, gets back up and makes another save. Great sequence. A pair of nice saves for the man in the Santa hat.
Yeah, he's got some speedy up downs. It doesn't allow much opportunity for some of these other teams to score on him.
Connor Long tries to go coast to coast just like Holton Ermely did for them earlier. That one flex back in.
Rochester's got to get some offense going here. Establish yourself in the zone. Get out of your own end. But it's been so back and forth, and Fargo is doing the same thing.
They would have a hooking call coming up against Fargo North. See who the guilty party is. I thought it was going to be Jack Barks, but it's going to be Matthew Halgo. His second penalty of the day, and it's going to be 2 for hooking.
Great opportunity for this Rochester team to maybe put one more in over this Fargo team. Although last power play they had, Fargo had plenty of opportunities of their own. Really exciting and fun power play, or penalty kill unit to watch.
Playing on the far side. For Hodge, he won't get a shot off. He'll be sent down the ice. Well, at the end of 1, it was 0-0. At the end of 2, 1-1. Hey, we've been tied pretty much the entirety of this one. It's been entertaining, to say the least. 34 minutes down. Still tied. We're headed into the last 17 to decide a winner. But before then, Sherman McCarr Center Intermission Show coming your way when we return here on the PSB Network and KVLY.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him was because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
As we welcome you back in the second intermission of the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission Show. 1-1 game, but before we talk about the game, big thanks out to what the logo you see there, Essentia Health. Couldn't do this, do the lights without them. I mean, a big partner here of this Winter Classic. So big shout out to Essentia Health. What a 2 days this has been, and we're only about a day and a half in. Still got, after this one, still got 2 more games. Brian Anderson will jump on the headset, call the last 2 games of the contest, as we will have a girls game, which I'm really looking forward to, Marshall versus Fargo North-South, and that's to be followed up by West Fargo versus Minot. Me and you, we've been talking about all weekend, or all week, the Battle of the Border. Well, if Rochester Mayo wins, comes all the way down to the last game, or at least the next game. Marshall, Fargo North out for girls to decide who it's the winner, the North Dakota or Minnesota side. If Fargo North wins this one, they put it away. North Dakota is for sure going to be the victors in that sense of our quote-unquote border battle. As again, right now sits 3-2 in favor of North Dakota. This win for North would seal it. Rochester would force the final game of that border battle to be the next game to decide the winner of it. But this one has been as even as you could probably get it. 1-1, but it was an early goal there on the end of, or not early, I would say, but in that second period there for Fargo North. They struck first on the goal on the day there from Erbely, and for him, he went coast to coast, made it look easy there on the power play. Coast to coast, untouched, buries it in, and then right there towards the end, Rochester gets it back. And just a nice breakaway opportunity for Oliver Birch, and buries it backhand. Makes this one 1-1, and we're all even at the end of 34 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a fun one for sure. Back and forth, back and forth. The goalies on each team are standing on top of their heads, playing lights out, moving the puck, using their stick. You can tell them that they're commanding the ice, calling out when there's a man back door. One thing, too, I think I'll give the edge defensively to the Fargo team. They just have so much discipline playing in their own end, and you can tell they're not fazed at all by having to block shots or getting trapped in their own end for a while. They just grind in, dig in, and grind in and get the puck out. It does seem to me, though, so far that Rochester has probably the better breakout when they get in their own end. They've got guys flying high and...
Yeah, and I think this is where it's going to come down to, because the first period, we thought it was dead even puck possession. Second period, I thought Rochester controlled that second period more in their own zone. If that continues on, if Fargo North wants to win, they're just going to have to get a breakaway opportunity or something of that nature. For Rochester, they need to get that power play going. It was, again, a little bit... I can't remember if that last goal was on the power play or not for them, but for Birch. But either way, they've had some opportunities that have just slipped by the wayside, and sometimes even when they are on the man advantage, it was Fargo North with a man down that had better chances. So Rochester's had more chances on the power play. They need to find a little bit more success and a little bit more fluidity on that power play unit.
Yeah, they had 4 minutes of continuous of power play, and there wasn't many opportunities that they saw. Like you had just stated, Fargo had way far and better opportunities there. So definitely something that the Rochester's coaches need to maybe focus on in the locker room as they're debriefing the period right now. Just hammer in. Here's your job. Here's what to do. Move the puck around. And hey, you're just playing pond hockey out here. This game, well, it matters for the border battle, as we're calling it. But, no, you're just having fun with your buddies out here. Make sure that maybe you can get a little bit more creative. Get that flow going so when you start to play some of your games that matter and that competition that matters, you have ironed out all the kinks in some of your special teams. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's games like this, they're good for confidence. They're also good for building chemistry, line chemistry. I mean, no better explanation than watching Century earlier today. I mean, seeing that line earlier of Hagerot, Astle, as well as Sparks. I mean, that's a line that was held scoreless much of the season, or at least maybe got a point here, a point there. But the way they came into play earlier this morning and scored, was it 3 or 4 of the 6 goals for Century? I mean, again, that chemistry and that chemistry and confidence kind of comes in these exhibition games. And, again, everything gets put aside. I know it's going to show in your record, but doesn't really do anything on point standings. So, again, just more for fun, but could help build for a nice run in the postseason.
Yeah, when I was playing high school out in Dickinson, we always did Winter Classic tournaments in South Dakota, Montana. And those games really defined us as a team. How we moved forward from those games, whether we won or lost, we really built team chemistry. You're in a long bus ride. You're hanging out with all your buddies, all your teammates. You learn a lot about the guys, and then you're with unfamiliar opponents, so you don't know what they're going to do. There's not a lot of film or preparation you can do other than, I guess, just building that team chemistry, like you said, Brock. So,
well, I think, like you mentioned, maybe there's not a lot of film, but maybe, there's not a lot of film when you get into the first period, but then you got the adjustments can be made for the periods 2, for periods 3, and you saw that in this game as well. I thought Rochester made the right adjustments to get a little bit more momentum on their side, a little bit more puck position on their side, coming in from period 1 to period 2. But for Fargo North, for them, hey, it's a tie game, and all it takes is one shot, and you're the victor. I don't know how this one's going to go. We were in that high-scoring game against Alexander and West Fargo Cheyenne. We thought, this third period's going to be absolutely explosive after it was already 5-4, I think, at the moment. And then no goal. I think just the empty netter at the end. This one, 1-1. Could we just get an offensive explosion in the third? Very well could. Or could come down to just one shot to bury it as well. I guess that will be remained to be seen here in the last 17 minutes. But let's take a 30-second break. We come back. Puck drop for period number 3. Rochester, Fargo North.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him was because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Welcome back to the Lights Arena. Quick, before we hit puck drop, we're going to hit and talk about the Aggie Foundation. Vote each week for the PSP Player Performance of the Week. Nominees will be posted on social media each Mondays, and winners will be announced on Thursdays. The Player Performance of the Week is sponsored in part by the Aggie Foundation. Learn more about their charitable work at theaggiefoundation.com.
Well, 2 periods down, 1 more to go. Fargo North, Rochester, Mayo, 17 minutes to decide the winner, and for Rochester, they will start with the man advantage. As we mentioned, seeing if that power play can get the gears grinding for the team out of Minnesota. A little tic-tac-toe passing as now Noah Hagen will try to advance the puck, tries to chip it off the board. Plays down the line, Leighton Olsen will cut it off and send that wibble-wobbling puck all the way down the ice.
Yeah, right here is where you want to slow it down, set it up, and enter the zone with confidence. And Rochester's just been struggling, I feel like, to get the puck into the zone with confidence. All 5 skaters on the same page. But
here's an opportunity. There's a nice save. Second chance, not going to make its way there. It was a blocked shot. Crocker trying to quickly get up to his feet as the puck goes all the way down the ice. Well, there was a prime chance for the go-ahead for Rochester. But as we mentioned before, a lot of blocked shots for Fargo North, and there's another one there. Hendrickson, he gets the edge. Henderson goes to the forehand. Saved by Crocker. Second effort, another save.
one thing that I was always taught with goalies and shots like that is they're always responsible for the first one. Anything that happens after that is on the rest of the team to make sure that the puck gets out of there. With Crocker, he takes it all on himself, gathers up those pucks. He gets make sure that he handles the first and the second rebounds as well.
Hugh Seth had a great opportunity on that second look, but somehow Crocker keeps it out of the back of the net. We stay 1-1 here in the third period. Played back around. Rochester Mayo with 22 seconds left on the man advantage. Hendrickson shoved against the boards, leaves it around. Will exit out of the neutral zone. Here comes Schultz, who's been that hard worker for Fargo North. He will pressure him down the ice, and that will help buy the time as Haugo out of the penalty box. He'll quickly jump into the bench as Woodcheck checks in. Woodcheck shuffled aside by Johnston. Woodcheck, here's an opportunity. Puck, or the net is ajar, and they will say no goal. They'll wave off the Burkhardt try.
Yeah, Johnston, you could see right there, he pushed off of that post, and the ice here is just a little too brittle, and posts aren't in there well enough. Here's a replay there.
Looks like we just missed it.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks.
Just a second too late on that one, but either way, a great opportunity for Burkhardt. But would have been a goal, and now, yeah, it would have been a goal, but again, one of those things where if you're in, I believe, was it NHL and college that they've now started looking into that, where if the puck is in a trajectory of crossing and not anything that would mattered there, it would still be a goal. But again, high school not the same, but it doesn't matter. Burkhardt robbed of a goal, and now he gets the goal. Just 5 seconds later, Fargo North on top.
I was about to say, it doesn't matter what the refs do, you got to respond, and Fargo North does that. Beautiful rebound shot by Burkhardt. Sitting that home, putting them up.
So Burkhardt has got the go-ahead. And just one of those things, too. I mean, you could see his disappointment after the net was ajar, but he right back in it mentally, settles back in, and just about, 5-10 seconds later, he nets it in again.
Exactly. There again, you see that Fargo defense that just super disciplined in their own end, making sure that pucks do not get to the middle, shutting down Rochester, helps them go back on the offensive as well.
Leighton Olsen going to be credited with an assist on the play. As North right back on it again, just trying to get the stick out on it as Doherty. Puck battles kept almost trying to play there forward behind the back by Gargolo. And he scored his first goal yesterday in the loss to Century. Gargolo can't quite tame that one down. A little up and under there by Anger, and he'll get laid out. Big time hit by Hagen. Hagen with a picture-perfect check. Shows some physicality, but North starting to tilt the offense in their favor after the Burkhardt goal to go ahead here late. We're early on in the third period, but late in the contest, and they'll continue to keep it firing. Schultz almost deflects that one up the top of the cage, just high and wide.
I don't think we can say Schultz enough. He's just been an animal out there. True workhorse all over the field, or the ice, excuse me. Working hard, making sure he's in the right spot. He's going to get a goal eventually. I just know it.
Komrzinski now trying to jam his way over. Aim down, and Schultz will backhand that one to Anger. Here comes Rourke. He gets kind of tripped up. Schultz might right beyond cue, but no, saved by Johnston. Johnston covers up the 5-hole with the glove from behind.
Let's see if we can get that on replay here.
Brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. Well, Austin, I thought you had it right on the cue there. You said Schultz was bound to score. And almost he did. But somehow Johnson keeps out of the cage here on the other end. Rochester. A center feed to Oliver Birch. He's got their lone goal. Seeing if he can get his second to even this one up. Played off the boards. Down and around. Leighton Olsen plays it back. Finds Trelica. North will exit out, play it off the boards, and Skylar Burkhardt, who's got the And if it would stand, the game-winning goal with 12:01 remaining. Tries to beat out the icing, cannot quite get there in time.
Yeah, Rochester's looking to kind of regroup and generate some offense here. They need to figure out a way to get the Fargo North's defense to kind of break up a little bit, get them out of position, get them to move, and then find a way to put that a puck behind the red line there.
Yeah, just trying to open up a very condensed North squad right now in their own zone. They're playing a very simplified defense, but they're blocking a lot of shots, and now they'll break out of the zone. Jack March has that one poked away and sent down the ice by Ethan Daniels. Rogney looks over his shoulder as he will carry the puck all the way down the ice before being poked loose again by Daniels. Daniels loses an edge. Cargolo will have the whistle put on him, and that's going to be an offsides.
Big shout out and thanks to B&C National Bank. Your life is busy. We'll make managing your money easy. With locations in North Dakota and Arizona, visit B&C Bank online, bncbank.bank.
BNC National Bank brings you again the scoreboard, 2-1 on it. 11:22 remaining in period number 3. Fargo North leads as Schultz from the red dot. That one just wide. Flutters off. I think we got a little bit of deflection. Crocker going to come out of the cage for it. And he'll put the glove on it as Spartan on the other end tracking down on it. 11 minutes left in this one.
Well, the Battle of the Spartans has been quite entertaining, to say the least. Still a lot of hockey left. Still an opportunity for Rochester to tie it up. Potentially send us into overtime if no one else can put another puck in.
Schultz can't quite win the race. Played quickly there by Huseth and out of play. Huseth was one of 3 players that tied their first point on the season yesterday for this team out of Rochester. Huseth, Holton, as well as Gargolo get their first points on the campaign. Played back, stopped by Huseth. Tries to chip it around. Haugo doing a good job of denying it and trying to play it forward to Anger. Rochester did a really good job puck possession-wise in period number 2. Seeing if they can do that here late in period number 3 to get some chances for the equalizer. They were behind in the second period 1-0 before getting a late goal at the end of the second. Tied up 1-1. So they have played from behind already in this contest. Not unfamiliar territory. Face-off going to be issued right by the Fargo North bench. In the neutral zone, give the win to Rochester, but it's North that will come out of the puck with it. Chipped in by Burkhart. Hanging on his high horse. Backhands it over. Nice quick touch pass is open up for Cargolo. He'll avoid a check, but loses the puck in the process. Connor Long able to get the extension. Down the ice will be an icing and bring it down right to left across your screen. Less than 10 minutes remaining. Next on the slate for these two teams, Fargo North will take a couple of days off. They'll be back in action. They've got a tough one on January 6th. They got the Rough Riders of Grand Forks Red River. For Rochester, Mayo, again, already had Century yesterday, 6-1 loss, and close out their North Dakota schedule here against Fargo North today. Played around the boards, leaving it in for Hugh Seth. Tried to seal the edge, could not quite, but he'll try to enter back in. He's pestered all around by Barch. Barch, strong forecheck, trying to get it back. Candy Cane tape will stop that one there and play it around. Good deflection there by Ness, and Ness has made the most of his opportunities. He's been a great grindy forward here today for North. Dip seat angle there for Barch. Barch showing his stick handling, leaves it on, now he gets it back. Barch makes a man miss. Leaves it in, a clapper wide. Schultz is there for another opportunity, not quite going to be on the trajectory to get there. Barch with a strong shift. Finds it onto Schultz. Looked in the center for the captain of Doherty. Doherty gets a deflecting again up front. Deflection off the shot of Olsen.
What a shift by Barch there. Working off of bringing that puck down low, cycling it down to his teammates, taking hits. Excellent shift by him. Another one of those players that's really similar to Stilts. Working the puck, just a small, shifty guy that can move the puck well, knows where his teammates are. Fun to watch.
Deflection off of Schultz has another opportunity off of Rogne's shot. Some good second chance efforts there on the rebound, but just could not quite make this a 2-goal game. Rourke enters in with numbers. He'll just try a slapper, didn't get all of it. Enger also had a tough look there on a tough angle.
Another thing that makes this Fargo North team so dangerous is everyone's ability to go up the ice and score. You saw the defenseman there. Oh,
Schultz to Rourke. Rourke fires a shot and buries it. The alternate captain puts Fargo North up 3-1 with 7:59 remaining in the third. Let's take a look on the instant replay brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. Visit their 5 locations in Williston and in Minot. Great look there. And for Rourke, one of their leading point producer, getting his 4th goal on the season, his 13th point. And that one gives a little insurance for the team out of the Fargo area. So Rourke will...
Big hit center ice there. Rochester starting to use the body to impose their will, trying to get back and fight their way back into this game. You can tell some teams kind of late, when you get behind like this late in the game, you start to use your body a bit more and try to generate some offense, get the guys on the bench fired up and say, hey, we're still in this. There's still plenty of time left. Trying to fight to get back in.
So 3-1, give on the lead to Fargo North. You know, the first period was pretty much dead even. Second period was dead even score-wise, but might have gave the advantage momentum-wise to Rochester. But this third period has been controlled by Fargo North.
Yeah, the adjustments that Fargo North made over the intermission break has been pretty excellent. They've been able to dominate this period, keeping things, controlling that neutral zone, and keeping the pressure on Rochester here.
Crocker was repossessioning his defenseman. Got to give a little tap there to Long just to move just a little bit over to the right. Pergolo leaves it back behind. He wants a little give and go, not going to get it. Kicked forward and out of the zone, and now they've trying to push it up to Barch. Won't make its way there. He was already off and running. He was a mile down the ice. Puck did not quite make his way over to the proper destination. Pergolo going to send one to the moon as that went all the way down and out of play.
Good thing that one was going the other way. My car is parked on the close side, so no need to worry for me over here.
That one over, almost gets in again to the car garage. That was probably one of the better chances of doing it. Had the proper angle, but everyone's car is safe, so don't need to call the insurance yet, but here's a shot trying to be jammed home, and eventually it is. Rochester fighting hard to stay in this game, and they get the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, they got Crocker to move a little bit. He fell back and just couldn't get back up, and they were able to pop it up over him and get within 1 point of tying up this game.
It's John Karminski that gets the last little poke at it. A relentless effort. Karminski's his fifth goal in 10 games, so about a goal every other game there for Karminski. And he has kept the visitors in reach here as we continue on. Right in striking distance. 6:07 remaining. As Rochester gets one back, can they get a second? Norton is trying to close out this one with a pair of wins on the week. Being victorious against Mandan 4-1 yesterday. And Rochester see if they can sneak out a win before their trip back home. After falling to Century yesterday, 6-1. What a weekend there for the Century Patriots out of Bismarck. 2 6-1 victories this weekend against Rochester, Mayo, and Marshall, respectively. As Olsen makes not one, but two men miss, and Olsen tries to center a feed, not going to make its way to Doherty. Doherty wants it again. Doherty, point blank, and it's another save for Johnston.
Olsen's ability to create space for his teammates has definitely led to some great opportunities for this North team. He's great with the puck, great with his hands, and you can see it right there how he made two people miss, fed it out front, in front of traffic, and gave them a great opportunity to try to extend their lead.
Yeah, Olsen's got a goal and assist on the season. That goal came in the last game against the North Dakota team, West Fargo, just last week. And the win for Fargo North over West Fargo as Rourke has got a goal already. Schultz, he is shoved all the way around the boards. Big time hit there for Hodge. Hodge definitely has the size advantage to Schultz, and he's letting him know it. Played out the board, hot pursuit on the end for Hendrickson. Quick little touch pass right on it is Schultz. Quickly getting into the opposite zone. Schultz denied by Johnson. Second effort for Anger, not quite there. Anger scoops it up. After being denied on his shot attempt, tries to leave it back for Agni. Hendrickson wins the race. Shoved against the boards by Erbley, who scored the opening goal. Did a Holden Erbley. Started us off 1-0 Fargo North. Or being 1-1 and then eventually 3-1. Now 3-2 where it sits with under 4 minutes remaining. Rourke loses it from behind. It'll stop and go from Ness. Rourke keeps it home. Eustace there. Stender, nice work out of the zone. Gargolo gets the body laid into him there by Connor Long, as Long not letting Gargolo get past him. Helping out his goalie as Crocker didn't have to face a shot in that go-ahead.
I don't know if it's just me, Brock, but this Fargo North team looks like they're starting to run out of legs a little bit. They're, with how fast-paced this game has been and how much skating has been from back and forth, everyone's starting to look a little bit more tired. I think that's where we're going to start to see a bit more mistakes out of this North team. But they've been continuing to kind of dominate on defense and keep everything to the outside, making it hard for Rochester to tie it back up again.
Hagan, his advance pass, not going to make the area he's going for, so he'll be taken up by Long. Long, smooth skating. Long takes it coast to coast, backhand denied by Johnston. These defensemen for Fargo North, they put on quite the skating show here in this one. A couple coast-to-coast efforts. The latest right there for Connor Long. Right on the brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. A timeout going to be taken. I think this is a perfect timeout for Rochester Mayo.
Yeah, we're getting into that almost 2-minute area where do you pull the goalie or do you leave him in? What a big choice for the coach, big choice for the team. And it seems like they're probably preparing for that, making sure everyone's rested, scripting out a play, and then forcing it into the other end.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you like it or not, you got to make the call of when to pull the goalie, if to pull the goalie. Easier sometimes said when you're the day after, the Monday morning quarterback type stuff there of kind of analyzing it. But big call here for Rochester Mayo. How about you, Austin? You got 2:33 on the board. When would you call to pull the goalie?
Well, I would probably call it under a minute 30. If you're able to establish good zone and neutral zone offensive control and control that neutral zone, put another man in there. We've already seen what can happen when Fargo's defense collapses. You get Crocker moving a little bit. There's an opportunity there to score, but Johnston has played head over heels today, making tons of saves, controlling his rebounds, and Fargo's got keep the pressure on, make sure that if they want to win this game, they got to make sure they keep the pressure on, keep it in this end, and don't allow Rochester to make that decision.
Face-off one. Haugo, snap shot there just off the mitten at Johnston. Hands by Villarama. He can't quite get it out of the zone. Daniels has to go back and fetch it. Little pump fake there for Huseth, buys him some time. Huseth goes from one end to the other, but loses the puck in the process. He'll try to win it back as he runs right into the bench of Fargo North. Extension pass, finds it Christopherson. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Played off the boards, and we will have a stoppage of play. So last 2 minutes, and now the puck will be an offensive zone draw for Mayo, but they will stay in the net with Johnston.
I think if you're Mayo, you want to try to win this faceoff here, control it for a good 10 seconds before making that decision.
Extension on over to Burkhart. That one high and wide. Like to see the Fargo North still being aggressive, trying to not leaning back and allowing Mayo just to control it in their offensive zone, getting on the pursuit.
That's exactly right. Fargo North is still hungry for another goal, and they've been putting the pressure on. It's great to see that they're not allowing Mayo to have that opportunity to pull the goalie and go up on the man advantage. Everyone's playing real smart. It's not chippy or anything. Definitely do not want to go get a penalty in a situation like this.
Johnston, he'll tame that one down for Huseth. Huseth almost overskated. Now we'll play it back to where he came from. Touch pass in the direction of Hendrickson. Hendrickson's got some speed. He catches the stanchion there awkwardly. Glad he's okay. Goalie is pulled, so Johnston out of the cage. Right at the time, though, it's Rourke. Has an opportunity to get down the ice. He's kept away from it for now. 60 seconds on the board, still needing one. Rourke, shot blocked, is jumping in the way. Well, it was Sean Daniels. If Rochester can find a way to score, that shot blocked by Daniels could be the play of the game. Hendrickson looks over the shoulder with 40 seconds. Finds Huseth on the other end. Huseth on the red line. Along the boards, same down. Hagen. Shot wide. Huseth there. Huseth trying to keep this puck in the offensive zone. Got a scrum. Valuable seconds ticking down. They continue to run down. 18 seconds now. Pushed it off by Olsen. Less than 10 down the ice. We've got an icing in the last 9 seconds of opportunity for Rochester.
Yeah, you're going to want to load up in front of the goalie and hope to draw it out to the center ice defenseman there and try to get a one-timer or a nice shot on net and then slam it home with a dirty goal.
They use their timeout. They've got the extra attacker. Noah Hagen taking a huge face-off draw. He's a defenseman, but they're using him as a center role. And he will get tagged on it, so he will not take the face-off. They will win it. North will clear it down. And that is not going to quite do it. They get a friendly icing. Oh, man, Rochester going to get one more chance at it. What a lucky icing call. Somehow gets enough momentum to get down the length of the ice.
Hey, where else would you rather be on Christmas break? Playing pond hockey at the lights, goalie pulled down to the wire.
Rochester jamming up the slot. Cannot quite win the faceoff, in Fargo North will hold on to the win. We'll have a little scrum afterwards as Fargo North will be victorious once this gets settled out. 3-2 in what was a relatively not physical game. We'll have a physical end to the contest. But Fargo North will win this one 3-2. They will advance on over to 6-3 on the campaign. Rochester Mayo will drop to 3-7 as we will take a break. And when we come back, the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show when we return.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him was because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you.
There's the victorious Fargo North Spartans. Quite the battle. Spartan v. Spartan came down to the very end, but it's the Spartans out of Fargo North picking up the win over Rochester Mayo. Final score 3-2. I'm Brock Widener, joining you into the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show. Brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. I'm joined alongside me, Austin Rotz. Well, Austin, quite the entertaining matchup. A lot of back-and-forth play. Period number one, pretty much dead even as you made it. It was a scoreless first period. Puck possession was pretty even as well. Second period, both teams net a goal, but thought Rochester controlled the zone a little better. Period number three, though, it was Fargo North taking it over, goes up 2 goals, 3-1. Rochester knew they had to try to get one back. Just get 2 back. They got 1 back, could not quite get the other one. Right there at the end, just good work there by Fargo North of just pinning the puck against the boards, doing anything you can do to juice out that clock. That's what they did, and they did it perfectly there at the end, sealing in a 3-2 victory for Fargo North.
Yeah, out of most of the games we'd watched too, I'd say this one was the tamest when it comes to body contact. Both teams came out here to compete, and neither one of them had too much dominance over the other. Fargo's defense was the story. Everyone was disciplined in their own end. No one panicked. They got the puck out, broke it out where they needed to when an opportunity came. And as you said earlier, the story for Mayo could not put together a special teams team put the puck in. They had multiple opportunities to 4-minute continuous power play and just could not figure out a way to put the puck in net. And Fargo, across the board, really good performance.
Yeah, taking a look at the goal scorers. Taking a look at first goal scoring on over for Fargo North. Holden early got the first one. He went coast to coast on it. Skylar Burkhart ended up getting the second one to go up 2-1. And then the quote-unquote game winner going to go to Peyton Rourke for those 3 goals for Fargo North. Then on the other end for Rochester Mayo, Oliver Benz, as well as John Karmazinski were the goal scorers there for the team out of Minnesota, out of Rochester. Again, back and forth contest. 3-2 is a very fun matchup, but now it's time to give us the Sports Clips MVP. A lot of great candidates in this one, but big thanks out to Sports Clips for bringing us the MVP of the contest.
Sports Clips brings you the MVP of this matchup. Sports Clips is the home of the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience at Sports Clips. Tonight's Sports Clips game MVP is...
Gotta go with the goaltender out of Fargo
Exactly.
North. It is going to Dominic Crocker, and you had some intel from their coaching staff. There's a chance he wasn't even going to play today. Was not feeling the greatest this morning. Hey, he said, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do what I got to do and power through it. Credit it to him because not only did he power through it, he comes away with a win, looked really solid in that contest, and allows Fargo North to go 2-0 on the weekend, jump to 6-3 on the season. And Crocker, in a game that maybe he wasn't feeling the greatest in, found a way to pull out a win over a Rochester team that had a lot of power play opportunities, as well as a lot of puck possession there in the second period. But Crocker, almost perfect here today.
Yeah, Crocker, he looked amazing. He set the tone right away. After we got the word that he was starting, he came out of the starting lineups and made an entrance, and then playing the puck with his stick, very versatile, making his poke checks when he needed. There was plays, too, where he was on his back, making saves. Just a lights-out performance across the board from him. And this game very well could have been a lot closer with some of the saves that Crocker made if he had not made those or if someone else was in net. So, well-deserved for him, and I hope he enjoys the rest of his winter break.
Yeah, solid performance there for him, as it's going to be a 3-2 win for Fargo North. And that is going to be the end of the second game. Earlier today, Century defeated Marshall 6-1. And now we got 2 more games on the docket here today. Austin, tell us what's coming up now here on the PSV Network and KVLY.
Up next, we got Brad Anderson calling the Marshall versus Fargo North-South game. Should be a good girls matchup. This one Brock and I are most excited for today. And then after that, to conclude the day, we got Fargo West versus Minot. So the WDA versus the EDC. Very good matchup there. Be maybe a little sneak peek at what we're seeing in the state tournament.
Could potentially be there on the 6:45 game. And again, we were kind of, saying, oh, it's the battle for the border. 7 different games that it featured a Minnesota school on one end and North Dakota school on the other. Well, regardless of the outcome of this game here, it looks like North Dakota going to get the better end of it. Both teams were 2-2 yesterday, but North Dakota getting 2 early wins this morning, kind of putting it out of reach. But really fun to watch these teams from Minnesota, eastern part of the state that we're not used to seeing here in those last 2 days. And now excited to maybe go warm up a little bit, even though it's not as cold as yesterday, but get some food and enjoy the rest of the action.
Yeah, I think I might go over and get an ice cream cone.
So I don't know about that, Austin, but thanks for joining in the booth. Did a great job for their first 4 games in the commentary booth, so great job. Thank you for helping me out here, PSV Network, and that's going to do it for myself, Brock Widener, and when we come back, Brand Anderson on the call for the girls' game. Marshall taking on Fargo North-South, one of the best teams in Minnesota, taking on the top dogs in the state of North Dakota when we return.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
At Schatz Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak, or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Espvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esfold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Welcome back to the Lights in West Fargo, the West Fargo Winter Classic. Presented to you by Essentia Health and all our great sponsors on the PSP Network on KVOY 11.4 in the Red River Valley. We're glad you were with us for this one, and it feels great. It feels almost tropical compared to what we had yesterday. 34 degrees, a little bit of a wind from the northwest, but it is tolerable to say the least. It is downright comfortable here in West Fargo. Great matchup here. The girls matchup, really maybe one of the highlight matchups of the day of the 4 outside here at the Lights. The Marshall Tigers are 13-4. They've played 17 games already. They're about 2/3 of their way done with their regular season schedule. They were impressive yesterday in a 5-0 win over the West Fargo Packers, or West Fargo United yesterday, as they get set to take on the North-South Spruans, who are 6-0. Right now, the top of the North Dakota girls hockey standings. Marshall, number 11 in the Class A girls hockey rankings in Minnesota. They're 13-4, went to the state tournament last year in Class A. They placed 6th after losing in their section final, Section 3A, the year prior, and looking to repeat and get back to the Twin Cities for the state girls tournament in less than 2 months. It'll be the 3rd weekend of February down in the Twin Cities. The Spruans at 6-0. They have given up just 5 goals in 6 games so far. They have been a standout squad. You look at Bismarck High and the Bismarck High and Bismarck Legacy. Co-op should be strong again, and the Spruans have been dominant so far here in the early season, as they have gone 6-0 to this point. As so far, looking at their games so far, they have been pretty stout so far. Their next game coming up, they'll face Minot United on Friday night, but they 19% power play rate. They're outscoring their opponents 29-5. Olivia Rodar and Nat has been solid, giving up just 5 goals. Her goals against average is under 1, and they're led by Kenley Fisher. Fisher has 2 hat tricks on the year. Those came early in the season, November 25th against West Fargo United and December 5th against Legacy Bismarck. Mara Nelson, 10 points as well. She has goals in 5 of the 6 games so far for the North-South Spruans. And it's a team that's not chock full of seniors. They have 4 seniors, and you look at Marshall, a team with a ton of talent, and they are not senior dominated. Just 2, as a matter of fact, is Avery Kestelut, who had assists yesterday on 3 of the goals, and Abby Foley, one of the high-scoring targets for the Marshall Tigers. have fully 34 points on the year. Brooklyn Mauk is the leading goal scorer in girls hockey in Minnesota. 64 points, 41 goals, 23 assists so far in the season. She gets plenty of help from Peyton DeMuth, and they were both on display yesterday as the Marshall Tigers took care of West Fargo United. Got a goal in the opening period late in the first. Even strength goal from Nora Holmgren from Elsie Deutz and Brielle Felton-Krogh to make it 1-0. And then Brooklyn Mauk was on display. She had goals nearly 4 minutes apart in the second period, even strength goals at 5:09 and 8:52 that upped the Tiger lead to 3-0. Added her third for the hat trick. A little over 2 minutes into the third, Kestelut assisted on that, and then Peyton DeMuth got into the scoring as Peyton DeMuth scoring to make it a 5-0 game. Picked up her 15th goal of the year. She has 32 points, so they've got some gaudy numbers due to the Marshall Tigers on the season. Marshall has scored 95 goals in 17 games, 5.6 goals per game. They have 4 shutouts on the year, including back-to-back shutouts with a 13-0 dismantling of Windham, Minnesota before the holidays, and the 5-0 shutout over a very good West Fargo United team. That was yesterday to start things here at the Lights in West Fargo. It is about 30 degrees warmer right now than it was yesterday, roughly. Temperatures around 34, and we'll stay, looks like the forecast suggesting that upper 20s to low 30s will stay for high temperatures for a good chunk of the rest of the game, rest of the games, I should say. One final game here outside tonight. Minot United, top team of the WDA, will face the West Fargo Packers, fresh off a 3-2 win over River Lakes last night. Your pregame report presented to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years of the Lundins taking care of people, because local actually matters. Not to mention, since oil change is a stay in your car, a drive-through oil change typically performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and Bismarck. See Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Marshall and North-South, there you see the records. Pretty gaudy records for both these teams. Should be a fun matchup here at the Lights as the opening face-off coming up here in about 10 to 12 minutes. We're back with more of our pregame report on KVOI 11.4 and coming up here on the PSP Network.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him was because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Estvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Estvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Big thanks to Essentia Health making this event possible and making our coverage of the West Fargo Winter Classic possible. Here on the PSP Network, KVOY 11.4 in the Red River Valley. Brad Anderson with you as we continue on with our Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The North South Bruins of the Marshall Tigers coming up here in a showdown as Bismarck Century defeating the Marshall boys earlier today, and a good one with Fargo North and Rochester Mayo. And the Northsiders come away with a 3-2 win. Really a tight game throughout. Right now in the North Dakota girls varsity standings, north-south at 6-0, 18 points. They are essentially tied point-wise with Bismarck Century. They have the edge. They have a game in hand on the Patriots, who are 6-1 in statewide play. Legacy Bismarck, defending state champs, at 5-2. Davies 3-2 with a pair of overtime wins. West Fargo United 4-3. They're 4-3 in statewide play. Grand Forks, the Knight Riders 4-2. Then Mandan, Jamestown, Minot United, Dickinson, Devils Lake, and Williston finishing off the field there. Marshall has done a good job. Well, they played a lot of games, 17 games so far in the season. So that's the thing that probably sticks out, is just the disparity of the number of games that the Tigers have played. They start their girls hockey season. Their first game was November 6th, so they're probably a couple of weeks ahead of North-South in the North Dakota schools in that regard. But they have done a good job in stepping out of their region, out of their conference play. They play in the Big South Conference, which features schools like New Ulm, Laverne, Fairmount, among others, down in the southwest and south central portion of Minnesota. But they hosted a Thanksgiving tournament, beat Shakopee and Hutchinson. They went into the Twin Cities, faced Westaka. Southwest Christian, a state-ranked team in Blake, lost 1-goal games to both of those teams, 3-2 and 2-1, and then at a conference game with Minnesota River, and that was a 3-2 loss. They lost 3 games in a row in the span of 7 days right before Christmas, December 13th, 19th, and 20th, all 1-goal losses, and one went to overtime. But even though those are losses, you've proven you can play with some really good competition in the state of Minnesota's and kind of geographically, Marshall, you're going to have to travel a little bit to maybe get some games and get some, little stronger competition. You're probably going to be Marshall's 2.5, 3 hours from the Twin Cities, and they've been able to do that and have gotten back here and making the trip up to the Red River Valley here in a good performance with a 5-0 win over West Fargo. They're averaging 5.6 goals per game. They're giving up 1.18 goals per game on the average. Their goaltenders have been stout. Lily Stelter comes in at 10-4, goals against average of 1.34, and Haley Kirchner has been her backup, 3-0. Has given up just one goal in playing about 153 minutes altogether, but her goals against average under 1. So when you're getting good offensive production like that, it does take a little bit of the pressure off the goaltenders. You've got a little bit of margin for error here, but they'll face a north-south team that is averaging 29, or they've scored 29 goals. They're averaging just a hair under 5 goals per game. So our pregame report, locally owned oil change headquarters. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change in Minot and Bismarck. 25 years of the Lundins, taking care of people. Local actually matters. Not to mention, this oil change is a stay in your car. They drive through oil change typically performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and Bismarck. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Today's game brought to you by Minot State University. The best way to predict your future is to create it. With over 100 areas of study at Minot State, you'll earn the degree for the career that you desire. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU, those grads get jobs, period. Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you. We'll come back with the starting laps and the opening face-off on this one. From the lights, it's the West Fargo Winter Classic. Girls hockey on stage here this afternoon. It's north-south, the Bruins and the Marshall Tigers after this on KVOY and the PSP Network.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors, your plan, your future, your team.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Starters being introduced right now. First for the Marshall Tigers. The Tigers will go on defense with Avery Kestelut. Well, at 21, Ava Colander, a junior. Peyton DeMuth be starting at 1 forward for Marshall. Abby Foley, one of the 2 seniors on this Marshall roster, as Foley, solid contributor. Foley, 6 goals, 28 assists. And Brooklyn Mauk leads the state of Minnesota in goals, 41 goals, 64 points. As in net, they'll go to Lily Stelter, a junior. We mentioned Stelter's numbers, 10 and 4. Goals against average of 1.34. Save percentage just under 93%. She has 4 shutouts on the season, including yesterday a 5-0 blanking of West Fargo United. As the North-South Spruans starters to be introduced right now. Spruans at 6-0, including wins over West Fargo United and Legacy Bismarck earlier in the season. They come in at 6-0 on the season, tops among the dozen teams of girls hockey statewide in the state of North Dakota. Jada Purdy will start on defense, with Kenley Fisher on defense, a senior. Lauren Turstrup will start at 1 forward for North-South. The Spruans, 7 points in the year. Along with Mara Nelson, number 15. Nelson, second in the Spruans in scoring, 6 goals, 4 assists. Brooklyn Woodard also at forward, one of the seniors for North-South. Woodard, 2 assists on the season. Jenna Kurtz will get the start in net here for the North-South Spruans, as Kurtz, a sophomore, make her first appearance of the season. Olivia Rodar, who's in the starting goaltender, a couple of shutouts and 94% save percentage. It'll be Kurtz that gets the call in net today for North-South. Here you see the both teams and good crowd assembled, and again, it's much more tolerable weather today, 34 degrees, the game time temp. So definitely you're about a 30 degree, it feels like 22, that wind has turned around to the northwest, but you know, we're set up here, we're set up kind of on the west end of the lights from our broadcast location. That is, we've got a little bit of shelter from the wind, but it definitely very comfortable. No doubt about that. So looking forward to this matchup. Both these teams have proven they can put up some pretty good offensive numbers. As we headed to get this one underway, and looking forward to see this high-scoring line for the Marshall Tigers. Woodard will take the draw for North-South against Brooklyn Mauk, and this one is underway. It's handled by Ava Colander, and North-South gets a turnover right away as got a whistle and a stoppage. Offside will be called, and it will lead to a face-off just outside the North-South offensive zone. Off the draw, Tegan Gunderson on the draw for North-South as the Spruans work in neutral ice as Gunderson comes across the line. Quick shot, and that one sails wide. Wide of Lily Stelter as North-South looking to play it back behind their net. One power play opportunity for Marshall yesterday against West Fargo United. Poke checked off the stick. Looked like of Mauk, and it was. Brooklyn Mauk trying to turn up ice. Gunderson comes wide. He's a center, nobody home. Went off the stick of Mauk and almost forced Stelter to make a play on that. Behind the net, it's handled there by Mara Nelson. Nelson laterals off to the corner. Puck deflected, and that goes up and out of play. Opening minute of play. Scoreless on the BNC Bank scoreboard. BNC National Bank, your life is busy. We'll make managing your money easy. Locations in North Dakota and Arizona. Go to BNC Bank online. That is bnc.bank. North-South wins the draw. So they'll try to work in the offensive zone. Pass errant. They try to connect with Elsie Deutz for Nora Holmgren. Holmgren a goal yesterday. Started the scoring against West Fargo United. Puck goes back behind the net as Jenna Kurtz making her season appearance between the pipes here for North-South as Tigers come back to play it. With Lucianne Pearson. Comes here near side Holmgren. She's tied up. A couple of skaters each side trying to battle for that puck. And the Tigers with Elsie Deutz coming away with it. Trying to clear the zone. It can. Intercepted there by North-South is trying to work her way in the slot before she got cut off. There was Macy Gunderson. Back comes North-South with it again as they'll come across the line with it. Good skating, McKenna Keelan. Keelan behind the net, looking for a little bit of help. It's North-South getting to a line change. It goes for Elise Cooper, now near side. Battle forward there, Brenna Dahl. Dahl taken off the puck. Handled well there as Brooklyn Mount gets away with it for Marshall. Here come the Tigers. Abby Foley across the line. Foley guided over to the boards, lost the puck. Trying to get it back in the corner. Down she goes and taken away there by Paige Rorick for the Spruans. We'll send it the length of the ice and will be an icing. So 14:49 to play here in the opening period. Fargo North boys beat Rochester Mayo. Game prior to this one 3-2. Our hockey coverage brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. No other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Call Dylan at 222-2155 to make sure your furnace is ready for the winter months ahead. 222-2155. Loose puck at the blue line, handled there by North-South. The Spruans back the other way with it. Following this game this evening, it'll be West Fargo and Minot United boys. There's a shot kick to side there. Marshall going to put a little pressure on. Loose puck as it comes back to Colander. Now right circle with it. Henrik Fiedel looking for Mauk. Broken up as Peyton DeMuth trying to find Mauk. DeMuth will get it back to the end boards. Trying to work her way behind the net. She gets sent down, pops back up. Marshall keeps the offensive pressure on. This play goes to the corner and taken away by Paige Rorick for the North-South Spruans. Loose puck rolls slowly through neutral ice. Claimed by the Tigers. Line change for North-South is able to get that line change and don't have to get beat. It really did not get beat in transition. Quickly getting to that change as back comes Jada Purdy as that's sent towards the goal. Kicked aside by Stelter. Puck comes near side here for the Tigers as they're able to clear the zone. Back to neutral ice. Kenley Fisher leads North-South in points. 9 goals, 4 assists. There's a chance there and she'll score. Had an open path, and from the high slot, buries it. 3:35 into the opening period. North-South takes a 1-0 lead. Boy, a terrific play there. Get a second look on the Ryan Family Dealership replay there as comes Fisher again, fires a shot, and save made. But you see Fisher there, just an open path, is able to get that goal to make it a 1-0 advantage, and quite quickly attack with another shot. We'll get the remainder of the scoring on that, see if they did attach an assist on that. Puck thrown in front, comes back to the high slot, shot save made by Stelter, and the Tigers able to clear it out. Here comes Marshall with Mauk. Of course, they're going to have a radar, a target on her the entire afternoon with 40-plus goals so far. Scoring on that, Kenley Fisher unassisted at 3:35 to give North-South an early 1-0 advantage. Puck back through neutral ice as Spruans will change. And a chance to change there is his handle there as Abby Foley trying to send it out of the neutral zone and lost a blade and down she went. Tigers at their blue line. Pearson Chased there by Morgan Richards of the Spruans. Puck comes along the near side. And they will start up ice with Nora Holmgren. Holmgren, just a 9th grader for Marshall. And the Spruans at neutral ice. Pass just out of the reach of Brenna Dahl. Dahl looking for her first point of the year and handled there by Marshall. Dahl after it. Nice job to take the puck away. Trying to get set up in the offensive zone. Dahl trying to drop it in front as they had a skater and Tegan Gunderson camped in front. Play comes here to the near side. Gunderson battles for it off a few sticks and skates. Now Gunderson tries to reverse field. Back to the blue line and poked away. Coming back in defense to grab it on the run. Paige Rorick was just kind of watching the play from afar and able to get that puck quickly in the offensive zone. They try that breakout pass, is handled there by Felton Krogh. Krogh down the far side, sophomore for Marshall. Taken off the play as the puck swiped away by north-south. Cleared but not out. Shot deflected. Tried to throw it on net to David Colander. Handled there at neutral ice as finally grabbed by Mauk. She says, "This is mine, thank you." Mauk. And gets cut off as she guided right in front of the north-south bench, just trying to take that angle away and kind of force her to the boards. Gunderson comes away with it down the near side for the Spruans. Throws it on net and a save made. Just trying to throw a puck on net. Lily Stelter comes up with a save. 10:51 to play. His second look at that on the Ryan Family Dealership replay. Kind of see that scrum, and then all of a sudden Gunderson coming free and able to come wide and throw that puck on net. Off the face-off. Cross ice connects with Demuth. Now they've got Mauk. Mauk with a chance. Mauk shoots, glove save, and they prevent a rebound. Jenna Kurtz tested and won round one there. Boy, they were able to get Mauk out in space with all kinds of room, and Kurtz said, "Not this time." And able to prevent a rebound as well. One, you make the save, and you prevent that second opportunity, and they certainly did there. Off the draw, Elsie Deutsch taking the draw for the Tigers, but one of the best goal scorers in Minnesota just got access denied there. 1-0 north-south is here about nearly 7 minutes into this opening period. Game 3 of the day. Game 7 here outdoors at the Lights. There's plenty of hockey next door at the West Fargo Arena, part of this West Fargo Winter Classic, and Mother Nature was good to us today. We deserve a reprieve, and it doesn't sound like it's going to last long. Pearson comes across the line. Pearson lost the puck. She was met over there by north-south and Fisher. Fisher's goal early, about 3.5 minutes in. The only scoring as the Spruans come in at 6-0. And again, Marshall's played 17 games. Season started the first week in November, the first weekend in November, as they'll throw one on goal from neutral ice. Again, sometimes you throw a puck on net, you just never know at this level. Sometimes take strange bounces, caroms. Play goes right in front of the Spruan bench, back to neutral ice. Kestelud, 3 assists yesterday for Avery Kestelud, who has 7 assists on the season for the Marshall Tigers. There's Mauk. They've got her bottled up on the far sidewall. Demuth was trying to grab that puck and advance it into the offensive zone, unable to do so. Tegan Gunderson. Gunderson skates in. Shot, save made, and he prevents a rebound. So Gunderson again, been a playmaker here early. Take a peek at that Ryan Family Dealership replay. And it starts with a bottled up Mauk over in the far corner. And again, Gunderson with some room to work, able to fire that shot. Off the draw, north-south will handle it. They went back to the point. Macy Gunderson, they throw it in front. Shot and a save made. And they'll hang on. This replay is brought to you by the Ryan Family Dealerships. For half a century, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. 8:55 to play. Glad you're with us, whether you're via the PSP network or here in the Red River Valley and KVOI 11.4. From the Lights, the West Fargo Winter Classic. Off the face-off, Marshall wins the draw. Tigers with 13 wins, 23 a year ago, 6th place in the Class A state tournament. They lost to Warroad in the opening round at state last year, 4-0. Then beat Fergus Falls in the consolation round in overtime. The Otters were the Section 6 champs, 3-2 in overtime down to the Twin Cities, and lost the consolation title to Proctor Hermantown 2-1. Tegan Gunderson takes the draw for North-South. It's handled by the Tigers. They'll look to break out with it with Felton Krogh. Krogh looks to send it in. Trying to find Mauk, or check that Nora Holmgren there. Thrown in front, nobody home for the orange and black clad Tigers. They'll get the puck back, trying to re-enter the zone with Elsie Deutz. Getting tied up there was Felton Krogh. Battle for it far side, cleared out to center by the Spruans, right onto the stick of Colander from neutral ice. Fires, kicked aside by Jenna Kurtz. Kurtz making the start today, her first appearance of the year for North-South. Deacon Gunderson trying to handle the pocket, a turnover. There's Mauk. Mauk gets set down. It's going to be a penalty coming. They score anyway. On the delayed penalty call, DeMuth fires and scores. They had a delayed penalty coming as they sent down Mauk and didn't need it. Even at 1, Peyton DeMuth, the sophomore. There you see Mauk going down, and delayed penalty call, and Peyton DeMuth says, "Phooey, we'll just take care of it from here." Her 16th goal of the year, and that will not the game up here at 1 apiece. So even at 1, good response by the Tigers as they didn't trail yesterday. That goal they gave up earlier, they had 2 straight shutouts. They were at least 105 minutes or so of scoreless hockey, if not a little bit longer. Loose puck is swiped away there. Unassisted goal for DeMuth. So both goals unassisted. Fisher, nice job to poke check that away by Abby Foley. Looks like they've tried to keep an eye on Mauk. I'm sure it's kind of the same way for Marshall. Kind of got Fisher targeted. Over in the far corner, Pearson trying to throw it to the right circle. Elsie Deutz trying to find a cutting Mauk, who check that Holmgren was cut through to the slot. Play comes to the near corners. We are nearly 10 minutes into this opening half. Or opening period, I should say. Loose puck scooped up on the corner by Deutz for the Tigers. And North-South comes away with it. Feed to center. Off the skate of Jaden Eggert. Trying to chase it down as the play went into the corner. Pass comes through center, intercepted. Paige Rorick. And off her skate into the zone is trying to set up. Forward check here with North-South. It will come back from the red line and throw it on goal. From center, Lily Stelter forced to make a play on it. She will hang on. And we're even at 1 apiece. Well, haven't had any power plays yet, but when we do, power play opportunities presented by Serve Pro, 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup restoration. That's Serve Pro. Who's far side? There comes Mauk with it. Could be 2-on-1 if Marshall hustles. There's Mauk. Pass connects. There's a shot fired wide. Missing the net was Abby Foley, but Anthony Mauk, or Brooklyn Mauk, getting that started. Back to Colander at the point. Fires a shot wide. Missed the net. Mauk trying to chase it down. Puck battle there with North-South's Morgan Richards. More skaters join in. Mauk comes away with it. Taken off the play. Nicely done by Paige Rorick. Kind of forced her to the end boards. Mauk near corner. Try to center in front. Nobody home to get it. But good puck work there by the Tigers. They'll maintain the zone. Colander does. Loose puck. Reaching forward on the Spruans and able to relieve a little bit of pressure. Doing the honors there, Brenna Dahl, icing the call. 5:29 to go in the opening period here from the Lights. On time today is we're about 90 minutes behind schedule. That final game last night didn't get going until after 8 o'clock. And nice win for the West Fargo boys. The Packers beat River Lakes 3-2. Off the face-off. Sharp angle shot. Save made. Kurtz was there. Another bouncing puck in front. Cleared out by Tegan Gunderson. Gunderson ahead of the field. Chase from behind is trying to come wide. She's met over there by Pearson. We'll come back to the point. A shot deflected and didn't get quite to the goal. McKenna Keelan trying to at least throw it on net, but didn't quite get to the end target. Dumped in by Marshall. Tigers will start up on a change as north-south long pass did not connect. Turnover. Emerson DeMuth comes away with a loose puck. Tried to center it for Peyton DeMuth. Intercepted by north-south. Loose. Mount tried to grab it on the run, and Peyton DeMuth. Long feed for Mount. Tries a return feed for DeMuth. She gets tripped up, and there's a penalty. So tripping called as Marshall will get their second power play of the 2 days here at the Lights. They were 0 for 1 on the man advantage yesterday. So tripping call is north-south. Looked like Brenda Dahl is headed in on the trip at, actually, correction number 8, Jaden Eggert. 12:27 on the penalty and a power play opportunity here for the Tigers in a 1-1 game. Foley in the corner. Now for Kestelut. Turns it for Foley off her stick. Retrieves. Near side for Mauk. Now Kestelut again. 3 assists yesterday. Shot did not get through traffic. Blocked into the body of Kenley Fisher. Now Kestelut again. Tied up in the corner. Taken off the puck. Now Mauk comes back to the blue line. Try to return feed. Little give and go back to Mauk. And north-south able to clear it. And all the way down, 1:22 to go on the man advantage. They've not picked up a shot on goal as of yet, as north-south successfully able to change up on the penalty kill. Colander looked to cycle. Now Mauk comes up high. They came up high trying to force her out of the zone. Lauren Terstrup tried to do so. And cleared again. Loose puck. And is trying to get an opportunity. They will shorthanded. Backhand and they score! Mara Nelson shorthanded. They get a shorty and the lead at 2-1. Nelson's 7th of the year. Able to win that. Appeared to go to the backhand and score on that. And the Spruans grab the lead at 2-1. 2-1 your score as they get a shorthanded goal. That is their 4th shorty of the year. And Nelson's first shorthanded goal. McKenna Keelan, Fisher, and Tegan Gunderson also a shorthanded goal. Shot blocked, still 40 to go. On the man advantage. Will be at least one assist on that goal here for north-south. So the Spruans grab a 2-1 lead. Still 30 to go on the man advantage. We'll have another penalty coming as it's going to be another tripping call as Marshall tried to take off with it. Elsie Deutz got tripped up and going to lead to 5-on-3 here for 28 seconds. The tripping call there against the Spruans. The goal shorthanded. Mara Nelson from Lauren Terstrup and Jada Purdy at 13:29 to give north-south a 2-1 advantage. Brenna Dahl 2 minutes on a trip at 14 minutes, so they are 5-on-3 for now 20 seconds, and they got a quick clear. That's huge. So Marshall will have the power play not quite to the end of the period, but up until about the final minute. Skater went down, is trying to come from behind. A little contact there by Brooklyn Woodard. Here's Mauk. Mauk, she gets dropped, quickly pops back up. Loose puck, and a chance to clear it. Now back to neutral ice. It is back to 5-on-4 now. They've killed off one penalty and got a shorty in the process. Nice job to poke check that away by north-south. Doing the honors there was Jada Purdy. Loose, some contact there at neutral ice. Mauk picks it up for the Tigers. Oh, a nice move. Works her way. And she'll score. She buried it. Power play goal. Brooklyn Mauk with the equalizer to make it 2-2. Her 42nd goal of the year. The power play goal at 14:48. We'll get a second look in that Ryan Family Dealership replay. Well, that move she made, boom, right there. And not much Jenna Kurtz was going to be able to do with that. So they get the power play goal after surrendering a shorthanded earlier to even things up. 2-2 game. So Brooklyn Mount gets the goal. Loose puck. Here's a shot. Save made. Cleared aside. Long rebound there on the shot attempt from Jada Purdy. Loose puck comes back to the point. Kept in. Able to keep it in with her skate was Kenley Fisher. Now north-south. Shot push just wide. Puck comes near side. Over there battling for it. Jaden Eggert for the Spruans. Kept into the point. There's a shot from Purdy. And save made there. Able to hang on Lily Stelter. Minute 35 to go here in the period. And a 2-2 game. Well, both these teams averaging that 5 to 6 goal range. At power play goal, Brooklyn Mock from Lucianne Pearson at 14:48, the equalizer. Goal number 42 on the season for Brooklyn Mock, and we're back to even here at 2. Good period. Now Mock behind the net with it as penalty boxes are clear. Under 90 to go here in the opening period. Comes to Mock at center. Glides down the left wing boards past one skater. Cuts in front. Shot. And in for a goal. Jenna Kurtz might have got a piece of that, but it ends up in the back of the net. And Mock answers with another goal. This one at 15:40. 2 goals, less than a minute apart. And the lead of the Tigers now at 3-2. She was able to come wide. There you see her cut to the circle and score. So a 3-2 Tigers advantage now. So second for Mount, 5th here in the last 2 games. So Mount picks up the goal. Here's a shot, kicked aside there is shot there from Nora Holmgren. They announced that unassisted. Traffic in front. Puck gets jabbed over to the corner as north-south. Now a 3-2 game. Thinking to try and tie it here in quickly as they work into the offensive zone. Bottom of the circle as Brenda Dahl trying to drop it to the bottom of the circle and handled there by the Tigers. And Emerson DeMuth. DeMuth gets around one skater. And from her knees able to put one on goal. Shot kicked aside by a sprawling Jenna Kurtz. And north-south again, under 30 to play here. And it's been a wide-open first period. Pass did not connect as the Tigers will keep possession. Emerson DeMuth, they on a real strong D-to-D feed. From the corner, Kenley Fisher for north-south. Puck comes free, and here come the Tigers again. DeMuth fires a shot, blocked. Comes to the near corner. Final seconds tick away here in this opening 17 minutes. Mauk looking for one more scoring chance and ran out of time, but Brooklyn Mauk, 2 goals in less than a minute. The scoring on that go-ahead goal for the Tigers, Mauk unassisted at 15:40. Those 2 goals for the Tigers, courtesy of Mauk, coming 52 seconds apart. And already lead change here in the opening 17 minutes of play. As we'll get to the full first period summary and the intermission report coming up here in just a moment. Is your intermission report brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. Visit them online, charbonneaumotors.com. Entertaining first period here at the Winter Classic in West Fargo. At the lights, after 1, it is Marshall 3, North-South 2. We'll get into the intermission report here in just a few moments on KVOI 11.4 and on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
That was a fun 17 minutes of hockey as update our score there. 3-2. Actually 3-2 in favor of Marshall. We'll get that updated for you. 3-2 your score here in this one as we are at the intermission break here, as our intermission report is presented to you by Charbonneau Car Center. We know the drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, and Williston, along with Glendive, Montana. Work hard, play hard, need a car that can keep up. That's why we choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. So 3-2 game right now. As 3-2 your score here in the intermission report here in our our first intermission, I should say, is really, again, a very entertaining 17 minutes. As take a look at the first period numbers here. As shots on goal, each team had 11. 11 shots on goal as far as the goaltender numbers. Lily Stelter, 9 saves. Jenna Kurtz, her first start of the season with 8. And that last goal that Marshall got from Mauk, it looked like she got a glove on it, and then she kind of looked, and all of a sudden it was gone. As it is a 3-2 score here, and it flipped the score around. Marshall leads north-south 3-2 as get to the penalties in that opening period. 3 on north-south. McKenna Keeland on a minor at 9 minutes, and then Jaden Eggert tripping call at 12:27, and then actually I think that first penalty should have been Jaden Eggert, I believe. Eggert on the tripping call, and then Brenna Dahl on a tripping at 14 minutes. They did get a shorthanded goal out of that stretch and able to eventually got a shorthanded goal to take a 2-1 lead, but Brooklyn Mauk able to answer and quickly. Scoring in that first period, Kenley Fisher, even strength goal, 3:35. Fisher, her 10th of the year, gave the Spruans a 1-0 lead, but Marshall able to respond on moments after a delayed penalty call Peyton DeMuth able to fire from the right circle and score, beating Kurtz. 9 minutes to make it a 1-1 game. North-south, shorthanded Marin Nelson from Lauren Turstrup and Jada Purdy. Nelson's first shorthanded goal of the year, the fourth for North-south, as Nelson from Turstrup and Purdy. Turstrup gets her 5th assist, 8th point. Jada Purdy, her 9th assist, team leading, and 10 points for her in the season. 2-1 North-south. Then Brooklyn Mark, a power play goal at 14:48 from Lucianne Pearson, tied it at 2, and then an even strength goal less than a minute later. 3-2, Marshall with the advantage. We'll continue with more of our halftime report after this on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
From the lights in West Fargo, as resurfacing taking place, we're We're in the first intermission, Marshall 3, North South 2. As the Tigers 13-4, they've played a lot of hockey. As they can play, I think, roughly around 24 to 26 games, I believe, roughly in the. But they have played a hot. They started the regular season on November 6th and 7th, couple of shutout wins over Wilmer and Fergus Falls, both 7-0 blankings of the Cardinals and the Otters. So November 6th, we're December 30th today. So do my math here. That's 54 days. They played 17 games in 54 days. So that's about one every 3 days, and it's a lot of hockey. They will start their postseason in early February. State tournament third weekend in February down in the Twin Cities in Marshall. 23-5-2 last year. They were the Section 3A champs, beat Laverne after they had lost to the Laverne Cardinals the previous year in the section finals. And you like to see that with programs that are kind of on the up and up, making progress, and kind of like to see that progression where they maybe get to the postseason and win a game or two and kind of knock on the door of their goal of winning a section title and getting to a state tournament. And then you try to make it to that next progression, that next step, get to state. They did, won a game, and then you got to try and get back there. It's one thing to get to the top or close to the top of the heap. It's another thing to stay there. And Marshall, certainly with some great young talent, just two seniors with Kestelud and Abby Foley, and they have key contributors on this squad. And that's been on display here the first couple of games, but with the firepower they have, led by Brooklyn Malk and Peyton DeMuth, among others. Meantime, for North-South, we saw them get that shorthanded goal, and they certainly have some firepower of their own. And without their top goaltender, Olivia Rodar, 6-0 coming into play, not playing today. Jenna Kurtz in net, and it's kind of a baptism by fire. Made a splendid save earlier, denying Malk, and gave up, I think probably the last goal she gave up, probably a little bit frustrating for her, as it looked like she got a piece of it, but found its way into the back of the net. One came off a delayed penalty, and then that power play goal as well. And that really kind of changed things, as shorthanded goals can be momentum boosters for a squad, and that certainly felt that way when North-South got the shorthanded goal to make it a 2-1 game, but they were able to respond and score quickly as they did, as Brooklyn Mock scoring the power play goal at 14:48 and then getting one back for the 3-2 advantage. Shots on goal 11 apiece. And Marshall 1 of 2 on the man advantage, 1 of 3 so far in their last couple of days of play here outdoors at the Lights. So Marshall leads 3-2. Checking some other scores from today. Fargo North here at the Lights, 3-2 winner over Rochester Mayo. East Grand Forks beat Fargo Davies 5-4. That was up in East Grand Forks today. Got tournament down in Fergus Falls as well going on. And checking some other scores today. And we mentioned girls hockey. Just looking on the North Dakota side. Look at some other scores from today. Haven't gotten a final. Shields Arena at Fargo Davies and East Grand Forks playing on the girls side as well today as well. Look at some basketball as well. For you folks in the PSP network, you've got the Mandan Holiday Tournament going on today. And you've got some regular season action here in the eastern side of the state. Boys hoops, Kindred beat Mayport CG 75-51. Central Cass over Langdon Area Munich 80-62 as well. Just getting into that holiday tournament play, and had some regular season games kind of nestled in this holiday break as well. Marshall leads North-South 3-2, as I think just getting an extra moment to kind of complete the resurfacing, get the ice to kind of settle a little bit. Obviously much warmer conditions. Ice going to be probably a little bit of a different condition as you see North-South coming out for the second period of play. So we'll pause, we'll break for 60 seconds, come back with the second period here from the Lights. 3-2 Marshall on the PSP network.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Getting ready for the second period. Marshall with a 3-2 advantage. So we get ready for period number 2, and we'll see. We get some end-to-end action once more here as they did a pretty good job early on, did the Spruans, in trying to keep Mauk, especially at times kind of keeping her away from the middle of the ice, but it only lasted for so long as the Tigers win the draw. Lights are on here at the Lights in West Fargo for the West Fargo Winter Classic. North-south, and work the puck out of their defensive end as Marshall trying to establish things offensively early. Kenley Fisher there, again, plays defense, but really an offensive-minded defenseman. Fisher with the shove sends down Abby Foley. DeMuth sends it back to the point, and I think, did the net come off? Yeah, looks like it did. Like the net came off the pegs, and it'll halt things. 16:31 to play. It is 3-2. Off the draw, comes to the point, shot, fired wide, missed the net from Kestelut. Puck back in front, traffic in front, and able to hang on there. It's kind of traffic in front there as Kestelut able to throw one on net. As look at it on the Ryan Family Dealership power play as puck came, kind of some active end boards there as it came back in front off the face-off. Kenley Fisher behind the net for the Spruans as they will start back the other way with it. It's carried in by Tegan Gunderson. Gunderson retrieves the puck, circles back to the left circle. Fisher a drive and tipped home. Thrown in front and tipped in for a goal to tie it up at 3. Or are they going to wave it off? Yep, the goal waved off. I think, or they have not put it on the board as of yet. Yeah, the goal was waved off on opportunity there as they threw it in front. Looked like it got tipped in front. I wonder if skater might have been to the crease perhaps. Deutz will take the draw for Marshall as North-South wins the face-off, and they'll quickly kind of work it from neutral ice. McKenna Keelan has it taken away as back comes Marshall. They'll dump it in. Puck ends up wide of Jenna Kurtz. That net nearly came off the pegs again as over near side Emma Ness for North-South. The Tigers will chase it down with Elsie Deutz. Deutz showing off the speed back to neutral ice, and the Spruans will fire it back in. Here come the Tigers as Owen poked away. Nice job to poke that free. Brooklyn Woodard for North-South as puck will go all the way down. Marshall will start up on a change. Pearson lost it. The shot pushed wide as Brenda Dahl had an opportunity between the circles. Couldn't get a clean shot off. There's a shot kicked aside. Kicked aside there from Stelter, so that no goal denying the Spruans a chance to even the game. Had a couple of late changes each way. 2 goals from Mauk less than a minute apart late in the period. In the first, giving Marshall the lead at 3-2. And he tipped over. Skater went down there. That was Kenley Fisher. Brenda Dahl now for North-South. Deflected in front off a skate. Traffic in front poked away by the Tigers. And there to claim it is Abby Foley, but quickly met by Brenna Dahl. Behind the net it goes for Emerson DeMuth. Here come the Tigers with it. Down the left wing boards trying to get to it, and an opportunity in front, trying to just poke it in front. Shot home for Mauk, deflected and kicked aside. Thrown on goal to the goaltender's right from Foley, and it puck ended up right in front, and Mauk trying to jam one home and got denied. So some traffic on Jenna Kurtz, and she did a fine job there. Centering feed, nobody home. Now they'll fire a shot and wide. Not a badly placed shot there from Paige Rorick, just trying to get that shot through traffic. Looked like to the goaltender's left, but just missed the net. Comes north-south with it again. Shot, save made. Sliding save by Lily Stelter. Like Mara Nelson with a shot attempt there, and we'll halt things with 13:47 to play in the second. Tonight's game brought to you by Farstead Oil. Contact Farstead Oil today. Find out how their skilled sales team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, mobile lubricants, and DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, and western Minnesota. Since 1938, they're committed to outstanding customer service. Shot there to save made by Stelter. That's Farstead Oil, committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. So right off the draw, 9 saves in that opening period for Lily Stelter. Goals against average under 1.5 coming into play. I would say this afternoon, it is almost 5 o'clock, but it feels like evening as not a lot of daylight this time of year. Lights on here at the Lights in West Fargo. Icing will be called here with 13:28 to go. Still 3-2 Marshall. Marshall boys falling to Bismarck Century earlier today, and was the first game here at the Lights. Minot United and West Fargo boys will wrap things up, set for roughly about 6:45. There's a shot from Fisher, save, and able to prevent a rebound on that was Stelter. It's right off the draw there. Fisher, a good opportunity. And able to just throw that puck on net. Off the face-off, puck battle the corner, won by the Spruans, has been able to set up pretty consistent offensive zone time. Fisher back into the zone, fires, trying to go upstairs and miss the net. Foley trying to come away with it for Marshall, but puck kind of hemmed in at the half wall there by north-south, and puck will come near side. Peyton DeMuth with it for the Tigers. Got Mauk set up and neutralized. They find her. Here comes Mauk. Left circle to the forehand and scores. She's got a hat trick, and the Tigers have a 2-goal lead. It's 4-2 Marshall. She was able to get to the forehand and buried it. Her third straight goal, that's now 44 on the season. Three unanswered, all courtesy of one Brooklyn Mauk, and Marshall leads 4-2. North-south trying to answer. Deflected in front, all kinds of traffic in front. They throw it in front, deflected as Brooklyn Mauk gets the hat trick, her second straight hat trick in as many days. Puck comes to center and handled there by Kenley Fisher. Fisher dumped in and a north-south skater kind of trying to get to the bench. She's kind of down on her knees, just trying to crawl over and back to the bench. Ava Colander plays it now for the Tigers as come to the blue line. And shot fired and steered aside. Back behind the net by Lily Stelter. Here come the Tigers as north-south able to change up a couple of skaters on the back end as puck comes near side here for Marshall. Deflected out over there. It's Brielle, Felton, Krogh. They've run for the most part 2 lines and a little bit of a third have the Tigers. Puck comes free as back to play it. Macy Gunderson for the Spruans. So now a 2-goal lead for Marshall. and really were able to pull away in the second yesterday against West Fargo United. Got the lead to 3-0 after 2. Puck deflected. Now it's really a situation here where North-South's going to have to probably get the next goal if they can. Puck taken away. There's a shot. Stelter the save, denying M&S. Ness gets it back behind the net. They set up traffic in front. They set Eggert in front, trying to get it to Eggert, but the pass broken up by the Tigers. At the half wall and finally claimed by Brooklyn Mauk, and Tigers will try and break out offensively, but taken back by North-South, handled there by Brooklyn Woodard. Dumped in deep. Emerson Hager trying to get there first. Pass off the back of the goal, tried to center, but got a piece of the back of the net. DeMuth with it, fires a shot, and a glove save. Jenna Kurtz picks up the save there, and we'll pause with 10:44 to play here in period number 2. Scoring in that last goal for Marshall, Brooklyn Mauk from Abby Foley and Peyton DeMuth. So DeMuth has a goal and an assist and a hat trick for Brooklyn Mauk. And a power play goal in 2, 5-on-5, 4-2 Tigers. Puck the length of the ice and claimed to the far corner. Emerson DeMuth has it. Turnover taken away as they try to center in front. Pass did not connect with Lauren Turstrup. Gunderson there. They hold the zone. Turstrup tried to throw it on goal. Never got there. Got cut off. Taken away by Emerson DeMuth. Fisher. Just kind of looking for a lane, either the pass or take off. Didn't pull the trigger on the pass. They work it towards the high slot. Poke checked away. Now Gunderson, nice move. Shot, scores! Tegan Gunderson answers back. Boy, excellent stick handling there, and look like beat Stelter short side on that. It's a 1-goal game again at 4-3. Goal comes at 7:01 of the second. And the Spruans, we talked about, probably needed to get the next goal. Message received. So Gunderson will get the goal on that. Loose puck. So Morgan Richards picks up the assist, her second and her third point. Tegan Gunderson's 7th goal of the year. She and Mara Nelson tied for second behind Fisher. So each have 7 goals. Mara Nelson got that shorthanded goal in the first period for North-South. So 1-goal game. Mauk again, weaving through traffic and has some daylight. Some room to work. Trying to cut into the right circle. Poked away as they kind of took the angle away from her. Turnover, DeMuth trying to turn that into a transition opportunity and quick. North-South, that is backhanded through center. Like by Elise Cooper. There's Fisher from neutral ice, able to throw it on net. Stelter will freeze it with 8:57 to play in the second. Teams wide open, very entertaining hockey in a wide open game. 4-3, Gunderson from Richards. As North-South with an offensive zone face-off. Kept into the half wall as North-South skater didn't quite get tipped over, but lost a blade over in the corner as Tigers come back the other way. As Nora Holmgren down the ice. They try to work the offensive zone. As good 2-person game there. Backhanded a tap shot, fanning on it, but Emerson DeMuth had to drop it off, but Felton Krogh fanned on it. Pearson's shot was blocked. And a quick change of possession there for North-South. Back to Pearson. Lucienne Pearson, just a 9th grader for the Tigers. Tigers dump puck back in. Felton Krogh trying to get there first. Play comes to the near corner. Gunderson, nice job to take Elsie Deutz off the play. Puck through center. Off the stick of Emma Ness. And it'll be icing with 7:59 to go in the second period. 4-3 Tigers. Well, Marshall Their next goal of the season will be goal number 100 on the season. So 99 goals, and Mauk has 44 of them, so she has not quite half, about 44-45% of their goals, between 44 and 45%, but not quite half of their goals on the year. She has 6 so far outdoors at the lights. DeMuth trying to get to a loose puck as Mauk cutting to the slot. DeMuth shot, ooh, hit the pipe, might have hit like the top right corner. She tried to go up and over the shoulder of goaltender Jenna Kurtz, and it had to be a perfectly placed shot. She almost was able to get that over her shoulder, top right corner. Meantime, Ness gains the line for the Spruans. Centering feed is broken up by Marshall, broken up by Brooklyn Mount. Comes back, Fisher winds and fires and just missed the net. Lively end boards as the puck comes right back to Lily Stelter and able to freeze it with 7:19 to go in period number 2. It came back to Fisher. She was able to kind of wind and anticipate and at least fire one on goal and just missed the net, trying to go to the glove side of Stelter. Off the draw, Tigers win the face-off. Offensive zone face-off for North-South. Your side is carried in there by Morgan Richards. Richards, behind the net it goes. Sends it back to the point. Shot deflected, kicked aside by Stelter. Rebound came long, but Marshall able to break out with it. Now come the Tigers as bumped off the play Nora Holmgren, and North-South trying to break out, pass to not connect. Emerson DeMuth now for Holmgren to center, but retaken by Lauren Terstrup for North-South. Pearson across the line with it, trying to gather full possession of the puck. She's escorted over to the corner. Now the forward over there is Brenna Dahl there for North-South. They throw it in front, shot fired wide. Like DeMuth had a chance, missed the net. There's Mauk, stick handling, lost the puck, gets it back, shot blocked. Pearson comes near side, will backhand it along to the end boards. Mauk works her way back up the wall. Pearson, pass or a shot, whatever you want to call it. It was broken up. And set the length of the ice in an icing call. North-South, I think, needed a change, and that'll work just as well as anything. 6:05 to go in the second. Well, you look over there, and one of those folks, it's comfortable. Like I said, we're fairly high up, but like I said, a couple of them maybe have a coffee or a hot chocolate, and you maybe don't have to have, maybe lose a layer today. Temperatures was 34, the opening face-off a little after 4 o'clock, and temperatures not supposed to drop too much here through the night. It's really tomorrow, it's pretty much going to drop like a rock, and glad at least Mother Nature was kind to us to get us 1 mild day, because yesterday was a little chilly. Back behind the net. It's tough on broadcasters. It's tough on equipment. There's a shot and a save made. Jenna Kurtz with the save, but our PSP crew, they know what they're doing. Top shelf folks. The big boss is in command central, one Nick Holberg, and making sure, just overseeing to make sure we know what the heck we're doing. 4-3 your score here. Off the draw, Marshall wins the face-off. Pearson at the point, shot deflected, got deflected in front. Wasn't clean, but it got there. Marshall trying to put a little pressure on. Now it comes back to Nora Holmgren. Softly sent in front, poked out, and North-South will have a chance here. Poke check trying to cut to the slot that time was Mara Nelson, gets denied. Just into the zone, shot kicked aside by Jenna Kurtz, whose puck comes back to Fisher, and she's got some room to work with. 4-on-2 for the Spruans. Fisher comes wide, pass deflected, it'll come back to Nelson, throws it in front, and nice job to read that, sliding out of the crease. Read that well, was Lily Stelter, and picks up the save. Each team a goal here in period number 2. Brooklyn Mock picked up her third. So another offensive zone faceoff for North-South. Woodard on the draw, and North-South able to keep that puck in with Jaden Eggert. Well, the Tigers again. Oh, big hit as DeMuth went down, and I think that's probably going to lead to a penalty as DeMuth took some pretty good contact there. It happened right in front of the Tiger bench as she will be assisted to the bench, and that should lead, I believe, to a penalty. Well, I saw a signal, I think, for interference, but maybe not. We'll see. Yep, it is a penalty as Brooklyn Woodard in for 2 minutes. That penalty at 12:24, so Marshall, one of two on the man advantage. North-South able to get a shorthanded goal in that stretch. And they get a clear right off the opening faceoff. Emerson DeMuth. Here come the Tigers. One of two on the man advantage. Mount got that power play goal to even things at 2. Checking the call on Woodard. And the Tigers going to reestablish things on the power play. Nursing a 1-goal lead. As the second period winds down from West Fargo. Cross-ice feed connects right onto the tape of Felton Krogh. Krogh trying to spin, taken off the puck. Really nicely done there. Jada Purdy didn't have to do a whole lot. Jaden Eggert across the line for the Spruans. Goes down, trying to pop back up, trying to get that puck back in the corner. Taken by the Tigers. Holmgren, pass, giveaway, taken. Fisher taken off the puck, but handled there by Jaden Eggert. Walking in, shot left circle, save made. Shorthanded attempt there from Morgan Richards. Deflected in front as the goaltender went to all fours to try and knock that down. Has tried to connect with Felton Krogh. Dumped in. DeMuth is back in. That's good to see. She did take some good contact there. Here comes North-South. Looking for their second shorty of the game and trying to tie it. Shot and save made. Preventing a rebound with Stelter. As opportunity there and denies. We take a look at the Ryan Family Dealership replay. Able to put that on net. So right off the face-off, 30 to go on the Marshall power play. Shot fired high and wide from Paige Rorick. North-South spent just as much time in the offensive zone as Marshall has, as Mauk taken off the play, but DeMuth trailing, but gives up the puck. Loose at center and carried in. Gunderson got a goal earlier in the period, taken back by Brooklyn. Mauk trying to get herself separated from a North-South skater. DeMuth, I think, got in and ahead of the puck, and she did. As offside will be the call. 5 seconds to go on the North-South penalty to Brooklyn Woodard. Spruans at 6-0. Will face Minot coming up on Friday as they'll get back into statewide play. As off the faceoff. Final seconds drip away on the man advantage. And we're back to 5-on-5 hockey as Colander cuts in front of her goaltender. Under 2.5 to play here in period number 2 from the Lights and the West Fargo Winter Classic. Comes near side, handled there by the Spruans. Cross-ice feed, Rorick trying to find Terstrup. Centering attempt and deflected as, nice job there, Fisher to break up that breakout pass attempt as Marshall will start up on a line change. Comes Macy Gunderson to the blue line. They try to dump it in. Loose. Fisher trying to set it back in and did so, but they complete on a line change. Try to stretch pass for Felton Krogh just out of her reach as they try to finish up at a change. Jada Purdy hopping out of the box, or hopping off the bench, I should say, for North-South. So minute 43 to play here in period number 2. Marshall 13-4, a 5-0 blanking of West Fargo United yesterday to start play. Off the face-off, backhanded shot right off the draw, and Morgan Richards backhanding one as Richards assisting on Tegan Gunderson's goal earlier in the period, which cut it to a one-goal game. Off the face-off, here come the Tigers. Mount got 2 goals late in the first period to give the Tigers the lead. There's a shot deflected right in front of the goaltender. Loose. Was not able to make a save. Teammate Fronter got a piece of it, and that might have thrown Kurtz off just a little bit. Here's Fisher at drive and just missed the net on that one. Kenley Fisher will work her way to the right circle and crash the net. 1:10 to go in the second. Tigers with a 1-goal lead here at 4-3. Puck rings around to the far side. Fisher to play it for north-south. Stretch pass. They'll eventually connect with Ness. Ness at the half wall. Advances to the corner. Now trying to put the brakes on. Final minute of play here in the second. Puck deflected, comes near side. As DeMuth, they find Mauk. Mauk trying to face up, now gets it back in the corner. DeMuth circles towards the net. They'll come back towards the point. Shot blocked. But Mauk trying to work her way. Drops the puck down low. DeMuth will get there as we're under 30 seconds to go here in the period. There's a shot that almost redirected. Colander throwing it on net. Some contact, couple of players go down. One of them looks like DeMuth. Mauk will win the puck battle. Stick handles and shot kicked aside. Nice job by Kurtz to get a piece of it. 5 seconds to go here in the period. Another shot kicked aside by Kurtz, and that will end the second. So each team a goal in that second stanza as Mauk picks up her third of the game to get to the hat trick. At 4:12 the second to make it 4-2, and Tegan Gunderson able to answer. And the Tigers will keep a 1-goal lead as we head to the second intermission. You see the teams heading in the second period of plays. They kind of have to take turns in kind of going to the locker rooms, and Marshall, the visiting team, going first as shots in the period. As we'll get an update on that here in just a second. These shots on goal as Marshall has a 1-goal lead. Looking for win number 14, trying to make it a clean sweep here over their North Dakota opponents here at the Lights. 4-3 Marshalls. We head to the second intermission from the West Fargo Winter Classic at KVOY 11.4 and on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Second intermission, 4-3, the Marshall Tigers with the lead. Is our halftime report presented by Charbonneau Car Center. As they know, the drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, and Williston, North Dakota, and stretch out to Glendive, Montana. They work hard and play hard. They need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, their lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. Stick around for our post-game report. We'll have our sport clips, MVP, and we've certainly got some candidates there. Our post-game report presented by Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots' Crossroads. 4-3 Marshall as Tigers able to add to their lead. North-South able to answer, and quite frankly, that goal from Gunderson keeping this game very much in striking distance for the Spruans. Is the update on shots in the second period. North-South was 16, two-period total of 27. Marshall 11, two-period total of 22. Lily Stelter had not given up a lot of goals. Marshall had only given up 20 on the season coming into play today. Given up 3 here to North-South, and looking at their numbers, that ties the most that they have surrendered. Actually, correction, they gave up 4 to Albert Lee in a 4-3 loss. So you look at their 4 losses, all by a goal, including 1 in overtime. And against one of North Dakota's best, they have a 1-goal game. 4-3 is the second period summary. Marshall did get the lead to 2, the always dangerous but tenuous 2-goal lead. Brooklyn Mauk from Abby Foley and Peyton DeMuth. Brooklyn Mauk completing the hat trick, goal number 44 on the season for her. She's now at 67 points for Abby Foley, as Foley picks up the assist, her 29th of the year, her 35th point. And Peyton DeMuth has a goal and an assist this evening. Now 16 goals, 18 assists for 34 points. That made it a 4-2 game at 4:12 of period number 2, but North-South able to answer, courtesy from Tegan Gunderson, as Gunderson able to score, and even strength. The assist from Morgan Richards is able to score from the slot. That made it a 4-3 game. Tegan Gunderson gets her 7th goal of the year and her 10th point. Morgan Richards with the assist, her 2nd of the year and her 3rd point. That made it a 4-3 game. 1 penalty in the second period. Brooklyn Woodard for checking. Pretty good check on DeMuth at 12:24, and really North-South killed off that penalty really quite well, and quite frankly had just as much time in their offensive zone as Marshall did in theirs, as the Tigers are now 1 of 3 on the man advantage here this afternoon, and 1 of 4 for the 2 days of play. 4 penalties, 8 minutes for Fargo North-South so far in this one through 2 periods of play. Checking some other scores to tell you about. Earlier today, Fargo North beat Rochester Mayo 3-2. Bismarck Century, they picked up a win over Marshall, Minnesota. 6-1 was the final there. East Grand Forks at home, the Green Wave scuffling a little bit, but in a nice win over Davies. Final there was 5-4 up in East Grand Forks. And is checking some other scores on the North Dakota side. Looking at some basketball. East Grand Forks beat Grand Forks Central in boys hoops, 59-55. Girls basketball, it was, well, Devils Lake leading Red River right now in the second half, 52-49. Stanley beat Minot North, 61-43 today. Other girls basketball in the state of North Dakota, Kindred beat Mayport CG, 69-55. Richardson Taylor over Newtown, 62-30. That game played at Bismarck State. Carrington over Dickinson Trinity, 54-42. You folks on the PSP network, you've got the Mandan Holiday Tournament. South Hart beat Flasher. Game completed this afternoon, 81-58. South Hart with the victory there. As they've got games continuing throughout the day in Mandan as well. They've got holiday tournament action also at Bismarck State. United Tribes out in Bismarck, and squeeze a lot of basketball and hockey and other activities in that basically in that week between Christmas and New Year's, as teams will really get once school back in session for most schools coming up early next week. 4-3 your score in our intermission report. Our intermission report brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. Visit them online, charbonneaumotors.com. Tonight's game brought to you by BSN, creating exclusive personalized solutions for North Dakota high school and collegiate programs, custom equipment, uniforms, and coaches apparel to fanwear, branding, and more. They do it all. Contact your local BSN sales pros today. Western North Dakota, you can talk to Scott Woodmansey, Greg Foster, Naomi Erdahl, and Nate Zachman, and sales manager Joe Cattell. That's BSN. 4-3 Marshall here in the second intermission, as we will take a pause and come back with more as we'll get you ready for the third period of play as the Tigers and the Spruans. Really two very talented teams. North-South trying to remain unbeaten, and Marshall trying to keep up some great play as they look for their third straight win and their 14th on the year. Back after this on KVLY and the PSP Network.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old, and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
About ready for the start of period number 3 from the lights in West Fargo. As it cooled off a whole lot. It was 34, now 33 degrees. And it just for everybody involved. And yesterday was, and we appreciate folks staying with us yesterday, because with the weather the way it was yesterday, and sometimes cameras and equipment don't want to, when it gets cold, it's just like people. You don't move as quick. It doesn't work quite as well. We appreciate everybody sticking with us yesterday and trying to give you the best production that we can. And today feels much better for everybody involved. We've had only a 1-goal game previously. That was a really well played, fairly clean game with Fargo North and Rochester Mayo. Spartans come away with a 3-2 victory. Looking forward to our finale tonight with Minot United. They have gotten off to a really strong start. Minot United will take on West Fargo and the Packers. We talked a little bit about it last night with in our broadcast about the fact that it had been in a lot of games, especially recently, with losses to North and Devils Lake, and just trying to finish one. They got the Brody Medina goal early in the third period and able to kind of hang on for dear life with a 3-2 win over the River Lake Stars yesterday. As you see, both teams making their way out for the third period of plays. They've given it an extra minute or so to let the ice kind of settle. I'll be curious to see. Hope we get Dave Wilson up here for the Minot United West Fargo game, just to see how that ice seems to be holding up quite well. Big thanks to all our sponsors making our coverage possible on the PSP Network. Andrew, come along with us here at KVOI 11.4 as well. If you're watching here in the Red River Valley, however you're tuned in, we certainly appreciate it. Essentia Health also making our coverage possible, and a huge thank you to Essentia Health for making that happen. Big supporter here of this event, and just in general here in the Fargo-Moorhead Metro. So you see a look at Marshall netminder Lily Stelter, who came in with some very gaudy numbers. We talk about Mauk, but the goaltenders have been stout. Stelter came in 252 saves, averaging about 15 saves per contest, 93% save percentage, and North-South's been able to get to her for 3, 1.34 goals against average. It's a main line out there for Marshall with got Colander and Kesteloo to the back end. That main line of Foley, Mauk, and Peyton DeMuth there for the Tigers. A sharp-looking road sweaters as in. Sharp angle shot. Didn't have the angle, but just missing the net wide. Mara Nelson looking for her second of the game as the puck goes the length of the ice. And we'll get an icing call. So north-south, the edge on shots. Get a look at the Spruans bench, and you might be asking, Spruans, what are you talking about? Well, Fargo North, of course, the Spartans. Fargo South, the Bruins. So they met in the middle, compromised, and came up with the nickname Spruans when the North-South Co-op came to be. It's a unique mascot name, that's for sure. It's a conversation piece for sure. Loose in the corner, but again, they compromised. We can still do that. There's a shot fired wide. We can still do that in this world. Turstrip will play it far side, trying to work it back to the point. Kept in there by Kenley Fisher. Fisher stand out on defense, but really works all over the ice for North-South. Try to return feed for Gunderson, and it'll be offside the call. Here in the opening minute of the third period of play. Line for the Tigers out there right now with Felton Krogh, Deutz, and Nora Holmgren. Off the face-off. And North-South comes away with the draw. Dumped in. Jaden Eggert trying to get there, but handled by the Tigers and Emerson DeMuth. She's had a lot of ice time on defense. Just a ninth grader for the Marshall Tigers. Again, just two seniors. They're having a lot of success and a lot of underclassmen. Long feed. Felton Krogh trying to get there and can't. Trying to see if they could prevent the icing call, but unable to do so. So, kind of like rush hour traffic. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. It is a little stop and start here in the third period. The Tigers cling to a one-goal lead at 4-3. M&S on the draw. Emerson DeMuth, far side for Felton Krogh as Marshall with Deutz. Deutz down the right wing boards. Play comes to the end boards and reclaimed by North-South. Spruans backhanded along. And will come back. They try to center past Connects. As across the line with it comes Emma Ness. Ness trying to dump and chase on her own. Cleared, and Ness able to find it. Pass, tried to find cutting Elise Cooper in front. It did not connect. Loose puck grabbed on the run. There comes Mauk. Watch her go. Tries to go to the toe, Greg. Splits a pair of defenders. Shot, save made. Great save. Trying to cover up as that puck is loose. As the goaltender trying to cover it up, and Kurtz, and play continues on. But Kurtz comes up and denies Mauk. Looking for her fourth goal of the game as that goes up in the netting and out of play. Kurtz was trying to find that puck and looked like it got caught. One of her defense in front of her, she was kind of sprawled to the ice, and I think it was caught between her skates. As Kurtz just trying to scramble and see if she could get to that puck and get a stoppage. But really in the end it turned out okay for North-South. Off the draw, shot fired wide. They won the draw, and a blast wide from Abby Foley. Missed the net, tried to go upstairs. And the Spruans come away with it. Things have simmered down. That was a wild first period with especially late shorthanded goal and then a couple from Mauk to give Marshall the lead. Things have leveled off a little bit. Definitely has a little more of a defensive feel about the last period and a half. Paige Rorick going to ring it around near side as they look to break out of the defensive zone to the Spruans. Gunderson on a neutral ice. They've got some room to work to his north-south. Turstrip battles for that puck. Gunderson after it. Deflected but claimed by the Tigers. Marshall trying to weave through traffic as Colander. There's a shot blocked. A skate in. Felton Krogh with a shot in front, steered wide. Now behind the net, Nora Holmgren to play it. She's tied up. It's job to tie her up. Paige Rorick as play goes to the half wall over far side. Tegan Gunderson back to play, but she's really active. Really, and just a ninth grader too, but she seems to be all over the ice. Icing will be the call here. And we'll halt things with 13:42 to play in the third period. Offensive zone face-off for the Tigers. One thing about having it in this environment, you've got a lot of different places you can watch the game. If you want to be outside, and got some fire pits set up. There's a shot. Oh, that at the post. Ding dong there, and the shot from Kenley Fisher. And the net comes off the pegs as well, but boy, that was close to making it an even hockey game. Look at the Ryan Family Dealers replay on that from the right circle, and like it hit the left pipe, might have come up with the crossbars, and that came off the pegs. That close to a tie game. So each team has hit a pipe. Marshall hit one, I believe, in the second period if memory serves. Here comes Marshall with Abby Foley, sends it in deep, trying to chase it, and we'll get to it. First one there behind the net, centering feed. Will actually come back to the point. Handle there, Mauk. Shot, blocked. Like Fisher got most of it. It'll allow north-south to change things up. No icing called, is able to get to a change. Elise Cooper, first one out there for the Spruans, along with Morgan Richards. At neutral ice, backhanded in by Macy Gunderson. Sent cross ice, returned back to neutral ice by the Tigers. As getting spun around was Jada Purdy, but able to dump that puck in deep to the corner. Lucianne Pearson now for Marshall. We approach 12 and a half to go, and what's been so far kind of a stalemate in the third. Fisher hitting that pipe, keeping things at a one-goal game. Here comes Marshall as in front, backhanded, they'll score. Brooklyn Mauk makes it a two-goal Tiger lead again at 5-3. Actually, give it to DeMuth, correction on that. DeMuth to the backhand and scoring on that. Able to drop that one home. I believe it'll go to Peyton DeMuth, the sophomore, if it is. Second goal of the game and third point. And the Marshall lead back to 2 at 5-3. If it is her goal, it's the 17th of the year. We'll get the announcement. Yep, it is. DeMuth picks up the goal, so she has 2, and Mauk has 1. Get the rest of the scoring. They did get 1 assist on that. Holmgren gets the assist on that. So a 2-goal lead now for the Tigers at 5-3. They try to answer back quickly. Maren Nelson. As Nelson in front, shot. Access denied there from Lily Stelter. Back behind the net, they tried to center, but redirected over to the far side corner by Marshall. Back to neutral ice and quickly handled there by Kenley Fisher, who gains the line. Fisher, toe drag, shot into the chest of Stelter and hangs on. Nice job there in the Ryan Family Dealership replay. And again, Fisher is very aggressive. Again, when she's got some room to work with, and she did there. Able to take that shot and make it a good scoring opportunity. DeMuth from Holmgren at 4:39 to give Marshall a 2-goal lead again at 5-3 as we approach 11 minutes to go in this hockey game from the Lights in West Fargo in the West Fargo Winter Classic. Fisher again for north-south. Gonna get that pass, trying to connect in open ice and out of play. Or actually, I should say, an icing called. They tried to, had a skater, I think it was Brooklyn Witter, trying to cut from the neutral ice area out towards center. It will give the Tigers offensive zone face-off. Their line of Deutz, Holmgren, and Felton Krogh. Emerson DeMuth on defense for Marshall. Here comes north-south with it, and they'll look to reestablish things in the offensive zone. Loose puck at neutral ice, backhanded by Paige Rorick, comes back to Rorick. Split a pair of skaters, lost the puck in the process. The Tigers will enter it back in. Quick shot save made as Deutz lost the puck, but Holmgren kind of in the vicinity, able to put one on goal. And a stoppage. 10:36 remaining. It's off the face-off. Fanning on the attempt was Emerson DeMuth. He comes to the corner and north-south. Skater kind of cut in front of her own goal. That was Tegan Gunderson, and it was. Moves to neutral ice. Handle there. Deutz. Deutz poke checked away. It's a loose puck, and it'll be a transition opportunity here. But Marshall able to get back, handle things in the back check well, and handle there by the Tigers. Pass finally gathered in by Abby Foley. Comes near side. Gunderson trying to force a turnover, trying to win a puck battle in front of the Tigers bench. Puck slowly into the offensive zone. It's DeMuth again. Shot. They close the gate well. Save made there by Kurtz as a whistle, and I think it'll be offside the call. So 9:44 to go in the third. And Marshall a 2-goal lead, 5-3 your score. The timeouts we have presented by First International Bank and Trust. Full-service, family-owned, independent community bank built on the bond between their employees and customers. Founded in 1910 and growing to serve rural and urban communities across the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Arizona. Find them online, FIBT.com. Here's Mauk with it. Brooklyn Mauk distributes it well. DeMuth, long shot. Kurtz might have got a piece of that one. That one sailed wide. Half wall. Mauk comes away with it. Back to the point. And sent towards the goal by Kestelut. Marshall with some good established offensive zone time. Shot, kind of screen shot, went through traffic. Colander. Shot missed the net, but got it through a pair of north-south skaters as Fisher back the other way. Tries to weave her way through traffic, throws it in front. And wide on the doorstep there was Brenna Dahl for north-south. As the Bruins will change up his partial line change. Got a couple of fresh skaters out there. Gunderson and McKenna Keeland out there. Line change as well for Marshall. At least they'll change up a couple of skaters. Gunderson weaving through traffic. Poke free, but carried in by the Bruins. A shot kicked aside. Stick save there by Stelters. Play goes over to the far side. And here comes Marshall again. A little over halfway through this third period. Across the line comes Deutz. Poked off her stick. And back to neutral ice. Gunderson there for north-south. Comes free at the red line and claimed by the Tigers once more as Emerson DeMuth gains the line. And forecheck leads to turnover there as handled there by Mauk. Comes back to the point. Long cross ice feed connects. Now back to the point. Emerson DeMuth, a shot, didn't get through traffic, blocked. Follows her shot. And the Tigers unable to maintain the zone. They'll have to evacuate the zone as they'll reset. Across the line comes Mauk, comes wide right circle. Feed in front, cutting in front was DeMuth. Pass just out of her reach. She'll retrieve it in the corner. Loose puck handled there. Macy Gunderson now for north-south. Just under 7.5 to play and a 2-goal lead for the Tigers. Long pass did not connect. Tried to connect through center, and icing will be the call. Game brought to you tonight by Minot State University. The best way to predict your future is to create it. With over 100 areas of study at Minot State, you'll earn the degree for the career you desire. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you. Got a whistle away from the play, and got a penalty coming. Interference is going to be the call at 9:48 of the third, and who's headed in? A penalty against Marshall. Their first penalty of the evening is Ava Colander in on the interference call. At 9:48, so the Bruins get their first power play opportunity of the evening, and no time like the present, down 2. Tegan Gunderson will take the draw against Mauk. North-South wins the face-off. Jada Purdy will handle at the blue line. D-to-D feed. Puck deflected. Hard off the end boards. It will come back. Now Fisher. Fisher, stick handles. Chased by a pair of defenders. Fanned her pass attempt's going to lead perhaps to a shorthanded opportunity as Mauk got hauled down by Fisher as Puck goes all the way down as we'll get a stoppage. They had an opportunity to try and get something in transition, potentially a 2-on-1 opportunity, but Marshall probably gets the next best thing is the fact they'll get an offensive zone faceoff shorthanded. Actually, there's penalties each way, so it's 4-on-4 correction on that. Interference was the call on Fisher on that as she had the interference call there on Mauk, so it's 4-on-4 for a minute 21. So I wonder if they did, I didn't see the official put the hand up, but they did call the penalty there on Fisher, and certainly would have been justified it is to make that call. So 4-on-4 for a minute 21, 6:32 to go, so ends up being the abridged power play for North-South, turns into 4-on-4, so a lot of open space off the face-off Maren Nelson, but taken back by the Tigers. Here's DeMuth. Sends it back to the point. Lucienne Pearson has an assist tonight. Off the corner, Foley. Foley met by a pair of Spruan skaters. Foley, puck taken off her stick by Lauren Terstrup. Like one held her, the other robbed her. Here's side, on the right wing boards. Comes Maren Nelson, comes in, sharp angle shot. Kicked aside there by Stelter. Loose Nelson, and got a whistle. Did the net come off? Yes, it did. Now, net came off the pegs, and we'll halt things here. Under 6 minutes to go, and Nelson turned that into a pretty quality scoring chance. Another offensive zone face-off here for Fargo North-South, who comes in at 6-0. With Bismarck Century and Bismarck High Legacy chasing them in the statewide standings in North Dakota. Gunderson backhands that one into the crease, puck loose, and we'll get a stop. The net, I think, came off again. That was probably good news for Marshall. Traffic in front. Lucienne Pearson right in front of her goaltender, and that comes off the pegs once more. The glasses say they repaired one panel of glass before this game, kind of over in the far side corner would be in the Marshall offensive zone right now. But that is held up well, and obviously milder temperatures today certainly hasn't hurt. There's Mauk with it, and we'll see how much that top line, how much they're on the ice here for this last 5.5 minutes with Marshall in a 2-goal lead. Gunderson trying to force a turnover. Only did so again. A loose puck backhanded in from center by Paige Rorick, but Marshall able to claim it. It's not allowing any break-on opportunities. Are the Tigers here late? Rorick after it now across the line. Emerson DeMuth. As we have brief power play here for Marshall. 15 seconds worth as comes back to Mauk. Mauk has it nearly taken away, nearly grabbed on the run by Maren Nelson. 5 seconds to go on the power play opportunity. DeMuth comes wide. Now behind the net to the near corner. They look to cycle as her back to even strength. Stretch pass just off the bench, or out of the penalty box, I should say, is Fisher. She'll get to it first for North-South, but can't keep possession. Nearly, sometimes it works. You get somebody out of the penalty box and it leads to a breakaway opportunity, and they certainly tried that there, did North-South. Puck battle, Fisher just into the offensive zone, just inside the blue line. Bouncing puck, and Marshall able to claim it. Come the Tigers as DeMuth trying to send it into the offensive zone, unable to do so. Here come the Spruans with it as Fisher passed behind her, and unable to handle it cleanly for North-South was Jaden Eggert. And Marshall doing their best to try and keep it out of the middle of the ice. Loose puck as teammates nearly got tangled up with one another. Down went McKenna Keelan for North-South, dumped in by Marshall. As we're under 4 minutes to play. Goal from DeMuth, a 2-goal lead, 5-3 in favor of the Tigers. Side back to neutral ice it goes. Pass off the stick of Nora Holmgren trying to claim it. Here comes North-South as they will gain the line. Woodard trying to send it towards the goal. Goaltender Stelter let that one go behind her to the end boards. And Marshall again. Goes puck to the corner as Felton Crow got it taken away. And North-South trying to take a transition and see if they can get one quickly here. As trying to get to it was Marin Nelson. Nelson 1-on-2 and taken back by Marshall and Mauk. Pass deflected, broken up, leads to a turnover. Turstrup has it swiped away again by Brooklyn Mauk. She's been all over the ice and got her out late under 3 minutes to go. And North-South really not allowed Marshall to get any breakout opportunities. Of course, there's a little bit of a sense of urgency here to try and you need one. You can say you can need two, but you got to get one first and back the other way with it. Opportunity, that is DeMuth to the backhand, and nice job saved there by Jenna Kurtz. Kurtz, her first appearance of the season, had to face this high, especially that high-scoring top line, has held her own just fine. Pass for DeMuth, just hopped over her stick from Mauk. So Marshall, time of the O-zone here as we're down to 2:15 left. We'll keep an eye on goaltender Kurtz. They try to get the opportunity maybe to pull her late in the game, but it won't be now. Sent cross ice is North completing a line change, or North-South completing a line change. And fired back in by Marshall. Doing the honors, Elsie Deutz. Under 2 minutes to play, 5-3 game. That puck comes free, and it is a turnover. Holmgren in on Kurtz, cannot get a shot off, taken off her stick before she could pull the trigger. 1:40 to go here in the third. Meantime, spitting at a shot, save made from Deutz, and the puck cleared aside. So some pressure here late for the Tigers, and not going to allow, oh, they score from the point. Shot from the point there. And that might put this thing on ice. Shot from the point from Ava Colander. That'll make it a 6-3 game. At 15:31, and just kind of a harmless play, and we're able to fire and score on that. So if it's Colander's goal, that might put this on ice. 6-3 Tigers. Colander's 5th goal of the year, and it is unassisted. So a 6-3 Marshall lead, and we did a great job just keeping things in the offensive zone, and basically the goal from Colander, kind of a cherry on top. As Fisher gets tripped up, down she goes. Nothing called as Gunderson trying to carry it to the offensive zone, and final minute of play in this one. So it looks like the Tigers will get win number 14 on the year and give North-South their first loss. And again, did not have their top goaltender today in Olivia Roeder. Certainly played a factor, but nice toe drag there. Mauk fired a shot wide. Certainly maybe a factor in this one, but Bruins played hard, but just a lot of firepower there from that top line of Marshall. Certainly a difference in this one. Fisher hit a post in the third period, had a chance to tie the game, and DeMuth and now Colander putting the finishing touches. As the final seconds ticking away here, as Bruins will try and get one more rush up ice offensively. As getting to the red line was Nelson, puck taken off her stick, shot fired wide, and I think one up into the netting, or a hand pass. With 0.8 of a second left. Couldn't completely let that go to rest. So 0.8 of a second left. Face-off will put this thing to bed, as the Marshall Tigers will come here to West Fargo, pick up 2 wins, and they go to 14-4 on the season. They win it here by a score of 6-3. As the Tigers celebrate, it'll be fun to keep an eye on them as they try and work back to a return trip to the Minnesota State Girls Hockey Tournament. Colander, that even strength goal at 15:31, ending the scoring, as we'll get the final shot totals here in just a moment as the teams will meet at center ice. So the Bruins take their first loss. They are now 6 4-1 on the season. North-South will be back in action coming up here on Friday. They will take on Minot United. They will get back into their North Dakota statewide schedule, and they will certainly be in the mix once we get to the state tournament just down the street at Shields Arena coming up at the end of February. So, final score in this one from the Lights in West Fargo, the West Fargo Winter Classic. Marshall Tigers win it. The Tigers 6, the North-South Bruins 3. We'll get into our post-game report coming up just a matter of moments. Presented by Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots' Crossroads. 6-3 Tigers. We'll wrap it up after this on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh? Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Marshall Tigers move to 14-4, a 6-3 win over the North-South Bruins. One more game to go outside here at the Lights in West Fargo for the West Fargo Winter Classic. Post-game report presented by Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots' Crossroads. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan, For planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com. And Shots Crossroads, your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com, just off of Highway 2 in Minot. They've got a great and really a big menu, delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. You won't go wrong at Shots Crossroad in Minot. 6-3, Marshall picks up the win. Still to come, we'll have our Sport Clips MVP. Boy, a good game. Really, both these teams came in highly regarded. Marshall, of course, led by the high-scoring theatrics of one Brooklyn Mauk. She did not disappoint. She gets her second hat trick. We've had our share of hat tricks for sure. We've had hat tricks in 3 games yesterday, 3 of the 4. Mauk got the one in game 1 of that shutout win over West Fargo United. And, well, Peyton DeMuth certainly was about her equal. 3-point game, and that goal in the third at 4:39 of the third from Nora Holmgren made it a 5-3 game. Didn't put it completely out of reach, but certainly did boost the Tigers late. Ava Colander, even strength goal at 15:31, helping to put that to bed late. 6-3 the final score. Shots on goal in the third period, 11-3 in favor of Marshall. 33-30, the Tigers with the edge in shots on goal. Marshall was 1 of 4 in the power play, and North-South 0 of 1. So your goaltenders, Lily Stelter comes away with 27 saves to pick up the win in net for Marshall. She moves her record between the pipes now to 11-4 in the season. Jenna Kurtz in her season debut, 27 saves, and honestly, again, with the high quality of offense that Marshall has, that's came in and really did a pretty admirable job here this evening. Penalties in that third period. Ava Colander of Marshall, 2 minutes for interference at 9:48, but that was interrupted by Kenley Fisher of North-South, an interference call at 10:11 as 5 penalties, 10 minutes for North-South, 1 penalty, 2 minutes for the Marshall Tigers here this evening. So your scoring leaders on both sides. The hat trick for Brooklyn Mauk puts her at 44 goals in the season now. DeMuth 2 goals and an assist. Assist for Lucianne Pearson, Abby Foley, and Nora Holmgren. Ava Colander, that goal late for Marshall in the final 2 minutes. For North-South, Mara Nelson, shorthanded goal in the first. Goals as well from Kenley Fisher and Tegan Gunderson. Lauren Turstrip, Jada Purdy, and Morgan Richards assists for North-South as they take their first loss of the season. And our Planning Team Financial Advisors and Shots Crossroads post-game report. Marshall wins 6-3. We'll take a break. We'll break for 30 seconds and come back with our Sport Clips MVP. That comes up next.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Marshall wins at 6-3, and big thanks to Essentia Health, along with all our sponsors, for making our coverage possible here in the West Fargo Winter Classic. As we put a bow on it with the player of the game presented to you by Sport Clips. They bring you the MVP of this matchup. Sport Clips is the home to the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience at Sport Clips. Check in online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com. Your MVP. We got a lot of candidates for the Marshall Tigers. Brooklyn Mauk was our recipient yesterday in their win over West Fargo United, and her partner in crime, if you will, Peyton DeMuth, 2 goals and an assist, and that goal in the third period wasn't quite a dagger, but made it a 2-goal lead nearly 5 minutes into that third period, and Marshall never trailed from that point going forward. DeMuth 2 goals and an assist. So the 2 goals and an assist, she now has 17 goals and 18 assists, 35 points now, 18 games for the Tigers, and she is our Sport Clips most valuable player. Sport Clips, check in online at sportclips.com. So 6-3 the final, as we're looking at about 6:45, 6:50 or so for the opening face-off with Minot United and the West Fargo Packers. Should be intriguing matchup there. Is looking forward to that one. So we'll break for around 20 minutes, about 15 to 20 minutes or so, and we'll get you ready for the finale here outdoors at the Lights. Some entertaining hockey today as winners so far on the boys' side, Bismarck Century and Fargo North. And Marshall will stand up, and they represent for the land of 10,000 lakes. Marshall wins at 6-3 over North-South. For our crew here at the Lights in West Fargo, we'll join you for pregame here in a few minutes, about 15 minutes or so, with West Fargo and Minot United. That's coming up here in a few on KVOI 11.4 and the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move?
It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7, pressure, points, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh? Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move?
It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7, pressure, poise, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh? Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
My dad dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending, you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
3 down, 1 to go. in the West Fargo Winter Classic, as here at the Lights in West Fargo, an intriguing matchup. Minot United has won 8 straight after coming to the East to start the year with a couple of losses. They've gone on a heater, 8-2, and the West Fargo Packers, after losing a couple of tight games in their last couple of matchups in December, got a nice win yesterday. Rody Medina's goal early in the third, the difference, and a 3-2 win over the River Lake Stars. So the Packers and Minot United set to get rolling here in about 10 to 12 minutes or so here on the PSP Network. I'm Brad Anderson, and Dave Wilson joins us up top here at the Lights. And I tell you what, this has been a good day of hockey. Well, one, Mother Nature cooperated. It's been just a really comfortable day and evening, and I imagine for you guys, there's always a lot of work. There's always things you're keeping an eye on, but day 2 had to feel a little bit better than day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest thing is the ice quality. Yesterday being at sub-zero temperature, the ice gets harder, and when the ice gets harder, it's more likely to get large chips in the ice. So today this is actually the perfect temperature for outdoor hockey, Brad. We get it about 30 degrees, where our chiller's able to bring that ice temp down around 15, 16 degrees, and just that the ice surface has been fantastic today. A lot of nice compliments from coaches. I'll hand it out to my ice crew. Those guys have, multiple 14-plus hour days the past few days to get this thing ready to go. It's been a really fun day. Yeah,
I was kind of wondering too. You kind of mentioned temperature-wise, but yeah, the ice seems like it's been. You always kind of wonder if it gets too mild, if it gets a little soft and choppy, but it seems like it's been a good track.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the chiller as the backup. It is not a completely natural surface, as we do have run glycol lines underneath it, just in case it gets up to 40 degrees. But no, the track has been fantastic. Everything's working like it should, and I'm excited for a fun cross-state matchup tonight.
Yeah, for West Fargo, a good win last night. They just kind of needed one, I think, just kind of for maybe the psyche of the group a little bit, but a couple of power play goals, and that's kind of interesting. We'll get to a note, but the team has struggled to score goals, but they've been good on the power play, and you took advantage of a turnover on one, and they were able to get the lead in the third period. I think it was impressive, able to hold it through a good chunk. River Lakes put some steady pressure on late, and they were able to withstand it all and win.
Yeah, and I think importantly for them, where they've been in those tight hockey games in the third period, the important thing is they got a lead, and I thought they did a good job of managing the lead once they got it. And they did have some sketchy times in their own end, but they kind of banded together and did a good job with sticks in lanes, blocking pucks, kind of living to the next shift. Did a nice job managing the end, and I thought their seniors were big for them there at the end, and their young goaltender held the fort down and really got a really nice win for him yesterday.
And Minot High coming in here on an 8-game winning streak, and in this stretch they have scored 40 goals, so averaging 5 goals a game, the last of which a week ago Monday at Bismarck High, a 9-0 win. Oliver Thompson had a 5-point ninth there, and for Minot, I think a good test. They've run through the WDA unscathed so far. They 1-0 win over Mandan in that stretch, 1-goal win over a good Century team, and a win earlier over Bismarck Legacy. But I think a good test here, and I would think there were kind of some questions. They've used 3 different goaltenders. They'll stay with Luke Richardson tonight in net, but all in all, Minot United playing some good hockey, getting a lot of guys scoring-wise involved, but Oliver Thompson, Nick Christopher, and Easton Bradley have certainly led the case, but it hasn't been just one line. It's been a lot of guys contributing.
And that was the question for Minot coming into the year. After you graduate to Mackley Morelli, the program's all-time leading scorer, playing for the Minotauros now, and you lose some other kids, to the AAA hockey rinks as well, which is what every team goes through around the state, it seems like. So it was who was going to kind of take the bell and lead the squad, and I think Thompson's done a great job. I really like Richardson on the back end, the senior defenseman Lemon as well. They do a good job, getting active up into the play, and kind of a team of role guys where those first 2 games, a good test to play a team like Davies and to play a team like North, who are going to be right in there, for a bid to the state tournament from the East, and another good matchup against the West Fargo team, who was a top 4 team last year. that's trying to find their legs a little bit. But anytime you can, I grew up in West Region hockey, and anytime you can come across and play in Eastern school, you're more the better for it in non-conference as you head to the state tournament.
Yeah, and really not too many games left against the East. They'll get one with Devil's Lake coming up here in January 8th when we flip the calendar to 2026. They'll have that at the Mesa Arena coming up. But I think a good test, and I think maybe probably something that Minot United's done a lot of things, but I think probably in the back of their mind, and it maybe kind of sticks between your ears a little bit, it's a team from the East. We got to prove ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just kind of the chip on your shoulder. Like I said, I'm a West Region kid. I grew up in Minot, and that was always a thing. You just kind of, you turn the attention level a little bit more up when you got an East, when you got a Fargo, when you got a Grand Forks, a West Fargo now as well. It means a lot to the kids from the West Side, and they know the stigma that they have from the East Region kids. They know they kind of get looked down upon, and a respect thing from sure. And anytime they meet up with an East Region foe, it is a feather in your cap to get a victory.
Our pregame presented to you tonight by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. They're your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years of the Lundins taking care of people. Local actually matters. Not to mention, this oil change is a stay in your car. Drive through oil change. It's typical. They perform it quick. 15 minutes or less gets you on the road, and sooner rather than later. Find them in Bismarck and Minot. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Minot looking for win number 9. Minot United against the West Fargo Packers here to close things out here outdoors at the Lights. Full 2 days of hockey, and it's been a great day here today with Bismarck Century and Fargo North winning on the boys' side, and Marshall, Minnesota, a 6-3 win earlier. This game just completed over the North-South Bruins. First loss of the year for the Bruins. We'll come back with more. It's our starting lines just around the corner, and they're kind of recap the day so far. It's been a good day of hockey here at the Lights. We're back with more on KVOI 11.4 on the PSP Network.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old, and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Great look at the view from the lights with our camera crew, and this is quite a facility. If you're not familiar, it's kind of the southwest portion of West Fargo. They've got condos and apartments, and they've got eating establishments and kind of everything all in one spot. An entertainment venue is West Fargo and Minot here from the West Fargo Winter Classic, and well, of course, hockey's been a big part of this. I was just thinking about, you had volleyball here this fall.
Yeah, we did. In September we had the first outside high school volleyball event with the Lands and Lights organization. Basically an organization set up for cancer research for children. We had all the local West Fargo schools and a little one-day jamboree. Really a fantastic event. Here at the Lights, we try not to tell people no. So when they told us we're going to put a volleyball court and have a level volleyball court and all that with our drainage, which our surface isn't exactly flat out there, but everyone got together and did a fantastic job getting the court level, and it was a really amazing atmosphere all day, and a credit to the organizers for Land and Lights and the West Fargo volleyball parents, Cheyenne, West Fargo High School, and Horace getting that event going, and we're told it's going to be happening again next year, which we're thrilled to have.
That's awesome. And the weather, if I remember right, was great. It was almost to the point it was hot.
Yeah,
if I remember right.
Yeah, exactly. We're a little worried about the moisture on the floor that night, but it turned out fantastic for the girls. No major slips or injuries, and that's the most important thing too. The girls had a good track to play on.
Really been a good day of hockey today. Bismarck Century beat Marshall. I think the final score didn't really indicate that was a fairly tight game. Century pulled away late. North and Mayo was a tight game the entire way, with the Spartans winning 3-2.
Yeah, and you could tell that Mayo wasn't really happy with their result indoor next door yesterday against Bismarck Century, and I believe a 5 or 6-1 loss, and really saw a different team out there against North. Just a battle both ways, and really tight hockey game. Got a little bit chippy at the end.
Yes.
Boys will be boys, but both teams more the better for playing that game today.
Yeah, the girls matchup earlier was really, I think, was a highly anticipated matchup. We wanted to see north-south, and we knew it Marshall with Brooklyn Mauk, and that first period was about as good as it could get. You had a shorthanded goal from the Spruans, and things eventually leveled off. But Marshall proved they, like I said, that's a team that got to the state tournament at the small school level in Minnesota, and they might do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't say enough about Brooklyn Mauk leading the state in scoring last year. And I was standing right on the goal line down there for her goal in the first period, right under the bar. Just walking at a defenseman, and just when she gets a chance, she scores. And to have a player like her and Kenley Fisher, playing against each other. I mean, a great test for both teams. And you got arguably the best team in the state of North Dakota for the girls. And then you've got a team that has a puncher's chance at the state for the girls in Minnesota.
When you look at the matchups like that, and I mean, you're kind of trying to look at the best matchups and kind of intriguing matchups, and sometimes some of those just kind of fall into place. That one certainly did. And I think this one does too here, with Minot playing as well as they are, and I think trying to kind of prove themselves a little bit as they are currently on top in the WDA standings, just ahead of a very impressive Legacy team that looked sharp yesterday in their win over Marshall, and a West Fargo team where really after Red River and Central, it's kind of fruit basket upset there with about three, four, maybe even 5 teams you throw in Devil's Lake.
Yeah, absolutely. And the East Region tournament is always so intriguing with those play-in games on Saturday at Purper Arena. Just the level of hockey and the tight checking, that you see in those games. And really, it's anybody's game. There's about, like you say, Red River and Central. Yeah, they're probably going to be at the state tournament, but there's 5 or 6 teams after that easily could slip in as a 3 or 4 seed in the East Region this season.
Packers with the camouflage jerseys tonight. You'll notice that as Minot United, of course, Minot United now with Minot North, along with Minot High combining there, and they certainly haven't missed a beat in that regard as well. As our pregame report, just putting the wraps here momentarily on our pregame report, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years of the Lundins taking care of people. So local, it actually matters. Not to mention, this oil change is a stay in your car. Drive-through oil change typically performed in no time, 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and Bismarck. It is Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Our scoreboard presented by BNC National Bank. Your life's busy. We'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota and in Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online. That is bnc.bank. As you see a look at Luke Richardson, the sophomore netminder. They've used 3 different goaltenders as Minot United. As Richardson, talking a little bit with Nick Holberg this morning, and that was one thing we were talking about. Was like, who's going to be in net? And he thought, well, Richardson's kind of been the hot hand. And 4-0, goals against average under 1, and a sparkling save percentage close to 95%. He'll get the call in net for Minot United, and he's a sophomore, and the freshman netminder Liam Swenson for West Fargo certainly solid job last night in their win.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good performance for him. And I was kind of wondering what Coach Metz was going to do today with his goaltending, maybe switch it up and go back to Norton. But, most coaches very superstitious. You get a win, you want to keep the same kid in the net after a solid performance. And at this point in time, it's Swenson's net to lose.
Yeah, for sure. As the starting lines will be coming up here shortly, we will break. We'll break for 60 seconds, come back with those starting lineups with Minot United and West Fargo from the lights in the West Fargo Winter Classic on the PSP Network.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old, and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car. There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Big thanks to all our sponsors, and a special thank you to Essentia Health for all they do here at this facility and making this West Fargo Winter Classic a possibility. How many years has it been now?
This is the 5th year of the Winter Classic, Brad. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll always try to do better. Always try to spruce the things up. We've got new cap rail on the boards. We've got plexi all the way around. We started with tempered glass, but when it gets cold, that breaks. So, we got a nice donation from the Herman Oil Foundation, Western North Dakota to West Fargo events. We're able to get plexi around, and just like I said, always try to spruce things up, make each year a little bit better.
So, the starting lineup here, Minot United being introduced. You see them onto the ice right now. Luke Richardson in net as Oliver Thompson. That line with Oliver Thompson, Easton Bradley, and Brady Gross as well. At starting lineup, Jace Lemon, number 3, a senior. Cole Richardson, number 9, a senior. Oliver Thompson, leading scorer for Minot United with 16 points, 8 goals, and 8 assists. A senior, Brady Gross, a junior, number 15, and Easton Bradley, number 23, a junior for Minot United. And for the West Fargo Packers in the camo jersey, Liam Swenson, the 9th grader, in net for the Packers. Swenson 2-3 on the season. Goals against average, 2.81 save percentage at around 90%, as he is in net. On defense, they'll go with Jack Josephson, number 10, a senior. Left wing will be Ian Scarry. Scarry, number 5, a senior. Center, Brody Medina, got the game-winning goal last night as senior. And Ashton Wegestrand at right wing. He is a junior. Also on defense, D-man senior Noah Betker and Swenson in net as well. Just one number change with the camo jerseys. Easton Thornton, normally 22, will be number 15 tonight for the Packers. Riley Clevin, a goal and an assist last night, leads the Packers with 8 points. And Ian Scarry, 4 goals, 2 assists. West Fargo being outscored 29-21 this year. Outscored 8-5 in the first period, but interesting, 21 goals, nearly 40% of their goals are power play goals. 2 last night for a grand total of 8.
Well, any coach will tell you to get that kind of scoring on the power play is a good thing. And when those special team opportunities come, you got to take advantage of them. Like you mentioned earlier, going 2 for 3 on the power play. Any coach will take in the 60% on their power play, Brad.
Yeah, no doubt about that for sure, and especially at this level as well. So Swenson going to the rest of his crew at center ice and the rest of the West Fargo Packers. So interesting note, Davies played East Grand Forks today on the boys' side. East side has kind of been scuffling a little bit. Of course, won the state Class A title last year as East side beat Davies by a score of 5-4. Davies and East Grand Forks on the girls' side played over at Shields Arena today. They played to a 2-2 overtime tie. As we will have a national anthem, so we will pause, come back, we'll break for 60 seconds, come back with the opening face-off after this.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old, and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
From the lights in West Fargo's our final game of 8 outside, and much more next door at the sports arena. That's full couple of days of hockey here in West Fargo at the lights in the adjacent West Fargo Sports Arena. You start looking for next year to, as far as a lot of the teams, if you had a fair amount of teams that have been here for the 5 years, and
yeah, obviously the West Fargo schools, we always want to have them, yeah. And normally the Packers of West Fargo High School have been gracious enough to play twice outdoors. They seem to like to get out here at least twice, and we sometimes the girls play once or twice, and Cheyenne normally plays once with kind of a busier schedule. But we've had great success. We've had Fargo North here for the past couple of years. We had Davies ADs here for a couple years. It's always kind of a process of, reaching out. The ADs, Logan Midthune with West Fargo Public Schools starts the process and gets the dates set extremely early in the year. So 2026, probably by the end of January, February, we'll have all the teams figured out who will be coming here next year for next year's Winter Classic.
So I'm just kind of looking at the calendar here. 2026, we're looking at, 28th, 29th, somewhere around that last week, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's probably what it'll be. We try not to go the day after Christmas. Just give our guys a day to be with their families and all that. But normally the Monday and the Tuesday, and it's always tricky with where New Year's falls. But I'm guessing that's probably when we'll have it next year.
Now they want you to set your calendars ahead that much, but just start thinking about it for next year as well. But this has been a lot of fun. I guess you get to do this a long time. You get to do some cool events and some neat things, but I can't say I've ever done outdoor hockey until now. So this has really been a treat, and thanks to Nick Holberg and the crew here at PSP, and you guys as well here with West Fargo Events and the Lights. It takes a lot of collaboration and cooperation to make this work, and it's been well worth it. So.
Yeah, and our on behalf of West Fargo Events, we want to thank you, Brad, for your talent. Calling the Force games. To have you here for a couple days is fantastic for us, and thanks to the whole PSP crew as well. Nick Hallberg back in Minot at home base. I know he's listening right now, making sure all his broadcasts are going the way that they should. But no, his crew drove here in a blizzard the other day on Sunday. I can't believe they got here because I couldn't see my neighbor's house from my house in West Fargo. So a credit to John Haugen and Austin and Brock and all the guys to get here. Really means a lot to the community of West Fargo and West Fargo Events.
And we are underway here from the Lights. Minot United winning the draw as Oliver Thompson sends that one in. And the Packers, the camo jerseys might be, the numbers are pretty easy to read from up here, but it will be a definite challenge as pass deflected over there for the Packers. Noah Betker on defense trying to get there. Puck loose, and trying to handle that was Ian Scarry. As here comes Minot United into the slot. Shot blocked. Stick handling. Shot attempt from Easton Bradley denied. As back to neutral ice it goes, and Cole Richardson to play it for Minot United. Stretch pass did not connect, and icing the calls. Just opening minute of this one. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, no score. And you look at the Packers bench with the camo jerseys.
Yeah, really a nice thing we do at West Fargo event, Military Appreciation Night. Cheyenne was last year. West Fargo United will be next year as well. All proceeds going to the honor flight. These jerseys will be auctioned at the end of the games. Most of the time it's mom and dad that end up buying them as well. But here's a nice thing that our event staff does is sets this up. And also I got to put in just some advertising for our Military Appreciation game on Friday night, Stars and Stripes under the lights, when all the proceeds there will go to the honor flight to get some of our veterans on a direct flight to Washington, D.C.
32 is our temperature at opening faceoff, and I know the Force have done that with honor flight night, and I want to give a plug to the Force here coming up here in a couple of weeks. Hometown Heroes Night, which is a big night for the Force. That's coming up on the 17th, and it supports fire and EMS and law enforcement, and it's just, if you've never gone to it, it is a cool event at Shields Arena that's coming up here. I believe it's the 17th of January as play comes along here, and that poked free, and Packers come away with it for an instant, but taken back by Minot United. Across the line with it, getting cut off is Nick Christopher as play goes back behind the net. Tate Haugenow for Minot United as back behind the net, Michael L. Stick handles there as they'll bring it around to the near side. Poked away as Christopher trying to grab it, but taken there by West Fargo. Here come the Packers. Jacob McCanna. McCanna had a couple of assists last night. First points of the year for the Packers is over to the near corner. Puck comes free and scooped up there by West Fargo. Grabbed there on the run was Easton Thornton as puck goes the length of the ice and icing the call. 14:57 to go, and here and get a look at the crowd. And again, it's a comfortable crowd. you got a lot of locations to watch the game, but I said they've got it lined up pretty much here around, well, not completely around the rink, but pretty close to it here tonight at the Lights in West Fargo. In the near corner comes free puck battle as there for West Fargo, Halo Buchholz. West Fargo, that 3-2 win. Shot deflected as able to maintain the zone for the Packers there. Colton Lane brings around to the far side. And Minot United with numbers if they hustle. 4-on-2. They will gain the line. That puck dumped in as they'll come after it there. Dean Volder for Minot United as puck comes back to neutral ice. That one dumped in. Riley Clevin, goal and an assist last night. Team leader in points for West Fargo. Scoring about 3 goals a game on the average. 21 goals total in the year. 8 of those power play goals, and nearly 40% on the man advantage. Jackson Dahl, the half wall for Minot United. Also over there for Minot, it's Hayden Danielson. Puck comes back through neutral ice and quickly flipped in. Brady Gross will send that in. And back come the Packers with it, looking to break out. Stretch pass, didn't connect with Landon Eckert at neutral ice. And we got a whistle coming, and I think penalty. Yep, tripping call coming. So the first penalty of the night will come nearly 3.5 minutes into the opening period, which will lead to Serve Pro power play opportunity.
Yeah, just a play there in the neutral zone where Richardson does a nice job gapping up at the red line and turns Betker over. Betker's already heading north, trying to get involved in the play on offense. Richardson gets a step on him, and I believe they called tripping there on Betker to give Minot a power play earlier in the hockey game.
3:29 on the penalty call on Becker, and Packers win the draw quickly right off the man advantage. Nice job to win the draw as Cole Richardson back the other way. For Minot, they have, counting things up here on the year, they have 12 power play goals, led by Nick Christopher, who has 5 with a man advantage. That's 5 of his 8 goals, and they have to put a little pressure on here. Comes back to Bradley at the point. Now Bradley, one-timer, shot save made, rebound in front, traffic in front, trying to jam one home and in for a goal, and it will stick. Well, they kept hacking away in front, and Minot United, 41 seconds into the power play, scores, and they take a 1-0 lead as
I believe
goal's going to go, it looks like, to Brady Gross.
Yeah, and a really nice setup on the power play for Minot, getting the zone entry, and they did a nice job of working the puck low to high and getting the puck on net on a one-timer, and then from there it just kind of helter-skelter in front, a lot of different chances there, and Gross is the lucky man on the spot that gets, basically the tap in there after the 3rd or 4th chance after Swenson had made probably 2 or 3 saves.
Yeah, I can say he made 1 or 2 and got caught maybe slightly out of position. Gross, second goal, his first power play goal of the year, number 13 of the year for Minot United, and they take a 1-0 lead. Get the official scoring there in just a moment. Shot kicked to side as contact over in the far corner, taken there by the Packers. They'll send it back out of the point. D-to-D feed. They throw it in front. Shot Richardson, the save. There is a good look. Shot from the point from Colton Lane. And the save made on that one. So power play goal here for Minot. Get the scoring here in just a moment. We update the stat sheet on that, but Minot gets that first goal to take a 1-0 lead. Shots on goal. We're 4-1 early on here in favor of Minot United as off the face-off. Lane gets checked. Christopher throwing the body around as play comes over to the far side over there for Minot United, Michael L. As West Fargo trying to keep the offensive zone time. Puck stays in play right in front of the Minot United bench. As over there is Blake Holland. Holland coming in, 9 points, 3 goals, 6 assists on the season for Minot. And back at center, comes back to Blake Holland. A little neutral zone pressure on there defensively, coming up high to defend was the Packers there, but And the offensive zone play goes back behind the net, but that goal from Minot United just putting a lot of pressure on, just crashing the net and rewarded with the goal. Packers look to break out with it. Pass did not connect, taken back by Holland, who in his first attempt up ice. Now Minot completing a line change as it's deflected back to neutral ice. Back to play at Christopher. Has it taken away. Turnover there. Quick shot fired high and wide. And that one missed the net. Packers there to play it. Scoring on that goal, Brady Gross from Easton Bradley and Nick Christopher for a 1-0 Minot United lead. Packers have to come back the other way with it. Whose puck comes back. There's a shot, save, rebound. Richardson, another save. Traffic in front. Finally cleared out by Minot United. But Richardson comes up with a couple of saves. Traffic in front as puck gets pinballed around and will come back to the point for Dawson Keller. Taking off his stick into the slot. Shot out at the pipe. Hit the pipe there. Some pressures. Caden Danielson puts one on net for Minot United. Boy, he hit metal there, inches away from a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, and you can tell, it's amazing what a goal does for a team, Brad, as a guy who coached a lot of high school hockey. Just the jump that Minot's had, and now it's time for West Fargo to respond a little bit. One thing I've seen so far from West Fargo, probably a talking point with Coach Metz is they have been a lot more physical this evening than they were last night. Maybe the elements had something to do with it, but boy, just throwing the body around, and it could be these teams played each other last year at the state tournament, and quite a few penalties in that game too. Not likely a normal third place game you see at the state tournament, but there was a lot of love lost in that hockey game.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's for sure. As that comes West Fargo with it, as they didn't have numbers. Pass broken up. Nice job to break that up by Oliver Thompson. Thompson from center fires it in. He'll dump and chase as over there for Minot, Easton Bradley. As the Packers look to break out with it, backhanded, but they keep it in just for an instant of the zone. Minot United. Loose puck as Bradley gets checked, taken off the play, and there to sweep it up. Ashton Wigestrand for the Packers, but Minot has been aggressive offensively and kind of about a half step ahead. They've been physical and got that first goal, power play goal from Gross, 1-0. Right into the body of Brady Gross. Traffic in front. And back comes Minot United once more. They'll dump it in. Actually, they'll throw it in on net, forcing Liam Swenson, the 9th grade goaltender, to make a save, make a play on that. Puck comes through neutral ice. Back comes Minot United with Blake Holland. And they'll break out with it. Pass just under the reach. Tate Haugeno. Over on the half wall far side, couple of skaters each way, and loose after it for West Fargo. They've got Jack Josephson on defense. It's like Carson Murray out there as well for the Packers. That'll go the length of the ice, and icing will be the call. 8:24 to go in the opening period. Still 1-0. Minot United nearly halfway through this opening period.
Yeah, and I have been, this is my first time getting to see Minot live this year, and I've been really impressed with their structure so far. They've played basically all the defensemen that they have on the bench. Richardson and Lemon being their top two, but we've seen Keller out there. We've seen Holland quite a bit as well. Voller, just a bowling ball of a kid, the junior defenseman as well. So playing a lot of kids, rolling lines, and they've had a good start to this hockey game.
On defense, Dawson Keller out there right now for Minot United. We'll get another icing here, and they just have really, like I said, the shifts have been fairly quick here early. They're maybe 45 seconds to a minute or so, and I think that might be a factor in that as well. They're kind of keeping guys fresh here early.
Yeah, and Coach Willard is one that likes to play a lot of kids. I should say Coach Willard, Coach Bennett, and Coach Grubb, the three that have been there for kind of the long term for Minot High School.
Keller couldn't handle it as chasing after it was Brody Lawaji for the Packers. They threatened in front for Lawaji, was on the doorstep to the goaltender's right, and it just did not connect. Minot United 2-on-1 if they hustle, but that attempt thwarted and handled there by Jack Josephson now for the Packers, who will treat behind his own net. Under 8 minutes to go, a little over halfway through It's opening period of play. Minot United, 8 straight wins. They haven't lost in over a month. Handled there, fanning on his attempt was Nick Christopher. Check there, Haugano to play it. And now West Fargo at the half wall. Contact there and shot, blocked. Flipped up into the air. Line change coming here for the Packers as quickly across the line. Jace Lemon, stick handles right circle the drive. Wide, missed the net. He's back to almost out to neutral ice, but handled there by West Fargo. And Quinn Bosch with it for the Packers. Bosch gains the line as he enters it in, dumps it in. Just wide of the net. Kept in for an instant by Cruz Mayhar, and 2-on-1 here potentially for Minot. There's a shot fired wide there. Is shot from the right circle. Now before it in front of the West Fargo bench as play comes back to neutral ice. Handled there as Quinn Kilmer backhands it in. First one there to get it in the corner. Caden Danielson for Minot United. He's there. Likewise, Jackson Dahl as well. Puck into the slot. Couldn't get a shot off. Handled there by the Packers as that will go the length of the ice, forcing Richardson to make a play on it. And he will drop it off for Tate Thorson. Taken off the play was Danielson at the blue line. Comes through neutral ice and a little trouble with it as West Fargo trying to maybe set up a forecheck. Blake Conlon, pass goes for Brady Gross, was the lone goal of the game to this point. Back to Gross. Under 6 minutes to play here in this opening period. Still 1-0. Other side, here come the Packers. Wegestrand from Medina, trying to drop it back. Medina, sharp angle, on a goal line extended and couldn't get a shot off. Pass and giveaway. Handled there by Jack Josephson, but the Packers couldn't establish things in the offensive zone after the turnover. They'll advance it, coming up near side. Line change coming here for Minot United as Packers try to catch him in that change. Dumped in. It's like Josephson doing the honors there for the West Fargo Packers as play comes here to the near side as the Packers try and come through with a change. In as a shot, hit the pipe there as Swenson held by a pipe. Another shot fired wide. Behind the net it goes Easton Bradley. Boy, good pressure on there is Bradley and Thompson, some of the offensive leaders from Minot United, setting up some couple of quality scoring chances there, and they hit a pipe, 1-0. So keeping the pressure on here is Minot United in this opening period. Puck battle over in the corner, couple of skaters each way as it comes up the wall and backhanded out, shoveled out through neutral ice. Back to play it. It's like Easton Bradley again for Minot United, comes back to neutral ice. D-to-D feed, Colton Lane. Now for Quinn Bosch. Bosch will retreat behind Swenson of the Packer cage. Here comes West Fargo as trying to grab it on the run. And finally, they gain the line. Dumps it in from the near corner. Carson Murray over there for the Packers as a center in front. Oh, shot pushed just wide there. Able to get that puck off the inboards and had a couple of guys there on the doorstep. Another puck comes free as from his knees, shot kicked aside and save made there. Either Bosch or Luwaji that got that shot off there. Looks like it was Brody Luwaji, 17 out there for the West Fargo Packers inside of 4 minutes to go. A lot of end-to-end action here. Haven't had a lot of stoppages here in the last 2-3 minutes. Shot blocked as another shot attempt there. Loose right circle. Bouncing puck and finally poked away by the Packers. And they take a moment to change up, and they will as Dawson Keller back to play it for Minot United. Still 1-0 Minot. Pass didn't connect with Riley Clevin and dumped in by Jacob McKenna. Forces Richardson to make a play on it. And comes backhanded near side as that one for Keller Schmeichel out there for Minot United. They come across the line. Cole Richardson laid off the puck, and back come the Packers once more. They'll dump it in as Richardson will steer it aside to the far sidewall. It's handled there by West Fargo. Easton Thornton out there for the Packers. Neutral ice and circle around Cole Richardson. Waiting to backhand it into the offensive zone. Quickly cleared out of there by the Packers. They'll send that one in deep as Thornton after it. Goal behind the Minot United net with Richardson in net as we are down to 2.5 minutes. Quick moving first period. 1-0 Minot United as a power play goal from Gross. Only tally so far. Fired in by Nick Christopher. Comes around to the end boards. Handled there by West Fargo and Noel Betker. Deflected free back to Betker. Backhanded and taken back of the red line by Minot North and Blake Holland. Under 2 minutes to play in this opening period. Dumped in. Richardson will get a breather. There was a lot of end-to-end action there. I think Richardson, that's probably good recognition. Probably just a breather for his teammates more than anything else.
I think a breather for you, Brad. We went at least 5 minutes there without a face-off, without a whistle. But a credit to West Fargo at this point. After Minot had some control and some push in the game, hit some posts and had some chances down low. West Fargo's come back and kind of tilted the ice back a little bit towards the end of the period. And we'll see if they can get one here before the end of the period, just under 2 minutes.
Shots now 8-5 in favor of Minot United as the Packers won that draw and got a shot on net. Dumped in but taken back by Minot, looked like by Brady Gross, as Packers trying to keep it in play with Colton Lane. So we'll come back behind the net, handled there by Cole Richardson for Minot. 1-0, but they hit a pipe and so they've got one, but they're probably in the back of their mind thinking, I would feel like we should get a little more than this. Back at center, getting to it. Sent along by Thompson. Shot fired wide. Comes near side. Down the left wing boards it goes for Richardson again. Has it taken away by Josephson as whistle and a penalty coming. It's going to be a slashing call.
Yeah, I can't see a number. Penalty, a minute 10 left in the first period here to West Fargo. I guess I didn't see a number down there. That was kind of a spot where the camo kind of blinded as he came on the black rubber down in the penalty box. But looks like number 14 for West Fargo.
Looks like Wigastrand.
Wigastrand, the junior forward there. But, a big opportunity for Minot and a big kill here for West Fargo. See if they can get out of the period.
So 1-0. Wigastrand on that slash at 15:50. Back to the point it goes for Oliver Thompson. Thompson kind of quarterbacking things. They try to throw it in front. Puck battle over to the corner. Christopher over there for Minot United. Back it goes for Thompson. Now left circle. Shot blocked. Shot attempt from Easton Bradley blocked. And the Packers get a clear. Allow them to change up on the penalty kill. 38 seconds to go. If they don't score here by the end of the period, it'll be about 50 seconds left of power play time for Minot United. Across the line, Richardson. Richardson fires a shot high and wide, and that one missed the net.
Yeah, and I said it last year when I was doing the WDA tournament with Nick Hallberg in Minot, and Richardson just loves to get up the ice. You talk about defensemen. There's never a rush that's created that he doesn't like to join. All offense with him, and really a dynamic player, quite the football player too for the Minot North Sentinels as well. A fun player to watch.
Yeah, they had a great season as well. I was up there actually for the semifinal, and they beat Central Cass to get to the Dakota Bowl, and a talented group there to get there so quick. One-timer, a drive, save made of the one-timer save. Easton Bradley denied by Liam Swenson. 8 seconds to go in the period as behind the net, trying to work his way free in the corner. Gross, and won't get a shot off in time. Be 50 seconds left of power play time for Minot United, but one period in the books, and really a first period, I don't want to say dominated by Minot, but they certainly did control the pace of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was wondering how they would get off the bus today, a 4-hour bus trip here. And no, they definitely played a lot of kids that period, had the legs, like we said, the amount of chances they had. They hit 2 posts down low. Swenson made some nice saves. So if you're the Packers, you're saying, getting out of that period 1-0, you maybe feel, a little bit on the lucky side there. If you're Minot, you said, boy, it could be 2 or 3-0 going to the second period. But that's the way that hockey goes, and they'll have a short power play to start the second period.
Got one, and like I said, needed maybe a little extra puck luck there to maybe add one, if not more. But Minot United looking to stretch their winning streak to 9 in a row. They've got the lead here outdoors at the Winter Classic in West Fargo, as it is 1-0 in favor of Minot United over the West Fargo Packers. We'll come back with our intermission report, as that intermission report presented to you by Charbonneau Car Center. 1-0 Minot United. We're back here just a matter of moments on KVOI 11-4 and on the PSP network.
This presentation on the PSP network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Minot United, 1-0 lead on the West Fargo Packers in our first intermission. The intermission report presented to you by Charbonneau Car Center. They know the drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, and Williston, and out to Glendive, Montana. They work hard and play hard. They need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Their lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. With Dave Wilson, I'm Brad Anderson. 1-0 Minot United with the lead, as Minot United 9-4 edge, shots on goal, and they took advantage of a power play. They still got some left. It'll be, I believe, 50 seconds left on the man advantage, but they came in playing some good hockey, winners of 8 straight, and they have played the part here through the first period.
Yeah, a really good period for Minot United. Yeah, if you're the coaching staff, you'll take that period every day of the year. You know, I thought they did a great job with their structure. I thought their gap play was really well, and their young sophomore goaltender. You know, he was tested. He did only get 4 shots, but he had 2 or 3 of the high quality variety, and you know, he stood up to the task to keep the score sheet clean, and you know. Keep it a 1-0 hockey game going into the second period.
Yep, no question. As the a power play goal at 4:11, Brady Gross getting his first power play goal of the year. As Gross, his second goal of the year, is 6-point. Easton Bradley and Nick Christopher on the assist for Bradley, his team leading 11th assist, and Nick Christopher his 5th assist, 13th point. Bradley now 12 points, and Christopher 13. Second behind Oliver Thompson, and that power play goal, let me double check my numbers here, the 13th power play goal of the year for Minot United, and that gave them a 1-0 lead. Penalties in the period. Noah Betker of West Fargo, 2 minutes for tripping, which led to that power play opportunity, which they converted on, did Minot. That was at 3:29, and then Ashton Wegestrand, 2 minutes for slashing at 15:50. And they still have 50 seconds on that man advantage there. So shots on goal 9-4. So Luke Richardson comes up with all 4 saves. As his numbers coming in, talked about it at the outset, very impressive. 4-0 as they've used Richardson, Canton Christians, and Maxim Hall in net. As Richardson 4-0, goals against average under 1, save percentage at around 95%, and they have stayed with the hot and steady hand so far. Liam Swenson certainly got tested, 8 saves, and really the goal he gave up, he made a save or 2. It just too much traffic in front kind of hurt him.
Yeah, and really nice setup on Minot's power play there. Like you said, to his credit, he made 2 or 3 saves there right out in front, and then it's just kind of helter-skelter. You know, you expect your goaltender to hopefully make the first save, and, you know, when he gets to the second or third, you kind of give him a little bit, a little bit of lax there and say, that's one where we got to clear out and box out, and we got to get bodies down low when we're killing a penalty like that when they're all crashing at the net.
So, yes, 1-0 the score there in favor of Minot United, as we'll get back into play here after the holidays against Devils Lake. As Minot United, as you look at the West Region standings, we'll take a peek at those right now, but, you know, not too early to, you know, get into that and kind of see how things are going to shake out here at this point. But look at the West Region standings. Minot United 7-0, good for 21 points. Bismarck Legacy, and I didn't hear today I know they had River Lakes. Did they win that one too?
Yeah, I believe they won 3-2 over at the sports arena.
Another 1-goal game.
Yeah, very, very good for them. I've seen Legacy 3 times this year, and every time they played, you know, took West Fargo to a shootout, a really nice performance yesterday, and then, you know, a good win over a good River Lakes team inside today. You know, a nice 2-0 West Fargo Winter Classic for them.
So Bismarck Legacy 4-1-1 in West Region play. And how about Jamestown? I don't know if we're not talking too much about the Blue Jays. Maybe we should be off to a 4-1 start.
Yeah, and that's always a program that you know, you kind of root for. You know, one of the smaller schools in the West Region. You hope the Blue Jays find a way to get to the state tournament as well. You know, it's always fun to see the Blue Jays at the state tournament, and nice to see that they've had a good start to their years as well.
Mandan 3-1-1, 3 wins and an overtime win, as they are at 12 points with Jamestown, then Williston, Century, Bismarck High, Dickinson, Bottineau Rugby, and Hazen Beulah, the rest of the West Region. The East Side, West Fargo Cheyenne 4-1, as they are a point up on Grand Forks Central. The Knights at 3 wins and an overtime win. Red River at 3-2, and then we kind of talked about with Davies, Devils Lake, North. West Fargo with 1 win. Shanley, I know, is playing down in Fergus Falls here in the next couple of days, and that's interesting too with the kind of the split with South going to North now and Shanley going on their own with some assistance, of course, with Oak Grove and Park Christian, and they're kind of trying to I don't want to say reestablish the program, but maybe maybe a new identity, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, when I was coaching in Breckenridge, Wahpeton many years ago, it was just the Shanley team by themselves, and then the co-op with South that lasted, almost 15 years. With Coach Benson, now the coach at West Fargo Cheyenne, was coaching that team when they were the South Shanley Bruins. But Angels hockey is growing. The new facility in South Fargo helps them quite a bit. Coach Olsenowski, really just a tremendous person. I run into him at the sports arena. His oldest boy, the goaltender Noel, I believe he's playing at Concordia, if I'm right. I know he's playing in the MEAC somewhere. But his son won a state championship with the South Shanley Bruins. But kind of a new identity. But again, the numbers are there for the Angels, which feeds the Shanley program and Oak Grove kids as well to get apart from there and go off on their own, and like you said, trying to create a new identity for Shanley hockey. 1-0
Minot United here as they have a 1-0 lead on the West Fargo Packers. The fourth and final game here today, and we'll put a bow here on the West Fargo Winter Classic as our intermission report brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. You can visit them online anytime at charbonneaumotors.com. We'll get you ready for period number 2 as Minot United 9-4 edge and shots on goal and looks sharp in that opening 17 minutes of plays. We will come back with the second period as our coverage continues here on the PSP Network and KVOI 11.4 in just a moment.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Minot United ready to come out for the second period of play. Tonight's game presented to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Call Dylan today at 222-2155 to make sure your furnace is ready for the winter months ahead, because it will get cold again and it won't take long. New installation, upgrades, and all your furnace and AC needs. Call Dylan today, 222-2155. for Northern Plains Heating and Air. First International Bank and Trust. They're a full-service, family-owned, independent community bank built on the bond between their employees and customers. Founded in 1910 and growing to serve rural and urban communities across the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Arizona. Find them online at FIBT.com. There you see a look at netminder Luke Richardson here for Minot United as get ready for the second period of play here from the lights in West Fargo. And we'll see with West Fargo, if you made some adjustments here, what I guess how you try to combat that here in the second period, Dave.
Yeah, and the second game in as many days, you try to combat the heavy legs a little bit here, but Coach Metz has played a lot of kids, and they've hung in there as well. A big kill here to start the second period.
Yeah, there's still 40 seconds to go on the penalty to Wegestrand as Minot United. Richardson leads the charge, but cleared out. Nice clear there by the Packers, and all the way down. Luke Richardson back to play it, and we'll leave it for senior Nick Christopher. So 18 to go on the man advantage here. Oh, nearly a turnover there. Nice job of the penalty kill by West Fargo. Nearly created a chance. Easton Bradley. Bradley fires a shot. Save made there by Liam Swenson. Swenson comes up. His 9th save of the game. Walking in now, goal line extended. They throw it in front. Shot kicked aside there and cleared. Nicely done. Able to kill off the penalty is West Fargo. Scari will play it back behind that. Tried to center. It did not connect. And backhanded out back to neutralize. Packers to play it with Josephson. And Josephson dumps that in. Lively inboards and played there by Easton Bradley. There's a chance for Minot United. Shot fired wide. Quick wrister from the circle and wide. Here come the Packers. Scari in shot, and he fires one wide. An opportunity there as Scari missed the net. Josephson cross ice, but he nearly got a chance shorthanded. Scari with a good opportunity there. A good start for the Packers here in the second.
Yeah, and just, finding the soft spot. Minot misses the net on a puck that rolls around, and Scari's able to get in all alone for a great opportunity for West Fargo.
Buchholz centering feed shot. Richardson the save and comes up with a second as well. Great opportunity there for West Fargo as Richardson comes up with a couple of big saves as we take a look at the Ryan Family Dealerships replay on that.
Yeah, really just simple hockey there, Brad. You got a forward drive into the net, throw a puck out there, give him a chance, and Richardson again up to the task for Minot.
So 1-0 in offensive zone face-off for the Packers, who have come out here with a little spark in their step. Is fired back in by West Fargo. Gross's power play goals held up to this point as Minot high, 8-2, winners of 8 straight. Lost their first 2. Here's a giveaway and a turnover. Shot. Richardson the save again is off the turnover. Shot there from Riley Clevin. Clevin a goal and an assist last night against River Lakes. To the corner as after it was Easton Thornton, but Richardson able to cover up on that. 14:37 to play, but Clevin, good opportunity there for West Fargo.
Right, and sometimes, Brad, for a team, a period break is absolutely a necessity. For your West Fargo, get us into the period, let's talk about it. And, for Minot, it's one of those things like, if they wanted to play 5 more minutes, they might not have had a goal or two, but credit West Fargo. The ice is tilted Minot's way here to start the second period.
Easton Thornton on the draw for the Packers as that sends it back to neutral ice. Here come the Packers there is trying to run a little interference there. Jackson Dahl for Minot United. Puck comes back to Dahl. Between the benches, battle for it, as down below is Caden Danielson there and dumped in by Minot United. And Packers will try and quickly respond. Tied up over there. Brady Gross trying to tie up a West Fargo skater as the puck sent cross ice, and stretch pass connects. Getting a piece of it was Clevin. Line change coming here for the Packers. They go off on a change. A little over 3 minutes into the second period is West Fargo 3-2 win over River Lakes last night. Their other win, their lone EDC win against Grafton Park River. Sharp angle shot through the crease and wide from Jackson Dahl, hustling in, trying to create a scoring opportunity. Back to the point, kept in by Minot, Cole Richardson. Richardson again as they'll work it back to the point. Keller at the blue line, backhands that one down the wall. Play there by West Fargo and Noah Betker. Down to the corner is getting knocked down. Jackson Dahl pops back up. Dahl goal line extended. Play comes back to the corner. Here's Danielson, sharp angle shot. That one kicked aside, then swept away by Betker for West Fargo with a save. Going there to Liam Swenson. Stick handling at the point. Shot blocked. It'll come back as shot save made. A great angle, but Jackson Dahl putting one on goal. Now things maybe starting to slant a little bit. Really good pressure here. Most sustained pressure the second period for Minot. They'll throw it in from neutral ice. Swenson forced to make a play on it. West Fargo just needs a little breathing room to clear here, but it's not happened yet. There's a feed in front. Shot. Save made in the attempt, like I believe it was Blake Holland on that, and got the feed from Christopher. That puck goes the length of the ice. At neutral ice, Minot United again as they try and enter the zone, and they do. Stick handling and shot there looked like from Klimpel. Fired wide. Just into the offensive zone again. Boy, they put a lot of sustained pressure on. A lot of, I want to say, end-to-end action, but boy, Minot it's been coming in waves. Nearly 5 minutes into this second period. The Packers into the offensive zone. Puck battle over in the far corner. Over there, Nick Christopher for Minot United. It comes near side, sent along as it comes along to the near side. Trying to send that along is Dane Voller. Finally cleared out to neutral ice. Packers come back to handle it with Josephson. Pass whose center does not connect. To be handled there by Dawson Keller. Knocked free. Colton Lane gains the line. Trying to work his way to the high slot and unable to get a shot off. Knocked down from behind by Easton Bradley. Kind of double team to take away Lane there. Traffic in front. Shot. Richardson comes up with a save and got a whistle. I think the net stayed on.
Yeah, Minot's going to get a hooking penalty here. I didn't get a number right away as the West Fargo forward came around. I don't know if it was Richardson maybe or no, actually it's number 11, Nick Christopher for Minot's going to pick up a penalty here. 11:24 to go in the second period.
So 5:36 on the holding penalty. West Fargo talked about it, 8 power play goals, a couple of power play 8 for the season, 2 last night. It's part of their 3-2 win. Comes back to the point. Packers with Ryan Camarillo. Camarillo calling for it back at the point. They stick handle. Go to the right circle instead. Poke free. Quinn Bosch trying to keep it in the zone. Minot skater lost his stick. They throw it in front. Got tipped. Who actually went off the stick of Cole Richardson. Kept in by the Packers. 11 minutes to go. Sharp angle shot wide. Missed the net. Bosch tries to keep it in at the half wall. Poke free. Back to neutral ice. Camarillo will chase it down for the Packers. Back in front with it, McCann, a couple of assists last night. Poked off the stick, Oliver Thompson, 2-on-1, potentially short-handed here. Caden Danielson, actually not Danielson, it was Brady Gross. Sharp angle shot, kicked aside and wide. Here come the Packers, 2-on-2 with the power play. 1:08 to go on the man advantage. Camarillo taken off the puck, handled there by Minot Cole Richardson, and they'll clear it all the way down. It's like both teams on the specialty teams units will change things up. First one out for Minot, Blake Holland. Landon Slind out there as well on the PK for Minot United. Here come the Packers with 48 to go on the man advantage. With a full head of steam. Centering feed in front, shot deflected. Shot there that time from Jack Josephson. Another shot fired wide as on a whistle. Did net come off? Yes, it did. Net comes off the pegs with 10:03 to go in the second.
Yeah, and really a great play there by Medina coming on the walls. Shot out of a cannon there. Forces Richardson to make a couple nice saves for him, too. I was going to say on the penalty kill, two senior defensemen for Minot, Lemon and Richardson just completely under control on their own end with patience with the puck and good gap management there. Just, Coach Willard and Bennett, they just ride those guys over a lot of minutes when they get to the specialty teams, and just a great job killing this penalty thus far.
25 seconds to go. The man advantage. The Packers won the draw and had a quick shot on goal. Backhanded, no turnover. Feed down low. They tried to center in front as Wiggistran tried to set that up for the Packers and carried out. Chopped away loose at center and finally claimed by West Fargo. It's Brody Medina. Able to break that play up. Colton Lane will backhand it in. Cross ice feed. Josephson in and denied there by Richardson. He lost the stick. Actually, he lost his goalie stick, it looked like. They're trying to get it back to Richardson, and they do, and they were able to get it to the other end of the ice.
Yeah, a great play again by the young goaltender just as we get to the end of the power play there. A great wide zone entry from West Fargo. As a coach, you talk a lot with the kids, just, let's keep the puck wide on our entries. Don't force anything to middle until you have to. The Packers gain the zone, and, he finds Josephson then across the ice in alone on Richardson, and, the young goaltender made a nice play with the poke check, lost his stick in the process, but he's okay with that if the puck doesn't end up in the net.
Camarillo will take the draw for the Packers here on offensive zone faceoff for West Fargo. He throws the body around on Cooper Check for Minot. And backhanded in. This play goes over to the corner. Over there, Colton Lean for West Fargo once more as they establish that forecheck to the Packers. Under 9 minutes to play in the second. Minot killed off that penalty. West Fargo still trailing 1-0. Pass, try to send it back for Cruz Mayhar and couldn't get to him cleanly. He'll have to retreat into the Packer defensive zone to chase it down. We'll sling it around to the near side. Forward near side there is Quinn Bosch for the Packers. He'll have to retreat. Chased there by Nick Christopher. Cross ice deflected. Turnover. And actually, no, offside. Was just right at the blue line. Not able to keep the zone on that, and we'll get a stoppage. Ryan Family Dealership replay on that is, he was about a stride just outside the blue line there, so the offside call, and 8:23 to go, and well, the Packers started, had a good start there, started fresh, and now looking to see here. Actually, I was just looking at the goaltenders. I think Luke Richardson had it out. We might have a new goaltender here, it looks like, for mine. It might be Maxim, actually. Let's see if it's Hall. Actually, it's Canton Christians.
Yeah, looks like Minot is splitting the game with their two goaltenders. You like to see that, opportunity to play outdoors at a venue like this. We've seen a lot of teams do that out here, too. Get both kind of goaltenders in the game and get them an opportunity.
So Christians in, tested right away as a shot racing in. And attacking the net, Easton Bradley. So Christian's in net now for Minot as it was right about at the halfway mark too. So 8:01 to go. So Richardson, while he was in there.
Yeah, and another good performance by him, Brad. We talked about his stats and all that, and he was very played the part that we expected in talking with Nick. A good performance by him, a young sophomore goaltender, in a big spot under the lights here, and he was up to the task.
That comes near side. Here comes Minot again. Oliver Thompson trying to cut into the slot. Oh, pretty move to the backhand. He'll score.
Oh my, what a move by Oliver Thompson, the senior captain on the team on the zone entry there. He kind of gave two inside-outside moves as he came into the zone and got around the first defenseman, and just a nice move up into the high spot here we see on the replay. Gets around, kind of fakes like he's going to go to his teammate, and then from there he gets Swenson to bike on the first move, goes to his backhand, and that's a kid you can tell he's done that before. A great move to give Minot a 2-0 lead.
His 9th of the year, and yeah, he went forehand and then quickly to the backhand. He had to kind of make a business decision there, and boy, it was a great move. 2-0, and they're looking for more. Another feed in front, a shot, and that's through for a goal. Easton Bradley answers.
Yeah, another play too. What's the most important shift is after a goal is scored either way, and maybe a shift there where Minot catches West Fargo a little bit on their heels. That line with Thompson, Bradley, and Groves. Just right off the draw. Swenson's played pretty well. 2-on-1 going his left, just couldn't quite squeeze the pad and gets him 5-hole.
Bradley buries that on the scoring opportunity there. So Easton Bradley he's led the team in assists, now with 11. As Bradley, those 2 goals in a flash, and 1-0 turns into 3-0. And no time flat here for Minot United. Brody Medina trying to carry it in here for the Packers. And, well, we talked about they needed a little puck luck in the first period in a couple of pipes, and boy, they got 2 in quickly, and they might have a chance for more as Gross gets taken off the play. Nice job to recover there in the back check by West Fargo with Quinn Bosch. One of those guys there. Turnover, feed in front. Bradley was there on the doorstep, but steered aside by the Packers, and comes West Fargo again. Pass intercepted at center. The spin move. Caden Danielson trying to avoid contact. Bats that free. Cole Richardson, sharp angle shot. Ooh, that slid through Swenson and through the blue paint and just wide. Bosch over there for the Packers. So at the scoring of those 2 goals here momentarily, but those came quickly. Minot United again looking for win number 9 in a row. They crashed the net, trying to throw one in front was Jackson Dahl. Dahl, puck returns to him. He'll send it back to the point. Shot there, don't think got through traffic, and Blake Holland's drive from the blue line. Holland able to keep it in and softly backhands it, but turnover taken there by the Packers. 2-on-1 of the hustle. Pass was broken up. They tried to feed it there. Pass broken up. Back the other way comes Minot United. Puck deflected and taken back by Ryland Spanier for the Packers. After it comes, looks like Carson Murray over there for West Fargo. Play comes back to the half wall near side. Intercepted there off the quick turnover. Spanier with a drive. That one steered aside. Like the second save there for goaltender Canton Christians, who came in for Richardson about to the halfway point. As we will get stoppage here with 5:18 to play. 3-0 now in favor of Minot United.
Yeah, and really for Minot, that 3-goal lead, what that means is you get to play a few more kids, and we saw Jackson Dahl, number 20, the senior. We haven't seen him a lot in this game, and he had a really fine shift there, a chance into Swenson's right and a puck out front. You get a lead like that, you can roll your lines, play a little bit more, and it just makes those legs all the more heavier for West Fargo.
Shot save made there. The 2 goals 10 seconds apart for Minot United. Thompson from Holland and Easton Bradley from Cole Richardson to turn it from 1-0 to 3-0 before you could blink once yes, twice for no. Inside of 5 minutes to go, pass is intercepted and it's taken there by the Packers. Intercepted Josephson, able to gain the line of the offensive zone. Josephson after it. This play comes to the corner, trying to kick it free for Minot United. Was Nolan Knowles. With a half wall far side. A shove there as down went Colton Lane. Feed in front, that steered aside by Christians. Under 4.5 to go here in the second period of play as the puck comes back to the near corner. Murray over skating, he couldn't get to it cleanly. Broken stick out there is will lead to at least a partial change there. Back to play it now. Colton Lane for West Fargo. Cross ice That connects with Buchholz. Buchholz check, but there to pick up the loose change. Clevin, shot blocked. Another shot attempt blocked. Clevin might get another chance as he'll get it back into the corner. Centering feed broken up. Comes back out. Shot blocked again. And Minot able to clear that one out over there for Minot United. Keller Schmeichel, sophomore forward, as they've been able to get a lot of guys some ice time. And stoppage here, 3:44 to go with the icing and a 3-0 lead.
And a play there by Richardson, senior captain defenseman, just saying we're gassed on this shift. We've been hemmed in a little bit. Icing doesn't hurt you in the high school game. we need a break. Get your next line out there. Just a really smart play by the senior there. Just don't try to rush anything up the ice, force anything. Let's just get a new set of bodies on here.
Shots on goal in the period, 10-9 in favor of Minot United, a 19-13 edge as they are looking for more as Minot United and Christopher taking off the play there. Nicely done, Cruz Mayhar. They'll get it back behind the net. As centering feed, Haugano intercepted by the Packers. Deflected through center. West Fargo try and dump it into the zone again. Buchholz this time. Clean entry. Blake back behind the net. We'll try and come back up the wall for Michael L. And cross ice. Got a man cutting in front. Pass went behind Nick Christopher and turns into a turnover. And potential transition opportunity here for the Packers as talked about West Fargo, 3 goals a game, averaging on the season. Is that deflected, but they've been held under 3 or less the majority of their games this year. Is dumped back in by the Packers, and Blake Holland first one there for Minot United. 2:36 and rolling here in the second period as Packer skater lost his stick. Scarry trying to center in front as they had traffic in front in Wegestrand and could not connect. Gaining the line down the left wing boards comes Christopher. Christopher tied up over in the corner. Trying to join in for Minot United. Over there is Tate Haugano. Haugano after it, now Easton Bradley. Bradley behind the net, tried to center, nobody home. Haugano couldn't get free from a West Fargo skater. Comes back to neutral ice. His skater check for Minot United was Dane Fuller. And here come the Packers with it. Feed in front, sharp angle shot kicked aside. Christians comes up with a save. Inside of 2 minutes to go here in the second period of play. Packers just trying to see if they can grind through and get one here to get on the board as loose at neutral ice, and that's carried in quickly by Minot United. As getting it started was Oliver Thompson, got the return feed from Easton Bradley, and he tried to cut towards the net. Boy, contact there. A hard check from one of the Packers skaters as I'm going to see who that was. That was Brody Luagi.
Oh, two in the same.
And another one. He's got a target on him or what? Here comes Thornton. Thornton, along the end boards it goes. Luagi trying to return it back for Thornton at the end boards. Had to send it back in front. Didn't have an angle to do so. And go the length of the ice. Luagi, he found one guy and he found a second. You and you.
Yeah, and I like to see seniors step up and try to get some energy going on the bench there. And to Luagi's credit, he wasn't done with just one really nice hit on the wall. He made another really nice open hit in the neutral zone, and from there the Packers were able to get a puck to the net. So just little simple things like that, just things you can build on. Let's have a good shift. Let's string a couple shifts together. Maybe we get a power play out of it. But let's finish the period. We're almost under a minute to play the right way.
Danielson and Thornton on the draw. Brings around to the wall to the far side. Final minute of play here in the second. The 2 goals 10 seconds apart earlier in the period. Stretching the Minot United lead to 3-0. Back behind the net since swung around over to the far side over there for Minot. Like Quinn Kilmer out there for a shift, and pass slowly working its way to Jackson Dahl. Sent cross ice, Kilmer cutting towards the net. Sent on goal, kicked aside by goaltender Liam Swenson. Under 30 seconds to go here in the period, and a backhanded shot, just getting a piece of it. Caden Danielson throwing that one on net. Swenson used the goalie stick to steer that one aside as whistle. I think we've got a penalty.
No, I believe.
Or is it offside?
Yeah, I believe just right at the blue line. Richardson disagrees with the linesman there, but it did look like the puck came just outside the goal line. Funny, right as he blew the whistle. I love these kids. The first thing they do is glare at the official. And 20 plus years ago, when Iowa did that got you a minor penalty.
Yes, things have changed in that regard, haven't they?
Yeah.
The officials, they're just kind of used to it. They just kind of go, it's not really worth it.
Right.
Final seconds, 7 seconds left as pass in front, trying to cut in front. Another shot, they score. As time about ready to expire in the period, they try to center in front for Dahl. It came back to the point, and they score with 2.4 seconds left in the period. It's a blast from the point from Jace Lemon, makes it 4-0.
Yeah, the play started innocently enough with kind of a give and go with Dahl down below the goal line. The puck works its way back up to the slot, up to the point where Lemon just sits there and waits for it. And as he sees the puck come out, he just puts it at the tee from the top of the circle, goes bar down. Not a lot Swenson could do on that one with a lot of bodies in front, and gives Minot a 4-goal lead headed into the third period.
Boy, that's a huge one right there. We always talk about goals in the first 2 minutes and last 2 minutes. That one there, Jace Lemon with a blast. He was able to kind of get a couple of strides in just outside the right circle. Lemon gets his first goal of the year, and Minot United, after a little bit of a flurry early in the second from West Fargo, really those 2 goals 10 seconds apart, I think kind of flipped the script here a little bit back in their favor.
Yeah, and good hockey teams will be able to survive the ebbs and flows. And, West Fargo had a really good push to start the period. Minot got some saves from Richardson and really were able to push back. And as soon as they got that second goal, a big goal by Thompson, then you could kind of see maybe the wheels start going a little bit for Minot. Maybe the wheels fall off just a little bit for West Fargo, not really able to find some shifts some energy. So, credit to Minot there, surviving West Fargo's push. And once they got the second one, you get the third, and then you get a fourth.
On the BNC scoreboard, BNC National Bank, your life is busy. They'll make managing your money easy with locations in Arizona and North Dakota. Visit BNC Bank online, bnc.bank. Minot United stretching out the advantage, 4-0. Minot leading the West Fargo Packers. We'll get to our intermission report here in just a matter of moments. That intermission report is presented to you on the PSP Network by Charbonneau Car Center. It's 4-0. We're back in just a few moments. Stay with us.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
From the lights in West Fargo, the West Fargo Winter Classic presented to you by Essentia Health. And big thanks to all our sponsors making our coverage possible here on the PSP Network. Of course, you can find the PSP Network and all your social media channels, of course, on YouTube as well. And also, thanks to the folks at KBOI 11.4. Coverage through the last couple of days here from the West Fargo Winter Classic. With Dave Wilson, I'm Brad Anderson, a 4-0 lead for Minot here in our Charbonneau Car Center intermission report. Charbonneau Car Center, they know that drivers in western North Dakota, whether it's in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Williston, out in Montana, out in Glendive, they work hard, play hard, and they need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer GMC, Buick, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineup of vehicles at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. Game brought to you tonight as well by Farstead Oil. Contact Farstead Oil today to find out how their skilled sales team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, mobile lubricants, and DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, and western Minnesota since 1938. Committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. And Farstead Oil. As you look, those fire pits pretty popular, aren't they, Dave?
Well,
yesterday they were. So.
Yeah. Well, we got pallet number 3, 4, and 5 of wood delivered this morning, and we're on our last pallet. So even with the weather, the fire pits have remained to be a hot spot around the Lights Plaza here.
4-0 Minot, and that stretch, and really it was with Bradley and Thompson, and really that crew of guys really kind of getting things going here for Minot, and a pretty move and a goal to the backhand by Oliver Thompson. They score in the ensuing face-off moments later, and that's pretty deflating. That's tough to come back from.
Yeah, and that's a play too. After the game is over, he'll pull up the broadcast on his phone and probably watch that one on the bus going by, and that'll get in a TikTok or something like that. But yeah, and like you said, Brad, I completely agree. As exciting as that is for Minot, that's just such a backbreaker for West Fargo. That's hung in the game and had a good start to the period. And from there, next shift mentality. Minot gets right back at him, and then they get that goal. It almost becomes another backbreaker to make it 3-0.
Scoring in that second period, Oliver Thompson, that sweet move and a goal, his 9th goal of the year. even strength. Blake Holland picks up the assist on that. 7th assist for Holland, 10th point of the year. 9:24 the second period. Gave Minot United a 2-0 lead. And moments later, 10 seconds later, Easton Bradley from Cole Richardson. Bradley, who assisted on the power play goal from Brady Gross. He is a 2.9. Picks up his 13th point. Second goal of the year. Cole Richardson, the assist, as he picks up his 5th assist and his 8th point to make it 3-0. And then Jace Lemon from that shot, couple of strides inside the blue line. In the final seconds, with just over 2 seconds to play in the period, Lemon, his first goal of the year from Caden Danielson on the assist. Danielson, his 3rd assist and his 4th point to make it a 4-0 game. One penalty in the period. Nick Christopher of Minot United, 5:36 of the second. A 2-minute hooking call, and Minot United killed off the penalty there. Shots on goal, 13-10 in favor of Minot United in the second period. 2-period total for Minot of 22, and for the Packers, a 2-period total of 14. They made the switch halfway through the second. Luke Richardson, 25.5 minutes as he finished with 10 saves on the clean sheet for him. Canton Christians, who tested early right up that as he entered the game, made a shot right after the opening face or the ensuing face-off. 4 saves, so they've combined for the shutout through 2 periods of play. Liam Swenson, 18 saves so far, as he has stopped 18 of the 22 shots through 2 periods of play. So 4-0 your score. Games from earlier today here at the Lights saw Bismarck Century defeat Marshall, Minnesota. 6-1 was the final there. So Century picking up the win here outside. Fargo North, a 3-2 victory over Rochester Mayo. And then the girls game prior to this one, Brooklyn Mount gets her 2nd hat trick to help lead Marshall, Minnesota. The Marshall Tigers to a 6-3 win over the Fargo North-South Bruins, their first loss of the year, and win number 14 for Marshall. And all in all, pretty good day of play here. And like I said, you can't ask for much more than that. Is good weather, good hockey, and just really all is just kind of come into play nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get to our last period, you think of the work that the crew, my crew at West Fargo Events, our operations crew does to put this event together. It's kind of a bittersweet moment. You're happy to see the long stretch of days come to an end, but at the same time, these guys do deserve a day off and a nap for all the hours and that they put out here to make this event possible. Kind of a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that come with this project. And I will say blood too. Everyone ends up with it a little bit, getting cut with the different tools that we use. It's funny how that works. But credit to my crew at the West Fargo Events, and we can't thank PSP enough for bringing all the games of the broadcast to the viewers all around the region. And I've heard of a lot of different places, people, friends, family watching from overseas and things like that. And that's really, really cool to hear that.
Yeah, it is, and it certainly is. And like I said, it's great to be there, but it doesn't always work for everybody's schedule, even during the holidays. So we bring it to you best we can. And our crew here has done a outstanding job here behind the scenes, and of course Nick quarterbacking things back Command Central in Minot. It's been really 2 good days, and yesterday we kind of withstood the cold weather and the cold temperatures, got through that, and rewarded here today. 4-0 as lead here for Minot United. 4-0 the Charbonneau Car Center. Intermission report, period number 3, and the final period of play outside here at the Lights, moments away on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Well, teams headed out for the third period of play as Minot United with a 4-0 lead, and I tell you what, it's they've kind of passed the test here at Minot United. They there's always some question, especially after the two losses here in the East to start the year, but boy, it's a much better hockey team than what they started with probably in that first week.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with their D-zone play with all the defensemen that they've played. You talk a lot about Richardson and Lemon, but I've been really impressed with Keller. I've been really impressed with Mr. Voller, Mr. Holland as well. That D-core has been solid, and when the Packers have been able to get through, the goaltending for Minot has been fantastic as well. So credit to Minot, like you said. The season is a process, and Minot has really done a good job riding the ship from those first two losses and putting together a good stretch of hockey.
So they're +9 in third period in games this year as Minot 14-4-5 against so far for Fargo. Scarry will take the draw against Oliver Thompson, and the third period is underway. And one positive, you talked about, Dave, no Zamboni issues in 2 days.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers and toes.
Yeah, something we don't like to say out loud. Hey, the ice is great. Don't say that. Right?
It's our little secret. Don't jinx it. Here's Thompson. Said the quiet part out loud, basically. Cross ice, Cole Richardson now for Minot United. As he'll retreat. Now Thompson. And giveaway turnover. Scarry tried to center, but that denied. Gross poked off his stick. Pass intercepted at center by the Packers. And Brody Medina, of course, active last night, a pair of got the game-winning goal. And haven't called his name a lot tonight. Across the line, Basha drive. Just entering the zone. That kicked aside by Christians. As Christians came in about 8 minutes to go in the second period. That should be, I believe, save number 5 for him tonight. As here comes Minot United again. As shot kicked aside there. Rebound. That one didn't get through. Cole Richardson with the shot and the rebound from Nolan Knowles. Didn't get to goaltender Liam Swenson. Play comes over to the corner, and now up the inside wall come the Packers. Pass to neutral ice as that gained by Clevin. Clevin shot, save made. Nice job to prevent a rebound. Nice job by Christians there.
Yeah, and a really nice play by a name we haven't said a lot, Tate Thorson for Minot. I haven't seen a lot of shifts for him on defense, but credit to him for taking away the pass there and letting his goaltender have a clean sight of the puck. Worst thing for a goaltender is on a 2-on-1. If that pass gets across clean, there's a lot of net for you to cover. Then moving to your left or your right.
Replay there in the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. We've got a penalty coming. That's going to be tripping call.
Yeah, I believe it's
or a slash, actually.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if it's a slash or a trip, one of the two. I thought I saw the signal.
Yeah, it looks like Brody Medina is going to go in for a tripping here in the neutral zone. Not exactly the spot you want to take a penalty here. Maybe a little bit loose with the stick, but Minot goes to the power play here. 15-16 left in the third period.
Yeah, one power play goal. They're 1 for 2 on the man advantage tonight, so penalty, it's like going to be, I believe, Halo Buchholz. They've got to the board there on the tripping call. As West Fargo gets a clear right off the draws. Lemon. Yep, Halo Buchholz on the tripping call. On that penalty, and here comes Minot United. They got a power play goal from Gross earlier. They throw it in front. Shot there from Tate Haugenow. Steered aside and wide. Haugenow crashing the net. So come back to the point for Lemon. Bouncing puck, trying to settle it down, and they do at the half wall. Turns it to Lemon back at the point. Lemon cross ice. They'll work it right circle. At a centering feed, did not connect. Lemon hustles to maintain the zone for Minot United. He'll come down the wall. Gets the return feed to the corner. As sliding up high goes Michael L. L gets it towards the high slot. That shot deflected. Kind of got caromed around and comes to the near side. Comes back to Lemon again. Been active here in this power play for Minot United. Shot. That one does go through and eventually handled by goaltender Liam Swenson. 57 to go on the man advantage, but a good start to the power play here for Minot United.
Right, and we as coaches say it a lot. You don't have to score on every power play, but just having the zone and creating some positive mojo with that, which Minot did with really their second unit out there led by Lemon. A great job on the entry, and they just do such a good job of creating space and using the weak side of the ice and not allowing a team to pressure box and collapse on them.
Christopher on the draws. Feed for Bradley. A shot. Nice job. Glove save, Liam Swenson.
Yeah, and just what I said there, we have the puck. Minot again, wins a battle on the wall and moves the puck over to the weak side of the ice. Swenson does a good job coming over to his right, makes a big glove save there to keep it a 4-0 hockey game.
Face off here as Bradley takes the draw, but won by West Fargo. And that's one thing I think, Dave. Sometimes maybe if you don't score right away in a power play, maybe once or twice, but you feel like it's productive, sometimes that leads you. It might lead to better things maybe later in the game if you get a late man advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I've always said is energy can be created through a positive power play, and that doesn't mean scoring. It's amazing how the kids, we almost had that one. Great look, great play, and that energy, that mojo that creates. You can't say enough about that.
Gross fanning on the one-timer, but it's going to lead to a cross-checking penalty here, and this might, it looks like, it is going to extend the power play here for West Fargo. Cross-checking the call.
I believe it was Ashton Wiggestrand, the junior forward. The numbers they do as they come in, they can't really see it on the front side of the jersey. I apologize to Brody Medina saying he had the last penalty with it being Buchholz, but I believe Wiggestrand, 14, like you said, Brad.
5-on-3 for about 5 seconds here. Wiggestrand on the cross-checking call. Top of the circle, Thompson. Fan of the one-time attempt from Cole Richardson. As we're back to 5-on-4. So Buchholz is back on the ice. Killed off that penalty, and West Fargo gets a clear. As doing the honors there was Brody Medina for the Packers. 4-0. Why not getting 3 second period goals? Make it a 4-0 game. Wiggestrand of the cross-check at 3:34. The Buchholz penalty and a trip at 1:44. Still 1:20 to go. And the man advantage is Minot United unable to maintain the zone. Thompson back to play it. Will find Cole Richardson. Richardson, cross ice, right onto the tape of the stick. Cutting in front for Gross. Pass got broken up. Bouncing puck back to the slot. Bradley, top of the left circle, stick handles. Centering feed in front, swept aside. Centering feed from Nick Christopher. He'll work his way over to the corner. Diagonal feed. Bradley, shot blocked. Nice job there. The Packers did a good job blocking shots. Looked like, I think that was Medina that blocked that. Either Medina or Buchholz, but did a nice job to kind of give up his body to block that. Thompson back the other way as we're 35 seconds to go on the man advantage. Thompson weaving through traffic. Centering feed off a Packer skate. Back behind the net it goes. Played back behind the cage. Tate Haugenow. Haugenow retreats to the far corner. Drop feed in front. Centering feed did not connect. Shot from the point off the body of one of the Minot skaters. Like I went off the body, I think, of Jackson. Yeah, it was Jackson Dawes. The Packers get a clear. 10 seconds left in the man advantage. So we approach 11 and a half to go here in the third period as Minot United in control this one with a 4-0 lead. Into the zone, Haugenow. Knocked free by the Packers again, and that will take care of the penalties. We're back to even strength. 5-on-5 hockey. Christians will leave it for his teammate and dumped in there by Blake Hammond. Bouncing puck to the slot, loose. Collision there and taken back by West Fargo. Packers might have an opportunity. 2-on-2, trying to cut in front. They sent it in front. Fanning on his attempt was Riley Clevin. Clevin eventually got that feed, but he's swinging a miss there. Your side kept in by West Fargo. Spanier. Feed to the corner as Clevin cutting through the right circle. Pass to not connect off the stick of Quinn Bosch. Packers will dump it back in as Minot, at least a partial line change, as out there comes Landon Slind now for Minot United, as out there for a shift, backhanded. Slind over there, likewise Tate Haugenow. Here's Slind stick handling, he'll score!
Well, Landon Slind kind of Johnny on the spot there out of the neutral zone. Kind of a friendly bounce to him. And, like we said, Minot being able to play a lot of kids. We haven't seen him a lot, haven't said his name a lot. But, walks into the zone on a 2-on-1. And, a shot is never a bad option on a 2-on-1. Old Coach Dean Wilson phrase, a pass is a chance for a mistake. Slind makes no mistake there, walks into the zone, gives Minot a 5-0 lead.
So 5-0. As Slind will pick up the goal. So for Landon Slind, 4th goal of the year. Slind the goal, see the announcement from downstairs. So Tate Haugenow will pick up an assist. So Haugenow, his 5th assist and 8th point on the year, and a little icing on the cake for Minot United, now 5-0.
And with Slind scoring there, it kind of ages me a bit. I played high school hockey with his dad. So like I said, boy, his dad, Josh, I know well. Is like, boy, is Josh old enough to have a sophomore? Well, I guess I have a freshman, so it doesn't matter either way.
So Slind from Haugenow at 6:33 to make it a 5-0 game. Is Minot looking for back-to-back shutouts. A blank Bismarck high 9-0 before Christmas 8 days ago. Puck right in front of the West Fargo bench, stays in play. Wigastrand battles for it. Cruz Mahar out there as well for the Packers. They look to break out with it. Right off the boards. Here's Ian Scarry. Scarry stick handle. Scarry a shot. Save made Christians. Rebound out there on the table. And got a whistle. And going to be a penalty coming here. It looks to be the case.
Yeah, and
really roughing penalty coming.
Yeah, and we talked about the speed of Scarry yesterday, and he's so elite on the rush, playing a full year with Bryce Matter. You probably be better have some speed to keep up with him. Gets around, and again, Minot's young goaltenders. Christian's coming into the game halfway through cold. In the limited action that he's seen, he's been very good.
Penalty against Dawson Keller, 2 minutes for roughing at 7:16. Get into a Serve Pro power play. 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration, it is Serve Pro. So Serve Pro power play here now for the West Fargo Packers trying to get on the board. 5-0. Minot really has looked sharp. Scary poked away. Puck loose, a race for it. Keller Schmeichel, sharp angle shot, kicked aside. And Swenson comes up with a save here for West Fargo. Short-handed opportunity there. And dump back in again as try and hustle after it. Trying to get there for Minot High as it goes up into the netting. Nolan Knowles out there on the penalty kill for Minot. And we'll hold things here. 1:21 to go in the power play and 9:05 remaining here in the hockey game.
Right, and again, some of the kids in the third line lower on the totem pole, penalty killers for Minot, doing a nice job there. Just getting a stick on a pass in the offensive zone when you're killing a penalty. You'll take any offensive zone face-off when you're short-handed, Brad.
Off the face-off as short-handed goals, the Minot United squad has 2. Haugano 1. Oliver Thompson 1 on the season. And at 5 to go as the power play has not gained a lot of traction here for the Packers in this third period. Race for the puck as Bosch and Lawaji. It was Lawaji trying to get there. Well, another penalty coming.
Yeah, it looks like they got Lawaji,
Yep.
Brad.
Yep, they did as Lawaji on a cross check. He'll go in, so be 4-on-4 here for 52 seconds. Lawaji 8:24 on the cross-checking call, so 4-on-4 for 52 seconds, and then Minot will get an abbreviated Serve Pro power play opportunity. To crown for our post-game report, we'll have our Sport Clips MVP, and our post-game report presented by Planning Team Financial Advisors in Schatz Crossroads. Ball, puck chopped free as back to neutral ice as back to get it Cole Richardson. So it comes back to Richardson as he'll maneuver around a West Fargo skater through center and across the line. Richardson glides his way through the slot, shot high and wide, missed the net. Back it goes Easton Bradley for Thompson. Thompson got a goal in the second period as he had a 5-point game against Bismarck 8 days ago, and that one-sided win for Minot United. Puck comes back to Thompson. 8 seconds left to 4-on-4, and then Minot will get a power play of just over a minute. Bradley trying to maintain the zone. He can't. Back to center as he re-enters the zone. Bradley with a full head of steam. A drive. That one fired wide. Minute to go on the Serve Pro power play for Minot. Extra pass is over there was Michael L. Tried to drop it off in the corner. Pass did not connect. Kept into the point by Richardson. Richardson gets it back, playing a little catch there with Easton Bradley. One-timer and a drive and a save. Boy, good blast there on that one.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with the different looks that Minot's given on the power play. We're going from an overload there right into the umbrella, so kind of keep throwing West Fargo curveballs with what they're going to do on the power play. Really just kind of a not too aggressive look for Minot. Holding that 5-0 lead. Didn't really get too fancy there. Just a simple overload, keep everything in front of us and a puck to the net.
Tried to ring it around, but kept in at the point. 35 to go on the man advantage. Blake Holland able to maintain the zone here for Minot. Haugano returns it for Holland and unable to keep it just inside the blue line. So West Fargo with Spanier. Inside of 7 minutes to play in this one. Really, very much from the get-go, Minot really establishing things early. Got the power play goal early on from Brady Gross. Hit a couple of pipes in the first period, and the only other save for about 2-3 minutes. Here's a sharp angle shot. Did that get through? It did for a goal. Boy, I almost slid that under the armpit there of Liam Swenson.
Yeah, I believe it was Michael L. for Minot. Nice individual play too. Working to the right post of Swenson there. Goaltenders nowadays, they like to use that RVH, and the Swenson's RVH seal not quite where he'd want it to be there, coming off the goal line extended, and really nice individual play by L. To make it a 6-0 hockey game.
Michael L. will get the goal on that. It's his third of the year, and that will go down as a power play goal. There was 1 second left on the man advantage, and we will have a goaltending switch as Swenson done for the night. Austin Norton, the 6'4 junior, will finish things up here for West Fargo. Get the official scoring on that, but that should go down as a power play goal for Els. And it will be credited as the goal. So L, his third of the year, second power play goal for him, as also the stoppage for offside. Unassisted for Elm on that one.
Yeah, and like we said, just kind of a simple play behind the net. Got to the goal line, extended there, and just a puck on net's never a bad play on a power play, and probably one that Swenson would like to have back. But he's been more than good in this game for West Fargo. That just kind of been a little bit outmanned by Minot tonight.
So we're in a continuous clock now with the lead at 6. Second power play goal of the night for Minot United. Like they are on their way to win number 9 straight. And they will get a few days before they resume play. Devils Lake coming up at the Mesa Arena in a little over a week, as Bruce Mahar taking off the play at center, as Minot United again, they gain the line. Carrying it in was Tate Thorson. So we'll come back to the point. Danielson, a drive, missed the net. Comes hard. Back towards the half wall, and Packers trying to clear it out. They do vacate the zone as Danielson maneuvers his way back in from the slot, fires a shot. Kicked aside wide of Norton. Norton might have got a piece of that one. Puck comes free. They keep that in at the point. It's Dane Volder now for Minot United as we're under 5 minutes to play here in the hockey games. Minot with a 6-0 lead to finish off 2 full days of hockey here at the Lights next door, as well as at the West Fargo Sports Arena for the Winter Classic here with West Fargo events. It was a power play goal, 10:23 at the time of that goal. Packers come free as Bosch with the pass. That one went wide, but the Packers able to keep it in the offensive zone. Play over to the corner, throwing the body around over there was Easton Thornton for the Packers. That puck goes up and out of play with 4 minutes and rolling here in the third.
Yeah, and again, credit to Minot. They're playing a lot of kids and some third and fourth line kids, and they're just continuing to come in with waves. There's no just jumping the puck in and kind of sitting back and letting the run game kind of take care of the clock. They could have had 2 or 3 more goals. Norton's come into the game cold and has been tested with a couple more opportunities. Just foot never off the gas pedal for Minot.
Face off, Brody Medina on the draw for the Packers. Now for it as Medina over there. He's checked. Puck trying to come free there. And boy, they are working hard over there in the half wall. This puck comes here near side. And yeah, I think a penalty coming. There was, I don't want to say a skirmish, but there was a hearty puck battle over on the far side. And like one of the linesmen was keeping an eye on that. Roughing call against,
I believe it's Ian Scarry got the roughing penalty.
It is Scarry.
Yeah, and his buddy Medina was given a bit of a rough ride over on the wall, and Scarry kind of maybe sticking up for his teammate, you could say there. In a game that's a little bit out of hand at this point. Kids will be kids, boys will be boys, and takes the roughing penalty.
So Scarry, 2 minutes for roughing at 13:44. Another Serve Pro power play for Minot United. 6-0 advantage, trying to add one late. Backhanded sharp angle shot wide. Packers, Medina looked like got a piece of that puck. Comes near side, and Minot will try and re-enter the zone here late with the man advantage. 2 power play goals on the night. He'll carry it in with Holland. Holland deep. Makes his way to the corner, comes back towards the blue line with Jackson Dahl. Lemon deflected. Reaching for it, Holland trying to send it along, and does. Haugano in front. As that shot kicked aside, save made there. Austin Norton with the save now for the Packers. 1:12 to go on the man advantage. We're inside of 2.5 to play here from the Lights in West Fargo. Lemon got a goal the final seconds of the second period. He's checked, taken off the puck. And cannon out, comes back to the point. It's handled there by Holland again. Out of the corner, Dahl. Dahl comes free back behind the net. 50 to go on the power play. Really been really a kind of productive power play. Shot high and wide. They've really worked the puck around well. Trying to get everybody involved here in this man advantage. Comes back to Lemon as they keep it in play back up the wall. Pass broken up. Nice job to break that up by Brody Medina, and he will clear it all the way down. So each team will change things up in the specialty teams units. We're under 2 minutes to play. Minot United with Cole Richardson start the rush up ice this time. Thompson. Richardson gains the line. 10 seconds to go on the man advantage. Play comes back up the wall. Richardson circles. And work his way from the corner. They set up play in front. Backhanded shot pushed wide. They set up. Skater in front as Packers kill off the penalty, and we'll have icing the call with a minute and change to go.
Yeah, and like we said, Brad, another really good power play for Minot. They don't get a goal out of it, but yeah, I mean, all 5 skaters touch the puck for Minot. They're moving the puck around and creating opportunities there. I mean, yeah, I mean, within about a 15-second span, I think every skater for Minot had moved the puck and didn't hold on to it too long. Moved it around, moved it efficiently.
2 for 6 in the power play, but honestly, a couple of those power plays they didn't score on were still. Honestly, as a coach, you can go, hey, we'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Their power play has been very good.
Backhanded, it did not go in. Must have hit the pipe there in a backhanded attempt, looking like from Quinn Kilmer, as 20 seconds to play. It looked like I was ready to give it a goal, but official there said nope, didn't cross the goal line as the final seconds tick away here on this one. As Caden Danielson to handle the puck, and Minot United a solid 6-0 win as they will run out the clock, and pretty impressive performance by Minot United from start to finish. The winning streak now 9 straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very workmanlike effort. I was very impressed with Minot tonight, and a credit to the coaching staff. I read an article from the Minot Daily News earlier this year, and that's the type of team that Coach Willard talked about wanting to be. Just a workmanlike effort from them. Played a lot of kids and really difficult to play with. Came at waves, and really just did a nice job of defending and creating offense from defense, and a really, really good performance by Minot out here at the Lights.
Boy, that will put to wraps here. 2 full days of hockey, 4 outdoor games yesterday, 4 today, and Minot United, the West Fargo Packers, get a split. Win last night over River Lakes as they fall here to 2-7 on the year, as the Packers be in action here coming up. Devils Lake will be at Minot coming up on January 8th at the Mesa Arena. And the West Fargo Packers will turn the calendar, and they'll get ready for back into East Region play coming up. They are next in action Saturdays. They'll be next door to take on West Fargo Cheyenne, 3:30 on the face-off for that matchup. So 6-0 your final, as we'll get into our post-game report. Our Sport Clips MVP moments away as well. Impressive performance, 6-0 Minot United with the win. Post-game report after this on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
My dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
Well, the West Fargo Winter Classic now is history in the record books here, and we look forward to about a year from now for the 6th version of the West Fargo Winter Classic here at the Lights, presented by Essentia Health. And big thanks to Essentia Health and all our great sponsors for making our coverage possible here on the PSP Network. As Minot United, 9 consecutive wins now, a 6-0 win over West Fargo. Our post-game report presented to you by Planning Team Financial Advisors and Schatz Crossroads. Planning Team Financial Advisors helping clients work toward financial freedom, and Schatz Crossroads get filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Order online at schatzcrossroads.com. Team bus is always welcome right off of Highway 2 in Minot. As you look down below, as players posting for pictures, of course, those the camouflage jerseys, they will auction those off, and just kind of a cool way to cap off here, just a fun event here at the Lights.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that we hope to continue doing, the military appreciation for the Minnesota, North Dakota, the honor flight, a great organization, like you mentioned, put your plug in with the force, that they do that over there. That's fantastic. We love to do this. It'll be the West Fargo United girls doing the camo game next year, so it'll be an interesting kind of blend of their colors with camo next year. So we're really looking forward to that, and it's just a nice way to tie off 2 fun days of hockey.
Put a ball on this one. Third period scoring. Landon Slind from Tate Haugenow at 6:33 to make it a 5-0 game as Slind gets his 4th goal of the year. And then Michael L. power play goals, a power play winding down. L picking up the goal, his 2nd power play goal of the year, 3rd goal of the season, unassisted at 10:23. To make it a 6-0 game. Shots on goal in the 3rd period, 11-5 in favor of Minot United. 33-19 edge for Minot in shots on goal. So it ends up being a combined shutout with Luke Richardson and Canton Christians, as 10 saves for Richardson. Christian's 9, and boy, about dead even. Each shared about 25.5 minutes of play. Liam Swenson, 25 saves. Austin Norton came in for the final 6.5 minutes and stopped both shots that he faced. Penalties in the third period. Halo Buchholz for tripping at 1:44, 2 minutes on that minor. Ashton Wegestrand on a cross-check at 3:34. Dawson Keller of Minot United, 7:16 of the third period, 2 minutes for roughing. Brody Lawanji, 2 minutes for cross-checking there for West Fargo, and Ian Scari on a roughing call at 13:44. Minot United was 2 for 6 in the power play tonight, and West Fargo 0 of 3 on the man advantage. West Fargo took 6 penalties tonight, 6 minors for 12 minutes total, and Minot United 3 penalties and 6 minutes. As we had a lot of candidates for the Sport Clips MVP of the game. Sport Clips will keep you looking your best. Check in online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com. And there's a lot of ways I was thinking. I thought, maybe a guy like Jace Lemon, who got that goal early in the third period, but we had a lot of ways we could go on that, but we went with really one of the playmakers in Easton Bradley.
Yeah, and a good performance for Bradley. Like I said, you could pick one of 5 different kids for Minot. I thought the goaltenders were sharp, Lemon, Richardson, but the playmaking, a 2-point night for Easton Bradley, and a lot of kids on the score sheet tonight for Minot. A good thing for them, but a well-deserved honor for junior forward Easton Bradley.
Little recap, the final day of play here at the Lights, the outdoor games. Bismarck Century took care of Marshall, Minnesota. 6-1 was the final there. Game 2 on the boys' side. Nice win for Fargo North. The Spartans really in a good tight game throughout, a 3-2 win. They defeated Rochester Mayo. Game 3 was our girls' matchup, and a highly touted matchup with Marshall and Fargo North South, as the Marshall Tigers pick up their 14th win, go 2 for 2 against their North Dakota opponents with a shutout win over West Fargo United yesterday, and a 6-3 win over the North South Bruins in Game 3. And here in the finale, Minot with a 6-0 victory to go to 9-2 on the season. Dave, this was a blast. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Again, we can't say enough about Brad, you being here, and the whole crew with PSP. We thank KVLY as well. We thank Essentia Health being a big contributor to this event, and we look ahead to the future.
No doubt about that. And with that, we'll put a bow on it here from the Lights here in West Fargo, and for Dave Wilson and our entire crew, starting with Nick Kohlberg and Command Central, all the crew on site here in West Fargo the last couple of days. Great job by everybody involved. We certainly hope that you enjoyed it as well. Final score one more time on the scoreboard, presented to you by BNC National Bank. Minot United 6, West Fargo nothing. From the Lights, have a great New Year's Eve, and we'll celebrate in 2026. Good night.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old, and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world, and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.